You and a group of beautiful women end up stranded on a desert island, including the bossy female CEO, and the intellectual young lady, as well as the beautiful female celebrity, even though these arrogant beauties often give you a headache. But the bossy female CEO is desperate for a bite of roasted fish. She kneels down and begs you to start a fire. The female celebrity gets scared by an eel while bathing in the river and jumps into your arms. And the intellectual young lady gets bitten by a snake in a critical area. She even opens her legs to let you suck out the venom. And so, you unexpectedly find yourself with the opportunity to train your friends. You want them to know who's in charge on this desert island. At this moment, the bossy CEO, Soo-yoon, painfully crawls on the beach. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly, two straight, snow-white thighs slightly apart. Deep inside, it's as captivating as the starry sky. You can tell it's caused by drinking too much seawater. So I bent down to give Soo-yoon artificial respiration. After adjusting my condition, I swallowed some saliva and then put my mouth close to hers while doing artificial respiration, but couldn't help but have all sorts of thoughts in my mind. After all, as a small employee like you, who usually doesn't dare to make eye contact with Soo-yoon, I never thought that on this deserted island, you would have the opportunity for intimate contact with Soo-yoon. I don't know how long passed. Soo-yoon slowly opened her eyes. Her instinct was to slap me and scold me as a rogue. You were suddenly flustered by the slap, he explained in a low voice. Mr. Soo, I was giving you artificial respiration. I saved you. Hearing this, Soo-yoon immediately vomited on the beach. Seeing her like this, your face is green. Isn't this an insult? What Wang Tao said is not wrong. You are just a sleazy man. Soo-yoon cursed fiercely. Speaking of Wang Tao, your face has changed, because Wang Tao relied on being your supervisor. Not only did he suppress you in the company and speak ill of you, he even took away the girlfriend you've been with for 3 years. At this moment, it's the most scorching time of the midday sun. Soon, Soo-yoon's mouth became dry and parched. Start by commanding you to go and pick leaves for him in the tree. Jack thought he was thirsty too, so he saddled the horse himself. Let Soo-yoon stand on his own. But Soo-yoon hesitated. Now he's wearing a skirt. If both feet step on Yefeng's shoulders, wouldn't that make Yefeng look embarrassed? You asked him somewhat impatiently if he still wanted Jack, and Soo-yoon said seriously, "You're not allowed to look up later, do you understand?" After I agreed, he lifted the skirt to the knee position. Then he took off his shoes, stepping one crystal clear and tender jade foot on your thigh, and the other foot stepped on your shoulder. After repeating once, both of his tender feet are stepping on your shoulders. Why don't you exert a little force gently? Lifted the over 80-pound Soo-yoon, smelling the faint body fragrance coming from Soo-yoon. You can't help but feel a little hot all over. You should know that Soo-yoon is a top-tier beauty. Not only is she wealthy, she's even more beautiful than those popular female celebrities. If it weren't for this shipwreck, Yefeng would never have been so close to Soo-yoon. He couldn't help but look up. You haven't even lifted your head yet. Soo-yoon is already bowing her head up there. Are you cold? You're almost there. Lift your feet a bit more. You got startled. I'm also embarrassed to look. Lifted both feet a little bit with effort. Then a coconut was thrown down from above. Then the second one. The third one. After picking 5 in a row, you're also a bit tired. Suddenly a coconut fell past your nose. It smashed heavily onto the beach. You were startled. If it had hit your head, it would have caused serious injury. Your head would have been split open. Be careful. You instinctively looked up and scolded him. Unexpectedly, you saw the scenery under the skirt. Eyes wide, rolling. Nosebleed uncooperatively flowed out. Yun lowered his head and looked at you, staring at him. Yen laughed and fell directly from his shoulder. Soo-yoon covered his own butt. Tears are flowing. You were just about to give in to him. Unexpectedly, Soo-yoon slapped your arm again. Your face darkened. He hugged 2 coconuts and left. Then you picked up a sharp piece of resin stone, slit open the coconut shell, then slowly cut the coconut repeatedly. In no time, you drank from the milky white coconut. Turning to look at Soo-yoon, he was clumsily lifting the coconut above his head, and smashed it fiercely with the resin stone. Every time he smashed it, the 2 lumps on his chest trembled violently. You, standing beside him, looked on in shock. Normally, Soo-yoon seems quite conservative. I didn't expect him to be so outspoken after unbuttoning. Soo-yoon has already seen your method, but he has a strong sense of self-respect. Just refuses to imitate you, sipping coconut juice and watching coldly from the sidelines, already laughing inside. Didn't expect Mr. Soo, who is usually competent, to have such a childish moment. Just like a child throwing a tantrum. Helplessly, he can only imitate your methods, repeatedly cutting with sharp-edged stones. Seems to have felt your mocking gaze. He turned his head and looked. What are you looking at? I didn't imitate. Actually, I thought of this method a long time ago. You're the one with the problem. You're speechless. Slowly, you two restored the website again. To fill your stomach, you chose to go to the sea to catch fish. Instantly disappeared from Soo-yoon's sight. Also, who knows how long passed. Suddenly, Soo-yoon felt the urge to pee. He lifted his skirt and prepared to go into the woods to relieve himself. But the woods were dark and chaotic. He was also afraid of encountering. Never mind, let's just do it on the beach. After hesitating for a few seconds, Soo-yoon, Slowly, he lifted his skirt and dragged a triangular piece to his knees, but her eyes were always fixed on the spot where you left. Afraid that you might suddenly come back, you caught 3 fish in the shallow sea behind the reef. You were born in a fishing village, so catching fish is no big deal. He lifted the fish in his hands. You suddenly looked towards the nearby woods, preparing to find some branches to grill. So he went into the woods to find some branches and then circled back. You're just like this, emerging from the woods. At a glance, I saw the white fish slices ahead and many water droplets falling from behind, while Soo-Yun kept staring at the reef, not knowing you would emerge from behind. But suddenly, a scene emerged. Scared, Soo-Yun quickly picked up the little sister, but the busier, the more chaotic, with a little effort, instantly spoiled the little sister. You opened your mouth wide, staring blankly at Soo-Yun. Just now, you couldn't see anything clearly. I didn't expect Soo-Yun not only has a good-looking face, even the second face is so perfect. The mischievous Soo-Yun could only put down the skirt, looking at you with extreme disgust. You jerk, why are you so perverted? Actually sneaking up from behind to peek. Soo-Yun is really angry, storming towards you in anger. Who would be bored enough to peek at you and me while we're out looking for branches to grill fish? I didn't expect you, a big shot, to relieve yourself anywhere. Still dare to argue? Watch me smash your dog face. Soo-Yun raised her hand and slapped towards your face, but you reached out and pushed Soo-Yun. Inadvertently, your left hand grabbed onto something soft, tender, and smooth. Anyway, it's particularly elastic. Soo-Yun was stunned for a moment. He quickly protected the rabbit and took a few steps back, looking at you in terror. You really have the courage of a leopard. Soo-Yun roared. Your face turned dark, sneered. Just fire me. I don't want to work anymore. Soo-Yun was momentarily speechless. He doesn't know how to threaten you. Then you picked up a branch, lit a fire, and roasted the fish. Before long, it was still sizzling and sputtering with oil. The aroma was overflowing. Soo-Yun looked at these 3 plumpsy fish. His mouth was watering. He hadn't eaten for 2 meals. His stomach had been growling for a while. He hesitated for a moment. He couldn't help it and walked towards you. Ye foam, I forgive you. Give me a piece of this grilled fish. Let's forget about what happened before. You give a cold laugh. You better save it. I don't need your forgiveness. What time is it now? You're still giving me a hard time. Still acting high and mighty. Do you think this is in the office? It's really ridiculous. Today he's going to discipline Soo-Yun's bad temper. Let him know who's the boss on this deserted island. At this time, I'll roast the fish. Start chopping directly, eating with oil dripping from their mouths, while Soo-Yun sat not far away, watching and cursing, then stood up and walked towards me. Yeah, phone. I'm begging you. You can give me half. Soo-Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, begging, look at you, pitiful with this half piece. Here, take it. Saying that, I handed the half-eaten grilled fish to Soo-Yun, but Soo-Yun's face was full of disdain. I sneered and said, if you don't want to eat, then don't. Then I directly threw the half-eaten grilled fish on the ground. Soo-Yun struggled for a while, just about to pick it up and eat it despite feeling nauseous. Suddenly, a figure walked over. Manager Wang, you're still alive. Soo-Yun saw his inexplicable excitement. It was like seeing a relative, and Wang Tao, in order to show his manliness, immediately ordered me to serve him. I could tolerate being bullied by Wang Tao in the company before, but now, on this deserted island, I won't be a pushover. Immediately indicated to eat himself away. I'm not going to serve you. Wang Tao usually has a habit of drinking 15 and 6 in the company. Now seeing me resist instantly made him furious. Just when he started to fight, Soo-Yun came over to stop it. Your survival skills are better than his. Now he's so cocky. When the time comes, if you need anything, just follow me with confidence, as Sue always says. I guarantee you'll eat and drink well. Wang Tao said smugly, after a long time. But they both came over empty-handed. I'm no exception either. After all, this fish isn't so easy to catch. Even I had to put in a lot of effort. I've only seen the champion of Wang Tao's wild survival smashing cards being caught. I could hear Wang Tao making excuses from a mile away. He said he was just too hungry. That's why he didn't catch any fish. At this point, the sky started to darken. A cool breeze blew in from the depths of the ocean. Soo-Yun was about to pass out from hunger. Looking at me, he said, Yi Foam, can you help us catch some fish? You can ask for any conditions you want. That's simple. Just call me husband once. If you call me, I'll catch a fish for you. I leaned forward, looking very trustworthy, while Soo-Yun looked furious. As a high and mighty female CEO, she actually wants to call this loser her husband. This is more unbearable than killing him. By this time, I had already made up my mind. First, let Soo-Yun call me husband, then gradually break through this aloof female CEO. Finally, unable to bear the hunger, Soo-Yun reluctantly called me husband. I sternly scolded him without reservation, asking him to call out louder. His face turned crimson, his eyes filled with shock and humiliation. After Soo-Yun called me husband, tears streamed down his fair cheeks. I think that's enough. I headed towards the shallow sea to catch fish. Luck was on my side that night. I soon caught 5 or 6 fish. Although Su-yun was dizzy with hunger, he handed the grilled fish to Wang Tao to avoid my anger. He still handed the grilled fish to Wang Tao. After he finished eating, he didn't go fishing. Instead, he came looking for me with an aggressive attitude. Wang Tao's intention is very obvious. He wants to use force to coerce me to catch the clouds. Ha ha, if you want to do it, then come on. I almost laughed to death. But everyone in the village of Doru 5 practices martial arts, so at first glance, you can tell that Wang Tao doesn't have much strength. Wang Tao exerted all his strength to perform a clumsy move in midair. I casually lifted my leg and kicked. Wang Tao was knocked back 2 meters. He was defeated on the beach. After a while, Wang Tao stood up weakly with a pale face. He vomited the grilled fish he had just eaten with a wow. He also said it's been too long since he practiced taekwondo, so his hands are rusty. Wang Tao, this waste, started making excuses again. Su-yun saw him being knocked down. Hope shattered in an instant. My body went limp. I collapsed on the beach in disgust. The taekwondo black belt is truly well-deserved. Admire, admire. I looked at Su-yun with a playful expression, but then I saw Su-yun slowly close his eyes. He looked as if he had died. Holy cow, don't die. I quickly helped Su-yun up. I hadn't let him become his own shape yet. It would be such a waste if he died. So I immediately grilled a fish, tore off a little fish and put it in Su-yun's mouth. After feeding him 2 bites in a row, Su-yun finally woke up. From now on, you are not allowed to call my name. You have to call me husband or boss. Call me a dead ghost if you want, I said seriously. A blush crept onto Su-yun's pale face. He glanced at that waste Wang Tao. His gaze gradually became firm. Dead ghost. Su-yun asked, you really know how to take advantage of the situation, but there's no fish to eat today. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Hurry and go to sleep. After saying that, I lay down next to the fire and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Su-yun couldn't help it anymore. In a state of extreme cold fear, he quietly squeezed behind me. Suddenly felt something resilient pressing against my back, so I rubbed my eyes. Turn around and take a look. It's Su-yun. Did I underestimate my own sister? I had a few question marks in my mind. Forget it. I turned over. I embraced Su-yun's soft body. The next morning, I saw Wang Tao, this waste, holding a live fish and waiting, making protective noises in his mouth. Because his stealing has also become a complete slave to dirty and tiring work. Just at this moment, a scream came from the woods. Not long after, a beautiful girl ran out holding her thigh. Help! I'd been bitten by a snake. After seeing this girl, Su-yun ran over with a surprised look on her face. Chun-li, you're still alive. Chun-li grabbed Su-yun. Sister Su, seeing you alive puts my mind at ease, but I don't think I'll live much longer. When I was in the bathroom just now, I was bitten by a poisonous snake. Saying this, Chun-li burst into tears. Su-yun didn't know how to respond for a moment, but then she thought of something. Tao, you, come here. Your girlfriend was bitten by a snake. You need to help him suck out the poison. At this moment, Chun-li noticed Long Tao, who had been sunburned. She seemed to have found a lifeline, and Wang Tao's eyes rolled back. Wife, didn't you practice yoga before? You can bend down and inhale by yourself, but my fish didn't even arrive at all. Tao, do you remember when you chased after me at first? You wouldn't even cross the ocean for me. You're not even willing to help me suck out the venom now? At this moment, suddenly my husband Chun-li was bitten by a snake. You should have a way to save her, right? Su-yun, you're becoming more and more unruly. My expression turned cold. As long as you save Xiaoli, I can agree to one request from you. Su-yun said this. Her pretty face blushed. As soon as I heard this, my heart warmed up. I suddenly became interested. Facing my green eyes, Su-yun couldn't help but close her legs together. I coldly asked Chun-li where she was bitten. On the root of my thigh. Chun-li said this. She blushed and turned her head. She really knows how to pick a spot. I'll help you suck out the venom. Finally, Chun-li gritted her teeth and slowly pulled down her pants halfway. I quickly saw the wound, but there was only a small amount of blood at the wound, and the blood didn't change color. So I can 100% confirm that the snake that bit Chun-li is not venomous. For the sake of realism, I casually picked a few leaves and put them in my mouth, chewed them and then spit them onto the wound. Said, do you feel much better now? Chun-li is overjoyed. Slowly put on the pants. At this moment, Su-yun pointed to the deep sea and shouted, everyone, look quickly. There's a suitcase floating on the sea. Maybe there's food inside. I took a closer look. Sure enough, there's a pink suitcase floating on the sea. Maybe there are clothes and some useful things inside. Saying this, he took off his shirt and pants, revealing a strong physique. Su-yun blushed and her eyes sparkled. Yi Feng's muscles are not bulky like those from a gym. Instead, they are full of a wild sense of aggression, causing his heart to flutter like a deer. Thinking of this, he shifted his gaze and then covered his mouth quietly. Wow! Why is it such a big package? No contrast, no harm. Wang Tao covered his part in embarrassment. After some effort, I climbed up the beach with the suitcase, panting. When I opened the suitcase, I saw a box of belly umbrellas. Both of them paused slightly. They looked at each other slowly, then quickly separated. Suyun blushed. She kept fidgeting with her skirt. I think this thing can be used to hold water. After saying that, I inexplicably put the belly umbrella into my pocket. Suyun didn't say anything either. Instead, she shyly lowered her head and picked up a pair of shorts. He loves cleanliness. The shorts haven't been washed for a day. The clothes are very uncomfortable. Right now, the items in the suitcase have been counted. On the other side, Wang Tao, in order to please Chen Li, picked up a dead turtle on the beach. Because I couldn't borrow fire, I can only learn to start a fire and roast the whole turtle. 1 hour later, Wang Tao's palms are full of blisters. Until evening, the fire still hasn't started. The turtle is now full of maggots. I think it's almost time. I lent the fire to Wang Tao. Wang Tao came over angrily, said, "You are a good night wind." They intentionally waited until the turtle rotted at night before lending me fire, and I pretended not to understand, indicating that even rotten things can be eaten when roasted. Wang Tao also thought so I ran back to roast the turtle. After the turtle was roasted well, I endured the nausea and ate it heartily. Just after a few bites, he covered his stomach and vomited. At this point, I couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. Chen Li glanced at Wang Tao, then glanced at me. She then walked quickly towards me. "Yi Feng, can I follow you?" At this moment, Suyun whispered a few words in my ear, saying that after having Chen Li, 2 people can take turns to make you happy. Seeing Suyun say so, I had to reluctantly agree to his family. I looked at Chen Li with satisfaction. Then I got cozy with Suyun. My 2 hands were very dishonestly exploring, directly teasing Suyun. I almost couldn't control it. No, if this continues, Yi Feng is about to be admitted to the internal. So Suyun suddenly said coquettishly, "Husband, you are so amazing." I inwardly see through but don't reveal it. Next, the 3 of us went to Qianhai to practice fishing. I picked up the wooden spear, aimed at one of the fish, shot out with a swish. I lifted a 2-pound fish. After demonstrating a few more times, Suyun was getting eager. He wanted to practice. Just then, but Wang Tao walked out with a wooden spear. Confidence filled his face. "Suzong, wife, I just ate half a turtle. Finally, my strength has recovered. Now I can also supplement," Wang Tao said with a smug look. Then he stood on a rock, imitating my stance and aimed at a fish's head, but he missed completely. Instead, he scared most of the fish back into the deep sea. After that, Wang Tao failed repeatedly more than 10 times. Meanwhile, I had already caught 5 fish, definitely enough for 3 people to eat. Chen Li quickly walked over, a piece of softness, gently leaning against me. "Brother, you're so amazing." I glanced at Wang Tao. "It means it's just a little stronger than the champion." Wang Tao gritted his teeth and watched the 3 of us leave. Just at this moment, a voice came from the woods. Saw a middle-aged couple walking out. Chen Li was excited. She went straight over and hugged the middle-aged couple, but my face turned dark. The newcomers were his former father-in-law Chen Jihua and former mother-in-law Bai Guifan, also Chen Li's parents. At this time, Wang Tao quickly ran over. A brief exchange of pleasantries. The next day, I covered the grilled fish with Indian devil chilies. I pretended to hold my stomach and went to the bathroom on purpose. I also specifically emphasized not to steal my food. After entering the woods, I looked through the gaps in the leaves towards the beach. Just for a moment, Wang Tao swallowed 3 fish whole. I felt the timing was about right. Then I rushed out of the woods. "Wang Tao, you really are a dog. Can't change. Try to see if you stole my fish." Wang Tao's eyes shifted. "Nonsense. It's not just me on this beach. There are also seabirds." "Exactly. It's the seabirds that are stealing and eating. If it's the seabirds, then forget it. Anyway, I just covered it with Indian devil chili earlier. After they eat it, they're guaranteed to have 3 days of diarrhea." I smirked to myself. Wang Tao hadn't finished speaking. Then he clutched his stomach and fell to the ground, rolling in agony. At this moment, Bai Guifan swallowed hard, couldn't bear the hunger anymore. He remembered when Yi Feng used to eat at his house. Yi Feng often peeked at himself from behind. Bai Guifan still had confidence in her figure. Since marrying Chen Jihua, she hasn't really aged much, so even at 40, her figure and looks are no worse than a college graduate. Not to mention she has experiences that young girls don't have. So she gritted her teeth and walked up to me, but my gaze is slowly being drawn in. When Bai Guifan lowered her head, the neckline is very open. Vaguely can see 2 sturdy blood vessels. In this respect, Sun Yun and Chen Li can't compare. Bai Guifan knows it in her heart. Take advantage of the opportunity. Good child, as long as you ensure our food on the desert island, I can exchange anything with you. Do you understand? His words are teasing. The lion's words made me feel a little bit. Indeed, she's a bit tired of Bai Guifan in her heart. Silly thought. After all, he is a normal man. Bai Guifan winked at me behind her husband's back. I was about to speak, but Sun Yun's figure appeared in the suburbs. She was holding a white fish in her hand. Gu Weifan glanced at the small fish. She felt a little disappointed in her heart. Then he said mysteriously again, "How about this? A phone. At night, when they are all asleep, we'll quietly go to the woods to discuss the terms. You can rest assured, I will meet any conditions you have." After saying that, she made a lip-biting gesture before leaving. In fact, Bai Guifan also has her own difficulties. If her husband were more competent in that aspect, her temper wouldn't be so explosive. Anyway, this deal satisfies both the stomach and the body. Why not? I'll just take this broken heart back with me forever. At this moment, Suyun just sat down on my leg, but immediately stood up. "Why are you overreacting so much?" Suyun pointed to my pants. I blushed. I quickly took Suyun to the shallow sea area, while teaching him to catch fish, while diverting his attention. But for some reason, I always recall the words Bai Guifan said. I shook my head hard, trying to shake off that voice. The more I try not to, the more uncomfortable I feel inside. In the end, I unexpectedly started to feel a faint sense of anticipation. After catching the fish, Suyun and I walked hand in hand back to the beach. Just as I passed by Guifan's bonfire, my heart suddenly felt cold. After all, she was my former mother-in-law. I couldn't be too heartless myself, so I threw 3 fish next to Bai Guifan. Bai Guifan picked up the 3 fish. She gave a meaningful look at my face. There was a hint of a non-smile on her face, because when I was fishing just now, I got my clothes all wet, revealing a strong physique. Bai Guifan felt a surge of warmth in her heart as she looked. On the other hand, Wang Tao was covered in fat. It was nauseating to look at. As for my own husband, he was scared away. What can that old man do? At this moment, Chen Jiahua's voice interrupted her thoughts. Hurriedly returned to the fire pit. After all, it was her first time doing such a thing in her life. Heart-pounding non-stop. I wonder if Yifeng will follow me into the small grove at night. Time passes by. Nightfall quickly arrives. I lean against the coconut tree to rest, but my narrowed eyes occasionally sweep over Bai Guifan's drizzle, while Bai Guifan sits on the side, always intentionally or unintentionally nudging me, even secretly tugging at my clothes, captivating my thoughts. Time passes by once again. In the blink of an eye, it's midnight. A snore sounded on the beach, only to see Bai Guifan standing up in the distance and pointing a finger towards the grove. Take a deep breath. Close your eyes again. But only 2 seconds passed. I opened my eyes again. This time when I opened my eyes, but saw Bai Guifan unbuttoning her collar. That hint of white was faintly visible in the moonlight. Damn it. Forget it. It was Bai Guifan who took the initiative. I swallowed a mouthful of bitterness. Anyway, Bai Guifan wouldn't dare to talk about this kind of thing. Seeing Bai Guifan's reaction, I breathed a sigh of relief. Walked quickly towards the woods. Ah Feng, let's not talk about the past. Consider it as the past. Now they're all asleep. Do whatever you want. And I've already had the surgery. You don't need to consider the consequences either. As soon as I heard this, I was so excited that my hair stood on end. Doesn't that mean you can really do whatever you want? Bai Guifan saw me hesitate. She bit her lip and opened her clothes directly. I took a deep breath, and my body was on the edge of excitement. This scene was seen by Bai Guifan. I couldn't help but gulp. Pa Feng, come over quickly. We have to hurry. If they wake up, we'll be in big trouble. After saying that, he turned and leaned against the tree. Who the hell cares? Anyway, no one will know even if we do it. Saying that, I just rushed over, holding onto the ample Bai Guifan. But the next moment, every hair on my body stood on end. Everyone's watching so attentively. Won't you hit like and then leave? In the depths of the forest, pairs of green eyes glowed. Wolves? Yifeng was shocked and grabbed Bai Guifan to run. Wolves? Bai Guifan was also frightened. The wind was strong on the beach, so Suyun and the others had not woken up yet. Wake up! The wolves are here! Yifeng shouted, and everyone woke up. Are there really wolves? Suyun hugged Yifeng's back. Don't hug my back. Yifeng's face was serious as he picked up a wooden spear from the ground, while Suyun took out an eyebrow knife for self-defense. On the other side, Chen Jihua and the others also woke up and huddled behind Wang Tao. Why are you hiding behind me? Wang Tao turned around and hid behind Chen Jihua. Howl! Roars echoed through the air. Several animals covered in spots emerged from the jungle. Hyenas? Yifeng widened his eyes. How could there be hyenas in the tropical rainforest? He didn't have time to think about it, so he approached Wang Tao and the others with the spear. With more people, the hyenas might retreat. Will they eat people? Chen Li's voice trembled. Wang Tao, you're the champion of wilderness survival. Although you can't catch fish, you should know how to deal with hyenas, right? Bai Guifan asked. I don't know, when I was surviving in the wilderness, I never encountered these creatures. Wang Tao, this useless person, started making excuses again. The others pursed their lips and didn't dare to speak. Yifeng knew the habits of hyenas. He slowly raised the spear and aimed at the hyena queen. In the next moment, the spear slipped from his hand. Ayo! The hyena queen was injured by the wooden spear and let out a mournful cry. The other hyenas, seeing their queen injured, fled into the forest. Yifeng had no weapon in his hand and didn't dare to chase after them. He watched them disappear into the trees. Great, Ah Feng, you scared away the hyenas. Suyin happily hugged Yifeng, allowing her softness to rub against him. Not bad, Ah Feng, you do have some skills. Chen Zhihua had to give a thumbs up. Bai Guifeng looked at Yifeng, then at Wang Tao. Ateo, why can't you compare to Yifeng in anything? But Wang Tao, this useless person, changed the subject again. Who said I can't compare? Do you know about presence? I stared at those hyenas with all my might, using the presence of a human to intimidate them. That's why they ran away. Shut up. Shenli couldn't take it anymore. Yifeng looked at the spot where the hyenas disappeared, his face filled with worry. They've all run away. Why are you still worried? Suyin helped Yifeng sit down. Dogs hold grudges. I injured the hyena queen just now, and sooner or later, they will come back for revenge. So from now on, the beach is not safe. Yifeng didn't say one more thing, that is, it's impossible for spotted hyenas to appear in the tropical rainforest, which proves that this place is very strange and eerie. Then why didn't you just kill the hyena queen earlier? Wang Tao finally found an opportunity to loudly question Yifeng. Kill her? Can a wooden spear kill her? You useless person, don't talk. Every time you speak, I get angry. If you had stood in front of me just now, maybe the two spears could have really killed the hyena queen. Now, we must change our position. Yifeng said coldly. Wang Tao stopped talking, lowered his head, and his gaze flickered. Ah Feng, where should we go next? Chen Zhihua used the word we. Wherever you go is not my concern, but Su and I are going deeper into the forest. It would be best to find a cave so that we won't be easily taken away by hyenas in the middle of the night. Yifeng said coldly. Suyun felt sweet in her heart. Yifeng only cared about my life and death. Don't be like this. We should stick together when facing hyenas. We can't form factions. Chen Zhihua said fearfully. Yifeng sneered. Forming factions isn't that your trick in the company, Chen Zhihua? But he didn't care about that much because facing a group of hyenas, unity was indeed necessary. Alright, then I'll assign tasks. After speaking, Yifeng stood on a rock. Tonight, we will continue resting on the beach. Wang Tao and Chen Zhihua will take turns keeping watch, while the three women and I rest. Tomorrow morning, we will search for a cave that can be defended, preferably with a water source. Does anyone have any objections? Wang Tao, this useless person, was the first to oppose. Why? Who made you the leader? If you don't listen, then don't follow us tomorrow. Stay on the beach by yourself, Yifeng said without hesitation. Wang Tao finally shut up. Being alone on a deserted island meant death. Yifeng gathered the four of them together and they slept around the campfire. Wang Tao and Chen Zhihua kept watch near the trees. Uncle, don't worry. Once we enter the jungle, I can show my skills. I won't be any worse than Yifeng. I participated in jungle survival, not beach survival. So, Yifeng is only better than me on the beach. Wang Tao, this useless person, continued to hide his incompetence. Chen Zhihua nodded absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, Yifeng had just fallen asleep when Bai Guifeng waved at him. He thought she had some clever plan, so he followed her. Ah Feng, it didn't work just now. But once we find a stable campsite, I won't treat you unfairly. You can do whatever you want, as long as my husband doesn't find out, Bai Guifeng whispered. Upon hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but get excited again. The moment he hugged Bai Guifeng earlier was truly unforgettable. Let's talk about it later, Yifeng said, pouting, and went back to hug the sleeping Suyun. Time passed slowly, and the day finally dawned. Yifeng was the first to wake up and saw that Wang Tao, near the trees, was already snoring. Only Chen Zhihua was still standing guard with a stick. He was instantly filled with anger and was about to teach Wang Tao a lesson. But then, he had a change of heart. Wake up quietly, don't wake up Wang Tao. Yifeng woke up the three women and went over to nudge Chen Zhihua. The five of us will head deeper into the forest now. It's cooler in the morning and not as hot to walk. Once it's noon, the forest will be like a steamer. Yifeng whispered. Ha, aren't we taking Wang Tao with us? Chen Zhihua pointed to the sleeping Wang Tao. This useless person is of no use. Bringing him along will only be a burden. If you want to bring him, then we'll have to split up, Yifeng threatened. Okay then. Chen Zhihua reluctantly nodded. And so, the five of them began to prepare. Yifeng used a brown knife to cut some tree bark and wrapped it around his ankles, all the way down to below his knees. Why are you doing this? Suyun curiously asked. The forest is full of thorns. This way, it can protect our lower legs from getting scratched, Yifeng explained. The other four started to imitate him. An hour later, the four of them had wrapped their lower legs. Suyun, who cared more about her appearance, not only wrapped her lower legs but also wrapped the bark around her wrists. Let's go! Yifeng picked up the only wooden spear and led the way, while Chen Zhihua dragged the luggage behind. This was a tropical island, with thorns and weeds covering the ground, mostly consisting of stiff wood and evergreen trees. Fortunately, Yifeng had taken precautions in advance, otherwise these thorns would have scraped their legs until they bled. So tired. After leading the way for a while, Yifeng was drenched in sweat. Let's take turns leading. You are an important person and shouldn't tire yourself out, Suyun said, and took the lead. However, Yifeng stopped her and said to Chen Zhihua, you go ahead. Chen Zhihua was about to nod when suddenly, they heard rustling sounds behind them. Oh no, is it a spotted hyena? The five of them quickly gathered together. They saw the weeds being pushed aside, revealing Wang Tao, that useless person. When he saw the rest of the group, his eyes turned red. I woke up just now and found myself alone on the beach. Why did you leave me behind? Why? Whoa! Wang Tao was really furious, gritting his teeth and shouting. He was truly scared just now. Yi Feng was so angry that he coughed up blood. He didn't expect to be caught up by Wang Tao, this useless person. Shut up, or you'll attract carnivorous animals, Yi Feng scolded angrily. Wang Tao quickly covered his mouth. He couldn't hold back earlier because he was too desperate. You came at the right time, go ahead and clear the way, Yi Feng pointed ahead. Why should I? It was definitely your bad idea earlier, and now you want me to clear the way? Wang Tao angrily retorted. You won't clear the way? Next time I'll leave you behind because you have no value, Yi Feng said coldly. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and finally went ahead to clear the way. But this guy didn't have any protection on his legs, and soon they were covered in blood from the sharp thorns. After walking another 2 miles deeper into the jungle, Yi Feng's expression changed and he pointed to the left. Wang Tao, clear the way to the left. There should be a water source there. Because wild bamboo appeared on the left, bamboo likes water, so there might be a water source there. Don't underestimate 2 miles in the jungle, it's equivalent to 20 miles in civilized society, because they have to clear the way and guard against poisonous snakes in the grass and venomous insects falling from the trees. They walked for about an hour, sweating profusely. Especially by Guifan, her sweat soaked her clothes tightly against her body, exposing her voluptuous figure in the air. It's so hot, Wang Tao, clear the way faster, Suyin urged. Wang Tao was furious in his heart, waiting for an opportunity to get back at that bitch. After another 20 minutes, Wang Tao finally approached the wild bamboo. Yi Feng listened carefully, and it seemed like there was the sound of flowing water behind the bamboo. There's water ahead, he rushed over and pushed aside 2 wild bamboo shoots. On the other side of the bamboo, a clear and flowing stream appeared. The water was clear and clean, and there were countless trout struggling upstream. The others also came over, looking ahead with delight. Ha, great, I haven't bathed in days, Suyin stumbled and rushed over, cupping the stream water and taking a sip. Feng, come here, this stream water is sweet, Suyin beckoned to Yi Feng. Thump, Wang Tao jumped into the stream with one swift step, and the originally clear stream instantly became muddy. Ah, it's really refreshing. I almost got heatstroke from clearing the way just now. Wang Tao rolled around in the stream, turning the downstream water into mud. Yi Feng really wanted to beat him with a stick, but this useless person still had some value in clearing the way, so he decided to keep him for now and let him be cannon fodder when danger arises. Let's go, upstream. The 5 of them walked 10 meters upstream. Yi Feng took a sip of the stream water. It was indeed sweet. It should be a small stream formed by the gathering of mountain spring water, rich in various minerals. Suyin put her cute tender feet in the stream and kicked up water splashes, suddenly leaning close to Yi Feng's ear and said something. Yi Feng's eyes widened and he quickly held onto his pants. He. Suyin burst into a laughter like silver bells. Bai Guifan stood in the stream, pulling up her skirt to reveal her fair legs, slowly washing them with the stream water. After washing, she gave Yi Feng a meaningful look. Yi Feng took a deep breath and began to survey the surrounding terrain. Animals would come to drink water near the water source at night, so this place was even more dangerous. Everyone, wash yourselves quickly. 3 hours later, we will continue to go deeper into the forest and see if we can find a cave or crevice, Yi Feng said loudly. Ah, really? We have to keep going? The 3 women immediately refused. Women love cleanliness and can't resist moving forward when they see fresh water. Wang Tao sneered and walked up from downstream. Yi Feng, have you gone crazy? We finally found a water source and now you want to mess around. I think you're addicted to being a leader. He secretly resented Yi Feng's mischief and finally found an opportunity for revenge. It's not safe near the water source. We need to find a cave to defend against spotted hyenas, Yi Feng said. Sometimes, a professional explanation can be pale. Okay, you go find your cave, but we're staying here. Wang Tao claimed ownership of Su Yun and the other 3, wanting to isolate Yi Feng using the same method. At this moment, Su Yun couldn't help but ask with a dissatisfied expression, Ah Feng, we finally found a water source, can't we just stay here? You don't know, some carnivorous animals like to come to the water source to drink at night, so places with water sources are even more dangerous, Yi Feng finally explained. Upon hearing this, the 3 women trembled and looked around with fearful eyes. Wang Tao, the useless one, immediately fell silent and hurriedly moved closer to the crowd. Then we'll go behind that rock to wash up. Su Yun finished speaking and went with Chen Li and her daughter behind the rock. Yi Feng also sat in the creek and started scrubbing off the dirt. It had been a few days since they last bathed, and they were indeed dirty. Chen Zhihua took the initiative to come over and help Yi Feng scrub his back. Now he understood that Wang Tao was just a braggart, and Yi Feng was more reliable. Uncle, can you help me scrub too? Wang Tao shouted from the side. Isn't there a tree? Use the bark to scrub yourself. Chen Zhihua said calmly. Me? Wang Tao could only do as he was told. Yi Feng enjoyed the back scrubbing service while his gaze wandered behind the rock, imagining the 3 women bathing naked. His heart was filled with longing. Behind the rock, occasional laughter from Su Yun and Chen Li could be heard. Then, 3 clean clothes were thrown onto the rock to dry. Chen Jihua, let's wash our shirts and pants too. Just wear underwear. After saying that, Yi Feng put his shirt and pants in the water and used a stick to beat them. Su Yun and the 3 women were still behind the rock, waiting for their clothes to dry. They couldn't just run out naked, right? Yi Feng's mind wandered, hoping that a spotted hyena would appear now. Then, the 3 women behind the rock would definitely come closer to him. Ah! Just then, a scream came from behind the rock. Yi Feng was startled and didn't care about anything else as he rushed over in his underwear. Wife, are you okay? Don't come over, don't. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Feng had already circled around the rock and was now staring at the 3 women with his green eyes. They were all squatting in the water, with only their heads exposed. As for the rest of their bodies, they were submerged in water. Are you still looking? Su Yun scolded lightly. However, Bai Guifen's gaze shifted, and she moved her body upwards. The creek water was originally very clear, and Yi Feng could almost see the shapes of all 3 women. Close your eyes. Su Yun was a little angry. Yi Feng quickly closed his eyes. I heard you scream just now and thought you encountered a hyena. Yi Feng explained, protecting his lower abdomen with his hands. That's not it. Just now, a yellow eel suddenly swam over, and we thought it was a snake. Su Yun said. Indeed, a yellow eel had just swam over, almost slipping in. Then I can rest assured. I'll leave now. Yi Feng said, preparing to turn around and leave. Wait, go get that suitcase, there are clothes inside, right? Su Yun suddenly stopped Yi Feng. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat. There were indeed clothes inside, but they were all lingerie. Did the 3 women want to wear them? Okay. Yi Feng walked briskly downstream and dragged the pink suitcase over. Then, he heard the sound of the suitcase being opened behind the rock, along with the women's exclamations. With such little fabric, what can it cover? Chen Li said dissatisfied. Might as well not wear anything. Bai Guifen's voice came through. Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement in his heart and sat down obediently downstream, ready to enjoy the fashion show. At this moment, he noticed that Wang Tao was also sneakily looking behind the rock. Wang Tao, go pick up some dry firewood from the bamboo forest. I'll need it to grill the fish later. Yi Feng pointed to the bamboo forest. He didn't want Wang Tao, this useless person, to have a feast for his eyes. You? Wang Tao's eyes flashed with resentment, but he still obediently went to the bamboo forest. Feng, what's the name of the fish here? It looks so plump and delicious. Chen Jihua pointed to the trout in the water. This is called a trout. They migrate to the inland river every year to spawn, Yi Feng said. I didn't expect you to know so much, Chen Jihua praised. I don't know as much as your good son-in-law, he's a champion. Stop talking, you go gather firewood, I'll go catch fish, and Wang Tao can collect dry branches. Let's divide the tasks and work together. After saying that, Yi Feng picked up the only spear and aimed at the trout in the water. Chen Jihua stood awkwardly by the side. Yi Feng muttered to himself while catching fish. He remembered that trout lived in the cold zone, but this was clearly a tropical rainforest. After catching 6 fish and returning, Chen Jihua still hadn't started the fire. Yi Feng had to do it himself. Just then, Bai Guifan walked out, but she seemed a bit reserved. Hiss! Yi Feng's hand, which was rubbing the fire, stopped immediately. He saw Bai Guifan wearing a thin veil, revealing her snow-white thighs and voluptuous figure. Chen Jihua couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted angrily, What nonsense! Who told you to come out like this? Hurry up and change back. Bai Guifan was a little shy at first, but when she heard this, she got angry too. Change into what? Those clothes haven't dried yet. Wait until they're dry. But if you dress like this, won't you make a phone laugh? Chen Jihua stomped his feet in frustration. Yi Feng awkwardly averted his gaze, realizing that he had been too focused just now. What's there to be afraid of? I'm his elder, he won't have any improper thoughts about me, Bai Guifan said, not caring about it. She sat down next to Yi Feng, emitting a mature woman's aura. Yi Feng blushed and increased the speed of rubbing the fire. Puff! The small flame finally appeared, and Yi Feng quickly made the fire bigger. Feng, you're amazing, Bai Guifan laughed. Oh, Yi Feng squatted on the ground and didn't dare to stand up, otherwise his pants would look ridiculous. Behind the rock, Su Yun and Chen Li glanced at each other and felt too embarrassed to go out. If they went out, wouldn't they be seen through? Mom, what should I do? Should I just stay in the water? Chen Li shouted. Daughter, it's up to you. If you want to come out, come out. If you don't want to, wait until your clothes are dry, Bai Guifan said indifferently. She had let go of her mindset and handed the freedom to her daughter. In the end, the two girls couldn't wipe away their embarrassment and could only stay in the water. Fortunately, the sun had come out, and in less than 2 hours, their clothes would dry. Only 3 people were left at the campfire. Bai Guifan suddenly had an idea. Old man, Wang Tao hasn't come back with the firewood. Maybe something happened to him. Hurry up and check on him. Yi Feng and I can roast the fish here. Right. Chen Jihua slapped his forehead, took the wooden spear, and rushed into the bamboo forest. Only Yi Feng and Bai Guifan were left in place. Bai Guifan quietly looked behind the rock, made sure no one was there, and then sat close to Yi Feng, her watery eyes looking at his pants. Yifeng, thank you for providing us with food. Auntie has nothing to repay you with. If you want, later, find an opportunity to take me upstream, away from them. I'll wash it very clean, Bai Guifan said, exhaling a mature woman's breath from her mouth. Yifeng groaned, feeling like his pants were about to explode. Don't do this, okay? Yifeng swallowed his saliva. What are you afraid of? I've had surgery, you can do whatever you want. After you're done, wash it clean. No one will find out. I know you used to sneak a peek at me from behind, did I not know? This is a deserted island, don't be too polite, Bai Guifan said, throwing a seductive glance. Auntie, let's talk about this after we finish eating the fish. My mind is really confused right now, Yifeng said with difficulty, almost agreeing directly. It's okay, don't worry. Only heaven and earth, you and I know about it secretly. I can give you a little something sweet. Look, my figure is not worse than those female college students, right? You can take some interest now, no one will see, Bai Guifan said, leaning closer. The thin veil couldn't hide her beauty at all. Yifeng couldn't resist anymore. Just then, Wang Tao's voice came from the bamboo forest. Uncle, I must have been too tired and fell asleep just now, so don't blame me. Ah, why are you so useless? Can't even accomplish anything, can fall asleep even when picking up firewood. As the words fell, the two of them came back. Only Chen Jihua was holding a small bundle of firewood. Yifeng and Bai Guifan had already separated, pretending to chat about some irrelevant topics. Ah Feng, can you help me insert this? I don't have enough strength. Bai Guifan held a branch and wanted to insert it into the fish's belly. Oh, Yifeng helped Bai Guifan insert it, and finally it went in. Chen Jihua looked at the warm scene of the two and smiled. His wife was still amazing, skilled in socializing. As long as she was there, Yifeng would help him catch fish to eat. The fish was finally grilled, and the fragrance spread. The two women behind the stone sniffed. Suzone, let's put on our outer clothes first. As for the underwear, it hasn't completely dried yet, so let it continue to dry. Shenli suggested. Won't it be noticeable? Su Yun resisted. If there was only Yifeng outside, she could even not wear anything, but with Chen Jihua and Wang Tao, she was reluctant. It's okay, just hunch your back, it won't be noticeable. Chenli chuckled and put on her outer clothes. Su Yun's stomach growled, so she had to obediently do as told. Yifeng arranged several grilled fish and then shouted behind the stone, Wife, come out quickly. Just as he said a few words, Yifeng's eyes widened. The two women had already walked out from behind the stone. They walked with hunched backs, but their chests still swayed. Although it couldn't be seen clearly, there were some outlines. Not good. Yifeng quickly stood up, blocking Wang Tao and Chen Jihua's gaze. Chen Jihua, Wang Tao, eat the fish with your backs to the fire. Without my permission, you're not allowed to turn around. Yifeng said. Chen Jihua promptly turned his back, but Wang Tao had an unwilling expression. Why? Shenli is my girlfriend, why can't I look? If you insist on looking, I'll throw you away next time. Yifeng threatened. Wang Tao could only turn his back. He now only wanted to kill Yifeng. Su Yun and Shenli saw the two men turn their backs, and finally walked out with their heads held high. Yifeng's eyes turned red instantly. These three women, only Yifeng could appreciate them. Wang Tao didn't deserve it. Let's eat the fish. They're all grilled for you. Yifeng pointed to the fish on the ground. However, Bai Guifen's eyes lit up. She tore off a piece of fish, blew on it with her sexy red lips, and then handed it to Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng. Su Yun was still there. Bai Guifen was too bold, right? Ah Feng, we're all relying on you, so it's only natural for you to serve us. Eat it. I've cooled it down. Bai Guifen smiled and said, every move showing the charm of a mature woman. Shenli saw her mother's style and also understood that without Yifeng, they would all be doomed. So she also tore off a piece of fish, blew on it, and handed it to Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng swallowed his saliva. He really wanted to eat it, but he had to consider Su Yun's face, right? Sure enough, Su Yun's expression changed, and she grabbed Yifeng's arm. For a moment, Yifeng clearly felt Su Yun's softness. Unlike Bai Guifen, who was soft and hot, she was soft with resilience. Alright, you guys eat by yourselves, I'll let Su Yun serve me. Yifeng could only reluctantly refuse. Bai Guifen didn't feel jealous, she laughed lightly and started eating. Only Chenli had a displeased expression. In the past, Yifeng was my lapdog, why is he now being monopolized by Su Yun? Su Yun felt sweet in her heart. See, as long as I serve Yifeng, it proves that I am irreplaceable in his heart. So, she also tore off a piece of fish and fed it to Yifeng in the gentlest way. Yifeng felt delighted. He didn't expect that even the arrogant female CEO would compete to serve him after being stranded on a deserted island. Wang Tao was eating fish with his back turned, but he overheard their conversation. He hated it, he was angry. Why? How can a loser like you be favored by three beautiful women at the same time? And me, a wealthy second generation, can't even get a glance? Chen Jihua, on the other hand, didn't mind. He thought that Bai Guifen was just trying to please Yifeng for food and didn't think there was anything between them. The fish was quickly eaten, and the clothes were mostly dry. The three women changed their clothes and put on their underwear. Now that we're full and satisfied, it's time to look for the cave. Wang Tao, you go ahead and lead the way, Yifeng said. Yes, Feng Ji. Wang Tao suddenly became docile. Bai Guifeng looked at Ji Feng and suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, I think we should split up and search separately, 2 people in each group, going upstream and downstream. The last 2 will stay here to coordinate the overall situation, right, Ah Feng? After speaking, Bai Guifeng threw a flirtatious glance. Yi Feng's heart suddenly felt hot. He had to admit that his mother-in-law was right. Splitting up would increase the chances of finding the cave. Of course, he only had the cave in mind. There couldn't be any other thoughts. And Bai makes sense. Let's do it this way. I'll assign the tasks. Shen Jihuan and Wang Tao will search downstream for the cave. Su Yun and Chen Li will stay here, and Aunt Bai and I will go upstream. Does everyone agree? Yi Feng asked. Chen Jihua frowned and said, Ah Feng, how about my wife and I go together, and you go with Wang Tao? Yi Feng blushed and was about to agree, but Bai Guifeng preempted him. Can Ah Feng and Wang Tao get along? I'm afraid they'll start fighting before they even find the cave. But it's different for you and Wang Tao. You have a good relationship. You can get along, and my relationship with Ah Feng is also good now. We can get along too. Wife, you're good at coordinating. Chen Jihua agreed and led Wang Tao to search downstream. Bai Guifeng looked at the blushing Yi Feng and said, Let's go, Ah Feng. I'll take you to find a cave. It would be even better if there's water nearby. Alright. Yi Feng raised his butt and walked upstream with Bai Guifeng. Indeed, there needed to be a water source near the cave, so they wouldn't have to go far for water in the future, making it convenient for bathing and drinking. The 2 walked upstream along the creek, and there were many animal footprints and feces along the creek. It was evident that it was more dangerous near the water source. Bai Guifeng walked ahead, her plump buttocks swaying gently, while Yi Feng followed behind, with 30% of his attention focused on the bamboo forest on the bank. After walking for a while, Bai Guifeng suddenly turned around and looked downstream. The figures of Su Zong and his daughter had completely disappeared. She didn't have anything to hide, so she directly looked at Yi Feng's pants. In the next moment, she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with a hint of excitement. Yi Feng felt somewhat proud. When he was a child, he was already the pride of the whole village when he bathed in the river. As an adult, it was needless to say, he could almost go abroad and see the world. When he was with Chen Li back then, she begged him every day. Ah Feng, do you want it in the water or on the bank? I think it would be better in the water. Bai Guifeng looked at Yi Feng with eager eyes. However, Yi Feng suddenly looked towards the bamboo forest. For some reason, he felt movement in the bamboo forest. Aunt, let's keep going upstream. It's not safe here, Yi Feng hinted. However, Bai Guifeng misunderstood Yi Feng. She thought that Yi Feng was afraid that her voice was too loud and would be heard by Su Yun downstream. Okay, Auntie will listen to you. After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked upstream. Yi Feng felt more and more wrong. Since eating that white fruit, he felt that his sixth sense had improved a lot. There seemed to be something monitoring him in the bamboo forest just now. Stop! Yi Feng stopped Bai Guifeng. Bai Guifeng was already very uncomfortable. When she heard this, she directly grabbed Yi Feng's pants. Ah, that's not what I meant. You? Yi Feng felt relieved, but his rationality made him push away Bai Guifeng's hand. He leaned close to Bai Guifeng's ear and whispered, I feel like there's something watching us in the forest, so I pretended to go to the bamboo forest to see if there's anything to discover. After listening to Yi Feng's words, Bai Guifeng also felt at a loss. Could it be my husband? Probably not, just wait here. After speaking, Yi Feng picked up a wooden spear and walked towards the bamboo forest. Sure enough, there was a patch of flattened weeds and a series of human footprints. He followed the footprints and suddenly looked at a 2-meter-high patch of weeds. Who? Come out, or I'll shoot you with the spear. After speaking, Yi Feng raised the spear. Ah, no, don't shoot. A terrified voice sounded, and a ragged girl ran out. Yi Feng took a closer look. This girl was probably 14 or 15 years old. Her short skirt was torn, her socks were torn, and her knees were bleeding. Were you spying on me just now? Yi Feng put down the spear. This girl had a baby face, chubby cheeks, and looked cute. But at this moment, her face was only filled with fear. Why didn't you come out and join me? Yi Feng asked. I was afraid you were a bad person. Unexpectedly, this little girl was young but very cautious. It was not her fault either. She was originally washed ashore with a bald man. The first day or two were fine. The bald uncle took care of her and helped her catch fish to eat. But after the third day, the bald man changed. His eyes looked strange at her. Then she ran into the forest, and the bald man chased after her. It was only last night that she finally got rid of the strange bald uncle. Don't worry, I'm a good person. Come, follow me. Looking at this cute little girl, Yi Feng genuinely liked her. The little girl hesitated for a moment but still followed Yi Feng out. Bai Guifeng had been observing the bamboo forest and saw Yi Feng coming out with a flashlight cannon. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of despair. Just now, she was itching like crazy, and judging from the situation, it seemed like it wouldn't happen again. Mother-in-law, I didn't expect to find another companion. She's also pitiful. If we don't help her, she will die. Yi Feng said. Okay, Bai Guifeng sighed. Little sister, the 3 of us will walk upstream for a while to see if we can find a cave or a crevice. We'll come back in an hour, and I'll roast fish for you. Yi Feng showed a loving smile like a father. After all, this little girl was too cute. Oh, the little girl was very sensitive and felt that Yifeng was not a bad person, at least not like that bald uncle. Next, the little girl obediently led the way, leaving Yifeng and BEGS alone. BEGS immediately walked side by side with Yifeng. "Offing, I originally wanted to give it to you, but now there's no way." BEGS pressed her hot skin against Yifeng, making his pants look even worse. "Don't do this, now I need to save my energy to find a cave. If you really want to, let's wait until we settle down, at that time, I'll have plenty of time," Yifeng said. He also became more open-minded. After all, on this deserted island, there were no laws or morals. You could do whatever you wanted. Yes, then you will have time. Did you see that little girl ahead? Your waist is about 1/3 the size of hers. By then, you will be able to do it too, and I will help you persuade her. BEGS suddenly said. She was afraid that Yifeng would not cooperate with her, so she gave him a little hope. In civilized society, she cared about her reputation because everyone around her was familiar. But on the deserted island, she could no longer suppress the burning desire in her heart, and she also relied on Yifeng to support her. Yifeng's face suddenly changed. "Auntie, don't talk nonsense. She's just a child. If you keep saying things like this, I will get angry." He still had principles. "Alright, I understand. You young people can't let go." In ancient times, many girls got married at 13 or 14. This is a deserted island, so you don't need to bring up the rules of civilized society. BEGS approached again. She could sense that Yifeng had such thoughts in his heart. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Yifeng, in order to cover up the embarrassment, went forward and changed the subject. They walked upstream for a full 5 kilometers before Yifeng stopped. He finally found the source of the stream. A waterfall flowed down from halfway up the mountain, and next to the waterfall, there was a huge crevice. "Let's go. This crevice should serve as a resting place." Yifeng was delighted and led the two girls towards the crevice. The further they went, the narrower it became. After walking 10 meters, they couldn't squeeze in anymore, but this 10-meter space was enough to accommodate all of them, although they had to sleep squeezed together because it was very narrow. "Hey, what's this?" The little girl suddenly picked up a helmet. Yifeng quickly took a look. The helmet had turned dark green and it was impossible to see its original appearance. "This looks a bit like the helmet of a German soldier during World War II. Yifeng secretly wondered, could it be that the German troops had been on this island in the past? Great, Yifeng, this helmet can be used as a cooking pot to boil water and make fish soup. BEGS' eyes lit up. Then let's keep it. Let's go back and call the others. We'll settle here from now on." Yifeng, with the two girls, walked quickly downstream. Just as they had walked a mile, his face suddenly changed. He pressed the two girls down into his arms and crouched in the grass. They saw a huge black bear licking water by the stream, its paraphyses yellow eyes alert to its surroundings. "Don't make a sound." Yifeng covered the girls' mouths, otherwise they would scream. After the black bear licked the water for a while, it crossed the stream and disappeared into the bamboo forest on the other side. Yifeng waited for another 10 minutes before standing up from the grass. From this moment on, he realized the danger on the deserted island. The three of them didn't look too good. "Let's go." Yifeng continued walking downstream, but he wasn't as bold as before. Finally, when they returned, they saw that Wang Tao and Chen Jihua had already come back. That useless Wang Tao was there gnashing his teeth and saying something, clearly unable to change his habit of eating shit. "Yifeng, you're finally back." Su Yun threw herself into Yifeng's arms. "Wife, it's great. I was so worried just now." Chen Jihua also wanted to hug BEGS, but she pushed him away. "I'm tired. I want to sit for a while." She sat down by the bonfire. At this time, Wang Tao suddenly brightened up and walked towards the little girl. "Little sister, you look familiar. Are you also from the cruise ship?" Wang Tao, this useless person, had a gleam in his eyes, staring the little girl to hide behind BEGS. The group sat around the bonfire, and Yifeng told everyone about the black bear incident. "Now, everyone should understand our situation, right? So from now on, let's not have any infighting, especially Wang Tao. Regardless of anything, we will put our past conflicts behind us. At least on this deserted island, we need to work together." Yifeng said sincerely. He couldn't afford to worry about so many things anymore. Wang Tao's eyes turned, and then he pretended to look sincerely at Yifeng. "Brother Feng, from now on we will listen to you, you are our leader." Yifeng nodded and looked at the little girl again. "My name is Yifeng, what's your name?" I'm Ding Tuanchuan." "Put." Yifeng almost laughed out loud. "What a cute name, it matches her appearance quite well. She has a baby face with 2 chubby cheeks." "Don't laugh at me." Ding Tuanchuan frowned cutely. Okay, I won't laugh. Let's all introduce ourselves." Next, everyone introduced themselves to Ding Tuanchuan. "Yifeng, should we go to that cave now?" Su Yun asked. "Wait, before we set off, let's make some weapons first." After speaking, Yifeng started to get busy. Growing up in a martial village, Yifeng was skilled in making cold weapons. What surprised him was that Wang Tao actually took the initiative to help fold bamboo. It seems like he has really turned over a new leaf. In no time, Yifeng made 7 bamboo spears, sharpened at the front with sharp stones. Then, he also made a bow and arrows, a total of 10 bamboo arrows. You're amazing. Suyun looked at Yifeng's bow and arrows and couldn't help but praise. Yifeng felt pleased and bent the bow, aimed at a tree in the distance. Swish! The bamboo arrow pierced into the tree, but only about 3 centimeters deep. It would be enough to deal with small to medium-sized animals, as long as they didn't encounter large carnivorous animals like tigers or bears. Let's go, Wang Tao. Who will lead the way? Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but still let Wang Tao decide for himself. Brother Feng, of course it's me leading the way, haven't I always been doing that? After speaking, Wang Tao took the bamboo spear and walked ahead, with the others following closely behind. Yifeng took down the bow and arrows, remaining vigilant of the bamboo forest on the shore. As long as there were carnivorous animals, he would hit the bullseye from 100 steps away. Carnivorous animals were masters of disguise. They generally didn't hunt their prey head-on, preferring to hide in ambush. So once they launched an attack, it usually meant biting the throat, and by then it would be too late to save anyone. Ding Tuanchuan kept pulling on Yifeng's clothes, like a little follower. Although she was young, the weaker one is, the more they can sense the presence of a stronger one. Finally, they heard the sound of a waterfall. Shenli looked to the side and her face turned red instantly. It was because the cracks in the rocks next to it were too indecent. Ah Feng, look at these cracks, there's grass and water, it's simply the best habitat. Bai Guifan suddenly said, her gaze fixed on Yifeng's pants. However, she was disappointed this time, her teasing didn't work, Yifeng's pants remained intact. Having just a cave is not enough, we need to cut down a few trees and make a door for the entrance. This way, it can serve as a deterrent and alarm. Yifeng said seriously. Ever since he saw that black bear, he hasn't been feeling well. Even if they were going to enjoy themselves, safety had to be ensured first. But we don't have an axe, how do we cut down the trees? Wang Tao said, his face turning red. He had just boasted earlier that he was an expert in jungle survival. Yifeng didn't discourage him, instead, he walked around the surroundings and suddenly picked up a stone from the stream. These stones are constantly washed by water all year round, they are as sharp as knives. Now, I want everyone to work together and use these sharp stones to cut down the trees. With more people, there is more strength. Then, we can make the thicker tree trunks into suitable pieces of wood. As for how to make the door, leave it to me, Yifeng said. So, the group of people quickly started chopping down trees. As for Yifeng, he started making measurements with vines. In the countryside, Yifeng had also learned some carpentry knowledge. A skilled carpenter could build a wooden house without using a single nail, using mortise and tenon joints. Ah! Just at that moment, Ding Tuanchuan's scream came from the forest. Yifeng was startled and rushed in immediately. He saw her covering her mouth, pointing at the half of a corpse on the ground. Yifeng also took a sharp breath. This is a mummy, half of its body buried in decaying leaves, only the upper half exposed. Moreover, it is wearing tattered clothes. Yifeng took a deep breath and picked up a rotten old rifle from beside the corpse. The rifle was no longer usable, completely decayed, but the bayonet on it could still be sharpened and used. Yifeng took off the bayonet and examined it closely. Others also gathered around, looking at the mummy in horror. This body has been here for quite a few years, right? Shen Jihua said with a pale face. It has been dead for at least several decades, but due to the geographical environment here, the body did not decompose, only dried up by the wind, Yifeng said, cleaning the dirt off the bayonet. Despite the passage of time, the bayonet had only a small amount of corrosion, and with some sharpening, it might still be usable. Is this the body of a soldier? Wang Tao walked over. Can you tell which country's soldier it is? Yifeng asked. Not quite sure, but it looks a bit like a soldier from the European region, Wang Tao said. Yifeng nodded. Men all liked military knowledge, and he was no exception. Judging from the tattered clothing on the body, it should be a German soldier from World War II. In other words, this bayonet was also made in Germany. It should be noted that during World War II, Germany's metallurgical technology was the best in the world, which is why this bayonet could be preserved. This is strange. How could a German end up on this island? Yifeng said, suppressing his disgust and turning the body over, revealing a waste bag. I'll keep this waste bag for now, it can be used to carry things. The rest of you can continue working, don't waste time, Yifeng urged. So, everyone went back to work. As the leader, Yifeng sat next to the corpse and used the bayonet to open the buckle of the waste bag. The iron buckle had long been connected by rust and had to be pried open. When he opened it, inside was a box of useless rotten bullets, a small black leather notebook, and an iron box. Yifeng first opened the notebook to take a look, hoping to figure out the latitude and longitude of the deserted island. However, it was all in German, and he didn't recognize a single word. Su Zong, come over here, Yifeng called. No, you come over to this side of the cave. I feel uncomfortable seeing that corpse. Helplessly, Yifeng walked over and handed the notebook to Su Yun. Didn't you study in Europe? Do you know German? Yifeng asked. However, Su Yun only glanced at it and handed the notebook back. Don't know. Yifeng. Keep working. They worked until nightfall, and they only managed to fell one tree, but it was enough because the branches of this tree were thick enough to make a door. As night fell, the 7 of them gathered around the campfire to roast and eat fish. When resting at night, one person stays on guard while the others all hide in the cave to rest. It's a bit crowded, but there's no other way because some carnivorous animals are good at ambushing, Yifeng said, spitting out a fishbone. The others looked fearful and nodded. After eating the fish, everyone didn't feel sleepy and wandered around the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, Suyun waved at Yifeng. Feng, come with me. Yifeng's eyes widened and he quickly followed. After walking about a mile downstream, Suyun suddenly hugged Yifeng and kissed him directly. She now felt a sense of crisis, and based on a woman's intuition, she felt that Bai Guifeng and Chen Li were competing for Yifeng. So, Suyun didn't want to lose her unique position in Yifeng's heart. Yifeng felt that Suyun was probably inexperienced, clumsy, but sweet and delicious. In no time, Suyun's whole body went weak because while Yifeng was kissing, his hands started to become restless and went straight into her clothes. Just as Yifeng was about to reach into her skirt, Suyun panicked and quickly held his hand. Feng, not here. Let's wait until we return to civilization, then you can break through the final barrier, okay? Suyun said. If you get pregnant on a deserted island, it would be life-threatening. There are no nurses or hospitals here, and there is no comfortable environment for the baby to grow. Are you saying that as long as we don't cross the final line, we can do anything? Yifeng suddenly became excited. Although Suyun is not as good at playing as Bai Guifeng, she is young and beautiful, sweet and delicious. Suyun shyly lowered her head. Yifeng suddenly became excited and hugged Suyun tightly. His rough, dark hands wandered freely on her fair skin. No, this is not right. If you continue like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself either. Suyun breathed in the fragrance, her eyes almost filled with tears. Not being able to control is just right. Yifeng smirked. He was influenced by Bai Guifeng and let himself go completely. This is a deserted island. It doesn't need civilization. Just savagery is enough. No, really, Feng, we can't do that. We can't. Wait, I suddenly remembered. There's a word I recognize in that little book. Suyun quickly changed the subject. Yifeng's body stiffened and he finally looked up. Oh, what word do you recognize? Yifeng asked. It seems to be called the Institute of Hybrid Research of Animals and Plants. Suyun finished speaking and quickly covered her chest. During World War II, the Germans had many research institutes. Could this deserted island be one of Germany's research institutes? I knew it. Why did animals from different regions gather here? It's possible that they were transported here by someone. Yifeng seemed to have figured out one point. Let's go back. Suyun had already put on her clothes. Her eyes were full of autumn water. Okay, let's go. Yifeng finished speaking and walked forward quickly. Behind him, Suyun had a conflicted expression on her face. When they returned to the cave, the 3 women had already fallen asleep. Only Wang Tao and Chen Jihua were at the entrance of the cave. Brother Feng is back. I've decided, I'll keep watch tonight. After all, there are only 3 of us men. Uncle Chen is old and can't stay up late, and you are our leader. How can you keep watch? Wang Tao said, trying to please. His change was too sudden. Okay, Wang Tao, actually I have something to apologize to you for. I shouldn't have used the devil pepper to harm you. Don't take it to heart. Although Yifeng didn't know what Wang Tao was planning, he still said, you don't have to say that. I've already forgotten about it. Hurry up and rest. I'll keep watch outside tonight. Wang Tao smiled. Tao, I'll keep watch with you. Although I'm old, I'm reliable. Chen Jihua said. No need, really no need. Why not? Let Chen Jihua keep watch with you. Yifeng gave the order, and Wang Tao could only reluctantly comply. As for himself, of course, he had to rest in the cave. It must be said that women are very clean. The cave had been cleaned, and straw was spread on the ground. However, there was only a small area covered with straw. Does that mean he has to sleep in the middle of the 4 women? Who cares? Yifeng lay down on the straw and closed his eyes. And on his left side, he was next to Bai Guifeng. Bai Guifeng's body was hot, like a time bomb. Suyun hesitated for a moment, then crawled into Yifeng's arms, turning her back to him. He didn't know how long he had slept, but Yifeng felt that his back was soft. He turned his head and saw that Bai Guifeng was hugging him from behind. She tightly closed her eyes, as if it was an unconscious act. Yifeng had a strange thought in his mind, so he quietly reached out and unbuttoned one of Bai Guifeng's buttons. Seeing that scene, Yifeng took a deep breath and felt like his body was about to explode. Suyun suddenly turned over. Yifeng quickly buttoned up Bai Guifeng's clothes. Behind Bai Guifeng was Ding Tuanshuang. She had fallen into a deep sleep, her short skirt unintentionally pulled up to her stomach. Yifeng glanced at it, took a deep breath, and helped her pull the skirt back down. Ding Tuanshuan was still a child, he shouldn't think too much. Just as he was about to retract his hand, suddenly, Bai Guifeng slowly opened her eyes. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Bai Guifeng deliberately hugged his back. Shoo! Bai Guifeng suddenly made a gesture to be quiet, her eyes seductive. She leaned close to Yifeng's ear and whispered, they're all asleep now, I'll turn around, and we can secretly. No one will find out. Yifeng's whole body was excited, his breathing became rapid involuntarily. This Bai Guifan, she's too crazy, isn't she? Oh no, Xiaoli, wife, wake up. Just then, Chen Jiahua's voice came from outside the cave. Yi Feng was shocked and quickly got up. He saw a black bear spinning around by the bonfire, while Chen Jihua was using a bamboo spear to drive it away. Wang Tao screamed and threw the bamboo spear, running towards the forest. Quick, wake up everyone. Yi Feng didn't care about his ugly pants. He picked up a rusty dagger and rushed out. By now, Chen Jihua was already fighting with the black bear. It was more like resistance than a fight. With a swipe of its paw, the bamboo spear broke in two. Dad! Husband! Two screams. Bai Guifan and Chen Li had already woken up. Especially Chen Li. She was about to rush over to help regardless of the danger, but was stopped by Bai Guifan. What should we do, Yi Feng? Su Yun's face turned pale, tightly holding Yi Feng's arm. Yi Feng didn't say anything, but broke free from Su Yun and walked quickly towards the entrance of the cave. Don't go. Su Yun hugged Yi Feng's back. Any normal person could see that the black bear weighed almost a ton, and if a human went there, it would be like sending themselves to be eaten. Yes, big brother, don't go. Ding Tuanchuan also rushed over and grabbed Yi Feng's clothes. At this moment, the black bear was slowly forcing Chen Jihua towards the entrance of the cave. Dad, run to the side, don't confront it. Chen Li screamed. However, Chen Jihua turned his head and looked at his wife and daughter, suddenly filled with anger. Beast, I'll fight you. He picked up a torch and fiercely struck the black bear. The black bear didn't hold back either. It slapped his arm with a paw. Bang! His arm bent, and Chen Jihua fell to the ground, letting out a weak cry of pain. Yi Feng swallowed hard, feeling a bit nervous, but at this moment, he couldn't back down. Don't go. Su Yun held onto Yi Feng again. You all squeeze into the crevice. Try to squeeze as far inside as possible. The black bear's body is too big. It won't be able to squeeze in. Yi Feng pulled Su Yun's hand away and walked towards the outside. You bastard, come back quickly, don't go to your death. Su Yun cursed angrily from behind, but tears were streaming down her face. When the black bear saw Yi Feng, it suddenly stood up, reaching almost 3 meters high, and roared at him. Roar! The foul-smelling hot wind blew Yi Feng's hair straight. Chen Jihua, quickly run into the cave. Yi Feng shouted at Chen Jihua, jumped up, and aimed for the black bear's eyes. However, his accuracy was not enough, and he only stabbed the bear's face. The black bear retaliated with a backhand slap, sending Yi Feng flying off the ground. Put! Yi Feng covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, as if he had been hit by a truck. Damn it! Can't beat it! Although Yi Feng didn't defeat the black bear, he bought Chen Jihua a chance to escape. He had already run more than 10 meters downstream of the creek, but he refused to leave his wife and daughter behind. Run into the cave. Yi Feng covered his chest and rushed into the cave. Roar! The black bear's face had a bit of blood. As the king of the forest, it felt insulted, so it followed into the cave with earth-shaking steps. The entrance of the cave was wide, so it could easily squeeze in, but it became narrower the further inside it went. What are you four standing there for? Go inside, hurry! Yi Feng shouted. The 4 women then hurriedly squeezed towards the innermost part of the cave. Ding Tuanchuan's body is the smallest, so she goes first, followed by Su Yun, who has a slender figure. Chen Li has been developed by Yi Feng and has a slightly fuller figure, so she is in 3rd place. Finally, Bai Guifan has a larger buttocks, so she is squeezed into 4th place. Finally, the 4 women squeezed into the deepest part of the gap, and Yi Feng, unwilling to fall behind, squeezed in behind Bai Guifan. Because behind them is the big black bear, he has no choice but to squeeze in. When the black bear reached 8 meters, his huge body got stuck in the stone crack and couldn't squeeze in anymore. Yi Feng tightly pressed against Bai Guifan's back and let out a long sigh of relief. But in the next moment, he felt a movement behind Bai Guifan. In an instant, Yi Feng's pants looked ugly. Roar! The black bear, unwilling, squeezed his huge body forward, and the hot air from his mouth hit the back of Yi Feng's head. Can we still squeeze in? Yi Feng was terrified and could only use his waist to forcefully hit Bai Guifan's back, trying to squeeze the 4 women further inside. No, I'm going to be squeezed to death. There's no more space inside. Ding Tuanchuan's voice came from the innermost part. Yi Feng, don't treat my mom like that. Chen Li saw Yi Feng desperately hitting and couldn't help but scream. Yi Feng could only stop, his face full of embarrassment. However, the big black bear suddenly stretched out a meter-long arm and tried to grab Yi Feng's clothes. Damn it! Yi Feng had no choice but to continue to hit Bai Guifan inside. Bai Guifan's face turned red, biting her lip tightly. Yi Feng had no choice but to keep going inside. If he didn't, he would be caught by the black bear, and he would be doomed. But even so, it was too late. The bear's paw extended 10 centimeters and scratched Yi Feng's back. Splurt! The belt was cut off directly, and at the same time, Yi Feng felt a hot sensation on his buttocks, as if he was bleeding. Oh no! If I keep squeezing in, my butt will be torn apart. Yi Feng blushed and exerted all his strength to squeeze inside. Bai Guifan's whole body went limp. Yi Feng's pants, which had been cut open and no longer restrained by the belt, also fell down. If viewed from behind, this action was really ambiguous. After hitting for a while, Yi Feng felt that the 5 of them had squeezed in 10 centimeters, and the bear's paw could no longer reach him. Yi Feng tightly pressed against Bai Guifan, gasping for breath. Bai Guifan also breathed lightly, tears shimmering in her eyes, her body almost falling apart from Yi Feng's impact. Roar, roar, roar. Just at this moment, a low roar came from deep within the deserted island, and the broken stones above the cave fell with a clatter. After hearing this roar, the black bear actually ran away with its tail between its legs. Yi Feng confirmed that the black bear had gone far away, and then he finally relaxed, exhausted, and fell to the ground. Bai Guifan was also drenched in sweat, her body went limp, and she fell beside Yi Feng. The other women were also in discomfort, all lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Yi Feng felt a particularly heavy pain in his chest, and his buttocks were still bleeding. Exhausted and in pain, he suddenly fell asleep with his head tilted back, not even pulling up his pants. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Feng finally woke up and found himself lying flat at the entrance of the cave, and his pants had been pulled up by someone. "You're awake?" Bai Guifan walked over, her eyes full of concern. Su Yun, seeing Yi Feng wake up, suddenly pushed Bai Guifan away and put Yi Feng's head on her own thigh, her eyes filled with anger. Shenli didn't say anything, she hugged her knees and sulked. So, Yi Feng looked at Ding Tuanchuan's. This little cutie seemed to be paying attention to him, and when his gaze shot over, she quickly covered her eyes with both hands like a child. Yi Feng smiled and was about to get up, but his left chest suddenly felt a dull pain, even worse than when he was hit just now. "It's over, did I suffer internal injuries?" Panic flashed across Yi Feng's face. Suffering internal injuries on a deserted island would be fatal. "Yuner, where are Chen Jihua and Wang Tao?" Yi Feng asked. Su Yun was about to answer when the arrogant voice of Wang Tao came from downstream. "Ha ha ha, now your arm is also broken, and Yi Feng is also injured. So now, I am your boss, and you all have to listen to me. Tao, I have to say, when the black bear came just now, if you had stood with me, maybe we could have scared it away. Why did you run away directly?" As they spoke, the two revealed their figures. Wang Tao was holding a small dead fish in his hand, obviously without much gain. "Run away? How dare you say I ran away? I clearly wanted to lead the black bear away with my own body, but the bear didn't chase after me. What could I do?" Wang Tao finished speaking and immediately saw Yi Feng waking up. A hint of mockery flashed across his face as he roasted the dead fish over the fire. At that moment, the four women began to salivate. "Wang Tao, how come you only caught one fish? What are we going to eat?" Su Yun questioned. "All you think about is eating. Don't you know that it's tiring for me to catch fish? Now I'm the only intact man, so I'm going to eat this fish by myself. You won't die from a few meals of hunger." Wang Tao finished speaking and put the roasted fish in his mouth. Su Yun clenched her lips and suddenly looked at Ding Tuanchuan. "Tuanchuan, can you take care of Yi Feng for me and make sure no other women touch him? I'm going to catch fish." "Ah, me, take care of him?" Ding Tuanchuan's face turned red in an instant. "Yes, only when Yi Feng recovers can we have a way out," Su Yun said. "Well, alright then." Ding Tuanchuan walked over and sat next to Yi Feng, while Su Yun placed Yi Feng's head on her slender thigh as a pillow. Yi Feng immediately smelled a virgin fragrance, and he could tell that it was the scent of a virgin, which made him feel refreshed and delighted. "Oh, good boy. I'll catch some fish for you to eat later." Ding Tuanchuan didn't know how to take care of someone, so she recalled how her mother used to take care of her when she was young and tried to imitate it to comfort Yi Feng. Yi Feng found it amusing, but he still appreciated it. At this time, Wang Tao finished eating the fish and looked at Yi Feng again, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. "Little sister, don't be deceived by the pervert. That guy is a freak. He even has thoughts about his former mother-in-law. Do you think I don't know?" Wang Tao said coldly. "Shut up." Chen Jihua immediately reprimanded him. "I won't shut up. I will say it. Yi Feng, be honest with yourself. Do you want to get with Bai Guifan? After all, even though she's almost 40, her figure and temperament, which man wouldn't want?" Wang Tao continued. "Wang Tao, stop talking nonsense. I'm much older than Ah Feng, but he only respects me and doesn't have any other thoughts," Bai Guifan retorted, unable to save face, and joined in the reprimanding. "Hey, Aunt Bai, you know someone's face but not their heart. This kid is not honest in the company. He often sneaks a peek at President Su's figure. Do you think I don't know? So you all need to be on guard against him and not give him a chance." Wang Tao put on a concerned expression. "Stop talking. Ah Feng is not that kind of person." Chen Jiahua's face turned red and his neck thickened. If it weren't for his broken left arm, he would have wanted to rush over and beat up Wang Tao. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and slowly sat up. His left chest was in pain now, and he couldn't use his left hand. But even with just his right hand, dealing with Wang Tao, this waist, was no problem. "Wang Tao, if you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for beating you up." After speaking, Yi Feng stood up. "Ha ha, you, an injured person, are still so arrogant? Perfect, today I'll let you know who the real boss is." After speaking, Wang Tao clenched his fist and charged forward. As expected, Wang Tao was too useless. He couldn't even beat Yi Feng with just one hand. After 5 moves, he was once again lying on the ground, with another front tooth kicked out. "How about that? Do you submit?" Yi Feng stepped on Wang Tao's chest. Wang Tao was both shocked and angry. He didn't expect that Yi Feng, who was injured, could still overpower him. "I submit to your mother." Wang Tao was still not convinced. If you're not convinced, then I can only knock out all your teeth. After speaking, Yifeng picked up a stick and aimed it at Wang Tao's mouth. Ah, no! I give up, I give up, I give up, Wang Tao said, but his tone was full of resentment. Yifeng couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After all, this guy still had some news today. If you give up, then get up and turn these trees into suitable lengths of wood according to my requirements, Yifeng said coldly. Helpless, Wang Tao could only go and do manual labor. The lengths must be precise, not a centimeter off. A waist is a waist. Isn't there a measuring ruler I made next to you? Sharpen your mind a bit. Yifeng let one hand hang down while pointing at Wang Tao's nose with the other. Wow, Big Brother is so amazing. Ding Tuanchuan widened her eyes, shocked as she looked at Yifeng. She thought Yifeng couldn't beat Wang Tao, but she didn't expect him to defeat him with just one hand. Little girls admire strong people, and if Yifeng were her father, it would be great. Feeling proud, Yifeng straightened his chest. Ouch! He felt a slight pain in his left chest, but there was a strange energy inside him, repairing his internal injuries. Yifeng, come with me downstream, I have something to tell you. Just then, Chen Jihua spoke and then walked downstream on his own. Yifeng blushed, like a primary school student who had done something wrong, and followed him. After all, between him and Bai Guifan, although they hadn't actually done it yet, they were almost there, just one step away. After walking a dozen meters downstream, Chen Jihua sat down and pointed to a stone on the opposite side, motioning for Yifeng to sit down. Yifeng's mind raced, thinking of various excuses. Yifeng, you may not know, but for the past 10 years, your aunt and I have been sleeping in separate beds, so there's something I want to trouble you with, Chen Jihua said straight away. What is it? Yifeng looked at Chen Jihua warily. The problem with having an older husband and a younger wife is that when I'm able, she's not, and when I'm not able, she's like a tiger. Perhaps, it's fate. Seeing her suffer every night, I also feel sorry for her. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Jihua sighed deeply, hesitating to say more. I don't understand. Yifeng shook his head. Ah, to be honest, last year I even thought about finding a young man, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. You know your aunt's personality. She's a very honorable person. But now that we're on this deserted island, I can't let her be a widow anymore. Can you help me with this favor? But there's one condition, you can't tell anyone else, only I know, you know, and your aunt knows, especially not Xiao Li. Chen Jihua's intentions gradually became clear. Yifeng didn't say anything, looking at Chen Jihua with confusion. What on earth was this old guy talking about? Aunt Chen, what are you talking about? Yifeng asked in return. Don't you understand? I want you to find an opportunity to take care of your aunt. Look, just as I said this, your pants have become like this. Chen Jihua pointed at Yifeng's pants. Uncle, please don't talk nonsense. I'll just take it as a joke. Yifeng quickly covered his pants, feeling extremely embarrassed. Don't be shy, I know what you're thinking, but the only trouble is that your aunt will definitely not agree. After all, she is a virtuous woman, I understand her. Chen Jihua sighed. Yifeng almost laughed to death. Are you sure you understand your own wife? So I've come up with a plan. Tonight, when your aunt is asleep, I'll distract the others and leave you two alone. Chen Jihua said seriously, knowing that his wife had been a widow for a long time, but he couldn't do anything about it himself. Uncle, please stop talking. I might get angry if you continue. Yifeng looked embarrassed, feeling strange hearing these words from Chen Jihua's mouth. Yifeng, don't be shy. I have thought about this carefully. Originally, I wanted Wang Tao to help, but that useless guy ran away when he encountered a black bear yesterday. Only you bravely came out to save me. This is what you deserve. Besides, Aunt Bai also needs it. Why are you being polite? Chen Jihua shook his head. Uncle Chen, I still can't accept it. Yifeng felt some resistance in his heart. If he did this secretly with Bai Guifan, he might be able to accept it. But if Chen Jihua found out, it would be a bit embarrassing. Look! Chen Jihua pointed to Bai Guifan upstream and said in a tempting tone, although Aunt Bai is almost 40, her figure, her skin, are no different from a college student. Moreover, her body will not disappoint you. Yifeng remained silent, lowered his head, as if he had agreed. Ha ha, that's right. But there's a problem. Aunt Bai will definitely resist, so tonight, while she's asleep, I'll lead the others away. After it's done, even if she realizes it's not me, she won't be able to resist. Chen Jihua suddenly revealed a secret. Ha! Yifeng exhaled a long breath. This Chen Jihua is really skilled at this, making him unable to perform. Uncle Chen, the door hasn't been built yet. It's useless to talk about these things now. We should first fix the door and then figure out a way to go home when it's safe. Yifeng said. Ah, yes, I understand. We'll talk about it after the door is built. Chen Jihua smiled meaningfully. Men understand men the best, and he believed that Yifeng had that idea. By the way, uncle, is your arm broken or dislocated? Yifeng suddenly asked. He felt that Chen Jihua's arm didn't seem like it was broken, but more like it was dislocated. I don't know, can you tell? Chen Jihua asked. Let me try. After some effort, Yifeng endured the pain in his left chest and put Chen Jihua's dislocated bone back in place. He then used 3 branches to fix his left hand. After 3 days, when the bone was completely in place, it could be removed. Back at the camp, Wang Tao, who was slacking off, sped up again. At this moment, Bai Guifan suddenly stared at him with seductive eyes, secretly watching him behind her husband's back. Yi Feng was reminded of Chen Jiahua's words and quickly turned his head, afraid that he couldn't control himself. By the way, what was that roaring sound last night? It sounded like it came from more than 10 miles away, like a dinosaur. Chen Li asked. Swish! Everyone's attitudes suddenly became serious. The roaring sound last night was too terrifying. Was it an elephant? Ding Tuanchuan said. Because only an elephant's size could produce that level of roar. No, an elephant's sound is not like that. It's more like a tiger, but a tiger's roar couldn't scare away a black bear. It should be another kind of creature. Yi Feng pondered. He had originally wanted to become a king on this deserted island and live a life of luxury, but now he dismissed the idea and just wanted to go home safely. At this moment, Suyin came back, carrying 2 trout in her hands, but her whole body was trembling. Obviously, catching these 2 fish had cost her a lot of effort. It wasn't worth it because the calories from these 2 fish might not be enough to compensate for the calories she had expended catching them. Feng, you're injured. Let me roast the fish for you, Suyin said with a pale face. No need, you're too tired. I'll roast them myself. Yi Feng took the fish with a heartache. I'm not tired, it's just, you don't know, I saw something downstream just now, Suyin said, her face even paler. Was it a spotted hyena? Yi Feng's heart sank. He almost forgot that besides black bears, spotted hyenas were also formidable enemies. No, I can't say. Forget it, you eat the fish first. Suyin sat down, her eyes flickering with fear. Just now, while she was catching fish in the water, a strange snake suddenly appeared. The snake was about as thick as her thigh, but what was strange was that a red comb had grown on its head. After a while, the fish was grilled, and Yi Feng ate it all by himself considering his internal injuries. The others were understanding. Even if they were hungry and growling, no one came to share a bite. They understood that once Yi Feng's injuries healed, they could eat their fill. Soon it was noon, and Wang Tao was sweating profusely. Fengge, I'm too tired, can I rest for a while? Wang Tao asked. No, we must get the wood out before it gets dark, otherwise the black bears will definitely come back. They have a strong memory. Yi Feng didn't give him any face. The others' faces changed. Then let's go help too, otherwise we won't dare to sleep at night, Suyin said and quickly went to help. Yi Feng didn't stop them either. So, the 4 women also joined in the labor. Time passed again, and Yi Feng felt that the pain in his left chest was not as severe. It was strange, with such a serious injury, he should at least rest for 3 days, but it was only 1 day and he was almost healed. So, he picked up his bow and arrows and walked downstream for more than 10 meters. Poo poo poo. 3 arrows, all hit their mark, one of them even hit 2 birds with 1 stone. He came back carrying 4 fat trout. Because the trout he caught were large, they were enough for several people to eat. After grilling the fish, Chen Jihua and the 4 women gathered around, gnawing on the fish with big smiles on their faces. It was much better than following Wang Tao, that useless and selfish person. Wang Tao could only swallow his saliva on the side. Yi Feng, considering that this useless person still had to do physical labor, threw half a fish on the ground. Here, yours. Thank you, Fengge, you're the best. Wang Tao didn't care about the dirt and picked up the fish and started gnawing on it. He had become somewhat thin in these days on the deserted island. After finishing the fish, Yi Feng started building a wooden door. He used the principle of mortise and tenon to tightly fit together more than a dozen pieces of wood, but this was not secure enough. Wang Tao, there are some stinky chinaberry trees in the forest, go scrape some chinaberry oil for me to use as glue, and also, if you come across thorns, bring back a few bushes, Yi Feng ordered. Yes. Wang Tao seemed completely conquered and obediently went to the forest. But Yi Feng could see that there was a lot of resentment in Wang Tao's eyes. Given the chance, he would definitely be the first to attack him. The 4 women immediately gathered around, looking at Yi Feng's masterpiece. It's amazing, you made the door without using a single nail. Suyin touched the wooden door, her face full of surprise. Big brother is so great. Ding Tuanchuan admired and called out. Although Chen Jiahua's family didn't say anything, their eyes were full of approval. Come, let's lift the door and wedge it in the entrance of the cave. As they spoke, several people worked together to lift the heavy wooden door and inserted the wooden stakes into the ground. Yi Feng was still not at ease, so he used the wood above to wedge it into the groove of the stone crack. This way, the black bears would not be able to open the door in a short time, whether they pushed or pulled. From now on, when we enter and exit the door, we will squeeze through this gap, and after squeezing in, we will use sticks to block the gap. This will not only prevent black bears, but also prevent spotted hyenas. Yi Feng began to teach the others how to enter and exit the door. That's great, we can finally sleep well tonight, Bai Guifan said, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally looking at Yi Feng. At this time, the sky was slowly getting dark, and Wang Tao came back dragging the thorns and chinaberry oil. The chinaberry oil was very sticky and could be used as a natural glue, and the smell of the chinaberry also had a mosquito-repellent effect. Put the thorns downstream of the creek, in case any animals come up. They will step on the thorns and howl, which can serve as a warning. Yi Feng commanded. Yes, Fengge, Wang Tao dragged the thorns downstream, while Yifeng took the camellia oil and started applying it to the latch of the wooden door. This not only made the mortise latch more secure, but also prevented the wood from being infested by insects. Oh no, it's not good, those dogs are here again. Wang Tao shouted downstream, then ran back with his legs bleeding. Soon after, the sound of whimpering dogs came from behind him. The spotted hyenas that appeared on the beach last time were here again, but this time there were more than a dozen of them. The hyena queen had called all her subordinates. Quick, into the cave. After saying that, the group of people went into the wooden door, and Yifeng used a wooden stick to wedge the 30-centimeter gap. Hey, I haven't come in yet, Wang Tao shouted outside the door. Wang Tao, run to the side and see if you can lead them away, Yifeng said coldly. Now that the door was also secured, Wang Tao, this guy who was fickle and unreliable, couldn't stay. It was almost time to abandon him. Ah, please, I don't want to die, and I can't outrun these dogs, Wang Tao panicked outside. You can climb a tree, hurry up and go, otherwise they will catch up, Yifeng pointed behind him. Wang Tao turned around and saw that the spotted hyenas had already surrounded them. Yifeng, you scum, if I die, I won't let you off even as a ghost, Wang Tao cursed, but still chose to run into the forest. However, only 3 of the spotted hyenas chased after him, while the rest surrounded the wooden door, growling menacingly. At this moment, something soft touched Yifeng. Suyin hugged his arm and said, "What should we do, Ah Feng? If they keep guarding here, we will be trapped to death." Upon hearing this, fear appeared on the faces of the others. It is said that if one guards for too long, they will eventually have to go out to eat. Yifeng looked through the crack and counted them. There were a total of 12, 3 of which went after Wang Tao. This meant that he had to deal with 9 hyenas, including the largest female hyena. "Don't worry, I've got this," Yifeng said. After speaking, he took out his bow and arrow and aimed at the nearest hyena. Thwack! The bamboo arrow hit its buttocks. The hyena, which was about to enjoy its meal, jumped up. The other hyenas were startled and took a few steps back, except for the one that tried to bend down and pull out the arrow, but it was useless. Yifeng's face was full of killing intent as he drew another arrow. Thwack! Awah! The second hyena was hit in the side, but unfortunately, the bamboo arrow's killing power was limited and only penetrated a few centimeters into their skin before being clamped by their muscles. At this moment, they realized how terrifying Yifeng was and started running downstream, but they refused to go far away. "Great job, Ah Feng, your archery is so accurate," Suyin exclaimed with joy. Yifeng's expression was serious as he pulled out a third arrow and drew his bow to the maximum. Thwack! This time, luck was on his side as he hit one hyena in the eye, causing it to collapse and twitch on the ground. Finally, the hyena queen fled with her companions, completely disappearing downstream. At the same time, the bowstring made a cracking sound and broke directly. "Let's go out, throw the bodies a little further away, otherwise their bodies will attract the food chain within a few hundred meters." Yifeng walked out of the wooden door with big strides. At this moment, his figure gradually became taller among the 4 women. Bai Guifeng looked at Yifeng with shining eyes, liking him more and more, but suddenly her view was blocked by a hunched body. "Wife, did you get scared? If you're afraid, I can hug you," Chen Jihua said gently. "No need." Bai Guifeng's face immediately turned cold. "Chen Jihua." Yifeng walked to the side of the hyena, which was still twitching and struggling to stand up. "Suyun, all of you come over here and stab it with bamboo spears until it dies," Yifeng commanded. "Ah, I've never even killed a chicken before," Suyun resisted. "That's exactly why I want you to practice and build up your courage," Yifeng said calmly. So, the women gathered around and took turns stabbing the hyena. It didn't take long for the hyena to die completely. Yifeng carried it and threw it into the stream, letting the current wash it downstream. "Let's go, sit by the bonfire. I think it's time to teach you some skills. Otherwise, if one day I fall, you won't have any survival skills," Yifeng said, sitting by the bonfire. The women obediently stood and listened. First, how to maximize the power of a spear. The hyena's body quickly washed downstream. In an area covered with watergrass, suddenly, a huge creature shot out, creating a massive splash and dragging the hyena's body underwater. "Have you learned now?" Yifeng thrust the spear forward with force, creating a gust of wind. "I understand. The coordination of the body is important." Suyun, who had received higher education, was the first to react. Each of you try thrusting the spear a few times. I'll make a scarecrow for you to treat as an enemy," Yifeng said. So, the women began training again, but after half an hour, they were exhausted and covered in sweat. "That's enough for today," Yifeng called out to the women. "Training should be gradual, and they shouldn't develop a dislike for learning on the first day." Bai Guifeng suddenly had an idea. "I want to go downstream and take a bath. Who will help me keep watch?" After saying this, she intentionally or unintentionally looked at Yifeng. "Wife, let Afeng accompany you. My arm is injured and I can't protect you," Chen Jihua suddenly said. Yifeng immediately understood what Chen Jihua meant, but it was a bit embarrassing. "No need, you and your daughter can accompany her. Afeng will accompany me to bathe under the waterfall." Suyun held onto Yifeng's arm. What about me then? If I stay at the entrance of the cave, I'll be the only one left." Ding Tuanchuan nervously stood up. Suyun thought for a moment and said, then you and I will go bathe, and Afin can keep watch for us. He won't look at you. Okay. Ding Tuanchuan quickly nodded. So, the 6 of them split into 2 groups and went to their respective bathing spots. Suyun and Ding Tuanchuan quickly disappeared behind the waterfall's curtain of water, while Yifeng looked around with sharp eyes. There were too many dangers, which made him unable to spare any energy to peek. Men are born warriors, they can sense the danger in the air. On this deserted island night, various strange sounds kept coming, and occasionally, rustling sounds could be heard from the bamboo forest, as if countless evil spirits were hiding among them. Yifeng glanced at the spot where Wang Tao had disappeared. That waste still hadn't returned. Maybe he had already been eaten by dogs, but he didn't care. Now, he had to protect an old man and 4 women. The pressure was indeed a bit high, unless he could create iron weapons. Thinking of this, Yifeng took out the rusty dagger and sharpened it on a rough stone. Half an hour later, the tip of the dagger became sharp. Yifeng also found some thin vines and securely tied the dagger to a bamboo spear. This way, he would have some fighting power against large carnivorous animals. At this time, Suyun and Ding Tuanchuan walked out from behind the curtain of water. The 2 beautiful girls had joyful smiles on their faces. Suyun was youthful and beautiful, with wet hair draped over her shoulders. Ding Tuanchuan was petite and cute, with wet hair sticking tightly to her chubby face. Yifeng's eyes were instantly captivated. What beautiful women, they must not be eaten by wild beasts. I must protect these beautiful things. What are you staring at? Suyun walked over and sat in Yifeng's arms. Suddenly she reached out and took out a grape-like fruit and stuffed it into Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng quickly spat it out. What is this? Why are you putting it in my mouth? Yifeng asked. Don't worry, I've tried it. It's sweet and not poisonous, Suyun said, and stuffed another one in. Indeed, it was sweet, but Yifeng felt even sweeter in his heart. Ding Tuanchuan went to the bonfire with her wet clothes on. Don't dry them like that. When you get old, you'll definitely get rheumatism. Go into the cave, take off your clothes and let your sister Suyun help you dry them. Put them on when they're dry, Yifeng quickly said. Ding Tuanchuan blushed and covered her face as she ran back into the cave. At this time, Shen Jihua and the others also returned, and he was holding something similar to a shovel in his hand. Afing, we dug this out from the mud by the creek just now. It's very sharp, it even cut Guifen's skin, Shen Jihua said, handing the thing to Yifeng. Yifeng took a look. It looked a bit like an engineer's shovel. However, the edges of the shovel were very sharp, and the handle was made entirely of steel, with only a small amount of paint peeling off. This thing is quite useful. Yifeng swung the engineer's shovel a few times, creating a strong wind. After that, the women went into the cave and took off all their clothes, and one of them took out the clothes to dry. After a few rotations, everyone's clothes were dry. Shen Jihua was a gentleman and didn't even glance into the cave. Yifeng was also proper and only stole a few glances, but the cave was too dark, so he couldn't see clearly. He just felt like there were a few white figures moving inside. It was now around 10 o'clock at night, and the 6 of them sat around the bonfire, chatting in pairs. Yifeng suddenly had a change in expression and looked towards the spot where Wang Tao disappeared. Tiger brother, this is it. There are many beautiful women in this cave, Wang Tao's voice sounded, and Yifeng quickly stood up. Soon, the bamboo was pushed aside, and 4 men walked out. Wang Tao led the way like a lackey. Behind him were 3 men, with a bald muscular man as the leader. He was shirtless, with very developed muscles. The other 2 men were not muscular, but they were also strong middle-aged men. Oh, there's fish to eat? The bald man walked over in big strides, without even greeting Yifeng, and started gnawing on the leftover grilled fish. The 4 women quickly stepped back. Especially Ding Tuanchuan, she was trembling in fear. Yifeng felt that something was not right, so he quietly stepped back and grabbed a spear with a bayonet tied to it. After finishing the fish, the muscular man patted his belly. He didn't introduce himself, but instead looked directly at the 4 women. Oh, little Tuanchuan, why did you come here? Come to uncle quickly, the bald muscular man said and walked towards Ding Tuanchuan. Ah, no, you're not my uncle, you're a bad person. Ding Tuanchuan shrank back in fear. Yifeng couldn't bear it anymore and stood in front of him. Friend, you come and eat my fish without even saying hello? Yifeng said coldly. Kid, get out of the way, otherwise I'll have to beat you up. The bald man got angry when he saw Yifeng, who was less than 1.8 meters tall, blocking his way. He was very tall, probably around 1.88 meters, while Yifeng was only 1.78 meters, 10 centimeters shorter than him. Beat me? Yifeng narrowed his eyes. He was not afraid of this bald muscular man, but there were 2 people behind him, obviously a group. What the hell? The bald man threw a punch. Yifeng threw the spear aside and wrestled with him. Because his left chest was a bit painful, Yifeng took a punch to the face, but still managed to pin the bald man to the ground and punched his face 5 or 6 times, only stopping when he couldn't fight back anymore. What are you 3 idiots standing there for? Kill him for me. The bald man roared in anger. So, Wang Tao and the other 2 rushed over, ready to take action. Do you dare? Suyun got angry and picked up the spear, charging towards them. Yifeng also stood up, bent his bow and aimed his arrow at the 3 men, panting heavily. The bald man got up and retreated to his own camp. At this moment, they formed two camps. Chen Li and the other women also picked up their spears and joined the confrontation. Whoever comes over, I'll stab them. This lady is not easy to mess with. Su Yan changed her gentle demeanor and said fiercely. Bai Guifan pointed at Yi Feng's bow and arrow and said, "Do you see the bow and arrow in my son-in-law's hand? If you dare to mess around, he will shoot." Sure enough, the four men backed off a few steps. They weren't afraid of spears, but bows and arrows were different. They could kill someone if shot in the eye. Let's go downstream. The bald man made a decisive decision. Tiger brother, aren't we going to deal with that Yi Feng? Wang Tao panicked. You're in a hurry, let's talk about it downstream. The bald man left with the other two men, leaving only Wang Tao behind. He shivered and quickly followed. Yi Feng's face looked grim. Not only did he have to deal with animals, but now there were four more bad guys. In fact, if the four men had attacked him all at once, Yi Feng would have been at a disadvantage. After all, he was the only one with combat power on his side. Boom! Just then, a muffled sound came from the sky, and a large dark cloud covered the moon. A strong wind blew from downstream, straightening the skirts of the women. Quick! Take shelter in the cave from the rain, Yi Feng shouted loudly because the wind was too loud. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick lightning bolt struck from the clouds, extending all the way to the depths of the deserted island, almost spanning the entire tropical rainforest. Torrential rain poured down from the sky. Yi Feng had already led the women into the cave and looked at the sky through the crack in the door. The rain was too heavy. Yi Feng had never seen such heavy rain even in the countryside. It was really like pouring water from a basin. At the same time, some bugs and ants began to crawl into the cracks in the rocks, presumably trying to take shelter from the rain. Taking advantage of the dim light, Yi Feng used a spear to pick up a small snake and threw it out of the cave. The snake also ran inside to take shelter from the rain. Several women huddled together, screaming in fear. The walls were crawling with bugs, scorpions, and some small snakes. A large number of mosquitoes also flew into the cave. The heavy rain came and went quickly. After an hour, the rain stopped and the air became much clearer. Yi Feng and the others quickly ran out of the cave, which had become a haven for mosquitoes and bugs. Look, I have so many mosquito bites on my hand. Su Yan walked up to Yi Feng and extended her white arm. Wait until tomorrow morning. I'll go pick some herbs for you. Yi Feng held Su Yan's hand with concern. The water flow above the waterfall doubled, and the water level in the stream rose, almost flooding the bamboo forest on both sides. Some animal corpses were washed up from the top of the mountain, making the water extremely muddy. Fortunately, the crack in the rocks was more than 10 meters away from the waterfall, otherwise it would have been flooded too. Yi Feng started a fire again, then moved the fire into the cave and covered it with some green leaves. Thick smoke emerged from inside. The smoke drove all the mosquitoes out of the cave, and it finally became clean again. Yi Feng endured the thick smoke and moved the fire out, allowing the women to rest inside. Chen Jihua looked weak, leaning against the wooden door and sleeping, holding a spear in his hand. As the leader, Yi Feng couldn't take turns keeping watch, so he squeezed in to sleep with the women. After experiencing hardships, he no longer had the mood for ambiguity and slept deeply. The day quickly dawned, and Yi Feng was the first to wake up. He felt that the injury on his left chest had recovered significantly, with only a slight dull pain. Wake up! Wake up! Yi Feng woke everyone up. But Chen Jihua had kept watch last night, so Yi Feng let him continue sleeping. Several girls sat outside the cave with sleepy eyes, waiting for Yi Feng to assign tasks. Today, I'm going to search along the foot of the mountain for sulfur stones or limestone. I'll pour it all over the cave to prevent poisonous snakes and bugs from crawling in. At the same time, I'll pick some herbs to treat mosquito bites. Yi Feng said seriously. You're leaving? What if that bald weirdo comes back? Ding Tuanchuan exclaimed in surprise. The other women also felt uneasy and stood up. They didn't want Yi Feng to leave. Alright, I'll leave the bow and arrows behind. If they dare to come back, you can shoot them with the arrows. Yi Feng pointed to the bow and arrows on the ground. Su Yan nodded and picked up the bow and arrows. Next, Yi Feng helped them catch 5 or 6 trout, and then prepared to enter the forest. Feng, wait a minute. It's dangerous for you to go into the forest alone. I'll go with you. Bai Guifan suddenly said. That's fine. 2 people can take care of each other. If we step into a swamp, there will be someone to lend a hand. Yi Feng nodded. Su Yan glanced at Bai Guifan, but ultimately didn't say anything. She believed that in this situation, everyone had a sense of crisis and wouldn't think about anything between men and women. After bidding farewell to Su Yan and the others, Yi Feng and Bai Guifan walked into the forest. He started walking along the foot of the mountain and walked for more than 2 miles until the sun came out. Bai Guifan followed behind, her gaze constantly fixed on Yi Feng's back. So strong, so reassuring. The fire that had extinguished in her heart was ignited once again. Feng, I feel itchy here. I think I was bitten by mosquitoes last night. The swelling hasn't gone down yet. Can you take a look for me? Bai Guifan suddenly said. Yi Feng calmly turned around, only to see that Bai Guifan had already lifted her skirt. Aunt Bai, do you think it's appropriate now? Wang Tao and the other 3 are still lurking downstream. We should pick up the pace. Yi Feng said, but his pants underwent a change. Ever since he ate that white fruit, he felt that his young energy was constantly leaking out. What are you afraid of? It won't take much time, Bai Guifan said with a seductive look, sticking out her tongue and licking her lips. Yi Feng felt his hair stand on end. She really knows how to play. She even thought of such a move. Let's forget about it for now. We can talk about it later. Actually, I really want to, but now is not the right time. After we completely build the camp, you can do whatever you want, okay? Yi Feng stopped pretending and expressed his true thoughts. Bai Guifan finally smiled and walked side by side with Yi Feng. But the fire in her heart was still not completely extinguished, and she occasionally teased Yi Feng with her words. Ah Feng, you're still too young and don't know how to have fun. I've seen some big bosses before. They would find a dozen beautiful women in a club, line them up, and each boss would have a turn with each of them, from head to toe and then from toe to head. They would even give an extra reward of 10,000 yuan to that woman. Bai Guifan said with a tempting look. Yi Feng, they are big bosses, so of course they can play like that. But what about me? I'm just a poor guy. Where do I have the money to play? Yi Feng said. But this is a deserted island. Me, my daughter, manager Su, and Ding Tuanchuang, we can have 4 rows. Bai Guifan said shamelessly. For some reason, when she saw Yi Feng's forced patience, she couldn't help but want to say something provocative. Don't joke around. Even if you're willing, your daughter is willing. What about Su Yun and Ding Tuanchuang? They definitely won't agree, not to mention, Ding Tuanchuang is still so young. Yi Feng shook his head and suddenly his gaze focused. He saw a small tree in the depths of the forest after the rain. On that small tree, there were 3 white fruits. Don't say anything. Yi Feng made a gesture to be quiet and quietly approached the small tree. When the white fruits were about to retract, he swung his entrenching tool with force. 2 white fruits fell to the ground, but the remaining one quickly retracted. Ha ha! Yi Feng picked up the white fruit and put it in his mouth. 2 powerful energies began to surge through his body. In just an instant, Yi Feng felt his whole body burning, and his pants became extremely embarrassing. Oh my god! Bai Guifan couldn't help but cover her mouth. She couldn't control herself anymore, and this time Yi Feng didn't refuse either. The timing, the location, and the people were all right, but she felt that other places should also be satisfied. At this moment, he clearly saw that all the hairs on his body stood up. So, can I join in? Yi Feng gasped for breath, his eyes red, like a bull ready to charge. Don't be so polite. Bai Guifan lightly bit her red lips. Ah! Help! Help! Just then, a well-endowed woman stumbled towards them, and happened to witness this scene. Especially when she saw Yi Feng's lower abdomen, she covered her mouth in horror. Yi Feng was shocked and quickly pulled up his pants. Bai Guifan also awkwardly pulled down her skirt. Hee, little beauty, let us guys have some fun. 4 people suddenly rushed out from behind. It was Wang Tao and his group of 4. Their pants were all in a terrible state, and they looked lewd. The woman glanced at the 4 people behind her, then looked at Yi Feng, and finally gritted her teeth and hid behind him. Her clothes were torn apart, revealing a ripe body as she walked. It's you again, you bastard? Wang Tao immediately spotted Yi Feng. The bald man squinted his eyes and took out a dagger from his pocket. This time he's alone, let's just take care of him. Oh, and that mature woman next to him, I want to play with her first. After speaking, the bald man walked towards Yi Feng. Ah, what should we do? Bai Guifan tightly grabbed Yi Feng's arm. The woman hid behind Yi Feng. Yi Feng tightened his grip on the entrenching tool, feeling a bit nervous. The bald man was strong, but he was confident he could handle him. However, with 3 others added, it was hard to say. Whoever comes over, I'll use the entrenching tool to split them. Yi Feng said coldly, assuming a fighting stance. However, the bald man shook his dagger and said, is that so? Then come on. The battle erupted immediately. When Yi Feng swung his shovel, the bald man's dagger was knocked away. Wang Tao suddenly grabbed Yi Feng's thigh, preventing him from moving. Bang! Yi Feng took a punch to the chest. Damn it! Angry, Yi Feng elbowed Wang Tao in the back. The useless man fell to the ground like mud, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Yi Feng was hit with a stick on his face. The fight was intense, and Wang Tao and his 3 companions quickly became exhausted. But Yi Feng fought harder and harder. He felt that the white fruit he had just eaten was continuously providing him with energy, making his endurance explode. Damn it, we can't beat him. The bald man and his 3 companions gasped for breath, looking at the fierce Yi Feng, feeling a bit intimidated. Yi Feng's arm was scratched, but the bald man and his companions also suffered injuries. Nobody had the upper hand. Tiger, should we continue? Wang Tao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yi Feng's elbow strike had caused a minor internal injury to his back. Continue? The bald man hesitated for a moment, then looked at the woman next to Yi Feng, a wicked smile appearing on his face. Brother, you have good strength. Why do you have to oppose us? As long as you join us, you can do whatever you want with these women. After getting them pregnant, you can just throw them away. This is a rare opportunity. The women in your cave are all top beauties. After returning to civilization, people like you and me won't even be able to drink their foot washing water. But on this deserted island, it's different. We should enjoy ourselves and have fun. When the rescue plane comes, we can get rid of them all, and no one will report us. What do you think? The bald man laughed. You? Shut up. Bai Guifeng was shocked. If Yifeng agreed to the bald man, wouldn't it mean that their whole family would die? After all, the choice was in Yifeng's hands. The beautiful woman also looked terrified and quietly left Yifeng. Stop talking nonsense. What you're doing is worse than animals. Get lost, or else I'm sure I can take care of all of you first. Yifeng swung his shovel. The bald man's face changed. You're good. I hope one day you won't fall into my hands. After saying that, the bald man and his 3 companions had no choice but to leave. If they continued fighting, both sides would be injured. The beautiful and glamorous woman breathed a sigh of relief and approached Yifeng again, but the fear in her eyes had not yet dissipated. Thank you, little brother, big brother. Thank you, the beautiful woman said gratefully. You're welcome. My name is Yifeng, and this is Bai Guifeng. What's your name? Yifeng looked her in the eye, trying not to look at her chest and thighs so as not to scare her away. Having one more person meant having more strength. My name is Tian Shuitao, but my child is missing. Sob, he's still so young. Tian Shuitao couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears. Only then did Yifeng notice that she was very full, as if she was still breastfeeding. It was probably difficult for the baby to survive after the shipwreck. Bai Guifeng quickly went over and hugged her shoulder, gently comforting her. She had also given birth to a child and could empathize. After a while, Tian Shuitao calmed down and looked pitifully at Yifeng. Now, let's go find limestone or sulfur to prevent mosquito bites, Yifeng said, holding the shovel and walking ahead. Wait, did you say limestone? I remember when I was running away, I saw a pile of white stones that had a strong smell, Tian Shuitao suddenly said. Let's go. Yifeng was overjoyed and asked Tian Shuitao to lead the way. However, he noticed that Tian Shuitao would squeeze her chest with her hand every now and then, as if she was in great discomfort. Finally, they arrived at the place, and Yifeng looked at a pile of white stones with great excitement. This is limestone. He took off his jacket and carried 3 stones on his shoulders. There was an empty space near the limestone, where almost no grass grew. After all, the smell of this thing was very pungent, and plants and animals couldn't get close. Let's go home. This time, it wasn't in vain. 3 birds with 1 stone, Yifeng said with a smile, leading the way ahead and soon returning to the entrance of the cave. Su Yun and the others chased after him from afar and surrounded Yifeng. You finally came back, Su Yun said with a frightened expression. Look, this is limestone. Put it in the helmet, fill the helmet with water, hang it over the fire, and burn it into hot lime water. Then pour it all over the cave. This way, the bugs won't dare to enter the cave again, Yifeng said with a smile. Su Yun nodded and went to work with Chen Li. They were too worried about Yifeng and didn't notice the presence of a mature and beautiful woman beside them. Who is this sister? Ding Tuanchuan looked at Tian Shuitao. Little sister, my name is Tian Shuitao. Hello, Tian Shuitao immediately hugged Ding Tuanchuan. Ah, it's so stuffy. Ding Tuanchuan quickly broke free. She felt uncomfortable with the motherly gaze from this new sister. Ha, Bai Auntie, introduce them to each other. I'll go downstream to catch some fish. After all, we have a new member, and we should welcome her, Yifeng said happily. Now, there were 5 women in the team, and the team had grown stronger. They could pair up for night watch, and he, as the leader, could have a more relaxed time. When they arrived downstream, Yifeng showed his skills and easily caught more than 10 fat trout. Whether it was his illusion or not, Yifeng felt that his vision had greatly improved, and his strength and speed had also increased. It seemed that the white fruit was indeed a miraculous medicine. When Yifeng returned with the fish, he saw several women taking turns pouring lime water into the cave and quickly running out. The smell was too pungent. Let me roast the fish. Bai Guifeng took the fish and started grilling them. Big brother, come here, Ding Tuanchuan suddenly called Yifeng. What's the matter? Yifeng quickly walked over. He didn't want any disunity in the team. Just now, she asked me to help her. She said she was feeling uncomfortable. But I'm already a grown-up. I won't do it, Ding Tuanchuan said. Yifeng suddenly realized that lactating women usually experience discomfort if they don't express milk. He could understand. Ah, you're the youngest here. Just help her, Yifeng laughed. No, I'm not a child. Ding Tuanchuan covered her face and ran away. At that moment, Tian Shuitao suddenly turned around and looked at Yifeng with her watery eyes. When their eyes met, they quickly looked away. It seemed like they had a telepathic connection. Yifeng swallowed his saliva, and Tian Shuitao also looked at Yifeng with a hidden gaze from a distance. Come and eat the fish, Bai Guifeng said after grilling them. Yifeng took a deep breath, sat next to the fire, and started distributing the fish to everyone, giving Tian Shuitao an extra piece. After all, lactating women needed fish to supplement their nutrition. Tian Shuitao felt Yifeng's kindness and immediately looked at him gratefully. After eating the fish, Yifeng began to assign tasks. Now, we are transitioning from civilized society to the wilderness, so women also need to learn skills, such as making dried fish and storing food. Otherwise, if we are trapped in the cave by a black bear again, we might starve to death. And also, everyone needs to learn how to use bows and arrows, how to use spears. I can slowly train you in this, Yifeng said seriously. I agree, I want to be the jungle queen. Ding Tuanchuan raised both hands in agreement. First, make sure you don't get eaten. Yifeng sighed and gently touched her chubby little head. Several women looked at each other and burst into laughter, covering their mouths. Tian Shuiatao, overflowing with motherly love, hugged Ding Qiu tightly and squeezed her face. Suyin stood up, took out a bow and arrow, and aimed at a small tree in the distance. With a pu sound, the bamboo arrow missed its mark. At the same time, Suyin cried out in pain, clutching her chest. The bowstring hit me, Suyin said tearfully. Wife, let me take a look. Yifeng quickly walked over and embraced Suyun. However, in the next moment, Ding Tuanchuan bent the bow and shot an arrow, pu sound. The bamboo arrow pierced into the tree, leaving her unharmed. I'm not hurt, I'm stronger than Sister Suyun, Ding Tuanchuan proudly said. However, the expressions of the women became strange as they glanced at her immature chest. Ding Tuanchuan finally realized what was going on and immediately lowered her head in self-doubt. Tian Shuiatao took advantage of everyone practicing archery and quietly ran behind the waterfall. She was feeling uncomfortable and her breasts were about to explode. She needed to relieve herself. It was too uncomfortable. After squeezing for a while, she felt that using her hands was not enough, so she tried to lower her head to suckle, but she couldn't reach. This made her anxious and tears welled up in her eyes, feeling like she was about to explode. So, she looked through the water curtain at Yifeng's back. No, he already has a girlfriend, he definitely won't agree. What should I do? It's too uncomfortable. Tian Shuiatao stomped her foot fiercely, causing a wave of emotions. Bai Guifeng, who had experienced this before, looked at the spot where Tian Shuiatao disappeared, then glanced at Yifeng, understanding what was going on. When she was pregnant with Chen Li, she also felt extremely uncomfortable and had to rely on Chen Jiahua's help every night until he got tired of it. From noon until evening, the women practiced spear and archery. Ding Qiu's archery skills improved rapidly, almost catching up to Yifeng's level. Bai Guifeng's spear skills were good, able to throw the spear 10 meters away, possessing a certain killing power. The other women were average, but they had made some progress. Chief Instructor Yifeng casually pointed out with a bamboo stick, making their progress even more rapid. He believed that in a few more days, even if he wasn't there, these women would be able to defeat Wang Tao and his group. Downstream, the four bald men sat together. Wang Tao was the most miserable, becoming the slave of the other three. Wang Tao, you're useless. You can't catch fish or make fire. You've made me catch a cold. Keep catching fish, and if you can't catch any, don't come back, the bald man scolded harshly. In the past few days, they had caught 6 or 7 fish by chance, but Wang Tao could only eat the fish heads without meat. All the fish meat was given to the 3 bald men. Wang Tao regretted it. He used to follow Yifeng, although it was tiring, at least he could eat his fill. But now, following the 3 bald men, not only was he tired, but he also couldn't eat enough. Fortunately, he had stored some fat in civilized society, otherwise he would have collapsed by now. Yes, tiger brother, I'll go upstream to help you catch fish. Wang Tao took a stick and quietly ran towards the upstream. In a short while, he heard the laughter of the women coming from below the waterfall. He saw Yifeng sitting on a rock, training the women. The atmosphere was relaxed, with occasional laughter, and there were a few uneaten fish by the bonfire. Wang Tao swallowed his saliva, feeling extremely envious. Finally, he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and walked over. Yifeng immediately noticed Wang Tao and stopped the training of the women. Wang Tao, what's this useless person doing here? Where's that bald guy? Yifeng said coldly. Me? Feng brother, I'm sorry, can you please take me in? I'm so hungry, that bald guy is a beast. I eat their bones every day, and now there's no food in my stomach. Wang Tao said, kneeling on the ground. What's it to me? Hurry up and leave, or I'll use you as a whip. Yifeng said, raising his spear. Wait! Wang Tao exclaimed, looking at Chen Li. Lily, you're my girlfriend, can you help me plead with brother Feng? Chen Li shook her head indifferently, with disdain in her eyes. So, Wang Tao looked at Chen Jihua and Bai Guifeng. Uncle and aunt, I'm a real second-generation rich kid. As long as you ask brother Feng to let me rejoin the team, when I go back, I'll have my dad buy you a villa. And if you want bags, watches, luxury cars, I can buy them for you. Wang Tao pleaded. Bai Guifeng didn't waste any words, picked up a spear, and aimed at Wang Tao. Plop! It missed a bit, only piercing Wang Tao's side. Wang Tao exclaimed in shock and could only run away. Startled and angry, he ran 2 kilometers downstream and suddenly his face changed. He saw a black bear standing up, its dark yellow pupils locked onto him. Damn! Wang Tao had no choice but to tear off and run towards Yifeng's camp. The black bear didn't want to fall behind, and with earth-shaking steps, it chased after Wang Tao. On Yifeng's side, the easy training resumed. At this moment, Tian Shuiatao suddenly waved at Yifeng. Big brother, come here for a moment. Tian Shuiatao said softly, her face turning red with embarrassment. What's the matter? Yifeng walked over. Tian Shuiatao didn't care about anything else and pulled Yifeng to the back of the waterfall. What's the matter? Yifeng asked again. I feel so uncomfortable, can you help me? Redness spread across Tian Shuiatao's cheeks and neck. Gulp! Yifeng swallowed his saliva and carefully looked at Tian Shuiatao. Her figure was simply irresistible, especially now during the lactation period. She was simply invincible. Tian Shueitao also noticed Yifeng's gaze and felt uneasy. She just wanted Yifeng to help her relieve the discomfort. But men are like that, afraid that they won't be able to control themselves later. Not to mention Yifeng, even she herself was worried that this dry fire would get out of control. This was a deserted island. Once the wild beast in a man's heart was released, it would be over. What do you want me to do? Yifeng's eyes were fixed. 2 hot breaths came out of his nostrils, and he felt his breathing become rapid. You know, I lost my child. If it continues like this, it may cause blockage and illness. Tian Shueitao went all out. Many cases of breast cancer were caused by blockage and accumulation. Alright, I can help you. Yifeng was even salivating a bit, and was even a bit impatient. This thing was also a great supplement, a good thing on this deserted island. Okay. Tian Shueitao took a deep breath and reached around, but in the next moment, she became worried. Big brother, later, don't have any other thoughts. Just think of it as me begging you. This is a deserted island, not a joke. Tian Shueitao wanted to give Yifeng a precautionary reminder. Don't worry, I can control myself. Yifeng nodded. The sound of the waterfall was loud, so Suyin couldn't hear their conversation. Yifeng also had his own plan. After all, these were his teammates, they should help each other and build good relationships. Otherwise, when they encounter disasters, everyone will only look out for themselves. How could they fight against the ball for? Ah, help, it's coming, it's coming. Suddenly, Wang Tao's screams came from outside. Tian Shueitao was startled and quickly pulled back her hand. Yifeng also walked out of the waterfall and looked at the useless Wang Tao. As soon as that guy rushed into the camp, he hurriedly ran towards the cave. The women were all confused, not knowing what Wang Tao was doing. However, in the next moment, the weeds downstream parted, and a fat and strong black bear emerged. The fat on its body undulated as it charged into the camp with earth-shaking steps. Ah! Faced with this top predator, several women scattered and fled. Some ran into the woods, some ran towards Yifeng's side, but no one went into the cave, because hot lime water had just been poured inside, and the smell was particularly strong. The black bear wasn't picky either, and went straight for the cave. Wang Tao had just crawled a few meters into the cave when he couldn't stand the smell and almost suffocated. So, he quickly turned around and happened to see the big black bear clinging to the wooden door. Damn it, God, are you trying to kill me? Wang Tao covered his nose and could only stay in the cave. Yifeng watched coldly from below the waterfall. The strength of the big black bear was too great. With a slight push forward, the sturdy wooden door made creaking sounds as if it was about to collapse. At the same time, it pulled back, and 2 of the wooden stakes that were stuck in the crevice were pulled apart. Ah, bear, please don't eat me. I'm really dirty. Go somewhere else. Wang Tao was at a loss, kneeling in the cave and kowtowing incessantly. Tian Shueitao tightly held Yifeng's arm, leaving an imprint. It seems like this door can't stop the black bear, huh? Tian Shueitao nervously said, taking the opportunity to squeeze out some, making Yifeng's arm sticky. Yifeng was also very troubled. It seemed like the big black bear had targeted them for bullying. If they didn't deal with it, it could come out and launch a surprise attack at any time. It wouldn't be a long-term solution. The big black bear shook the wooden door a few more times, seemingly choked by the smell inside. Finally, it let out a roar, shook its head, and walked towards downstream. Phew! Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the waterfall with Tian Shueitao. Su Yun and the others also came out of the bamboo forest, looking terrified. Cough, cough. Wang Tao, this useless person, also walked out of the cave, coughing desperately while clutching his chest. Great! It seems like the big black bear doesn't eat people. Ding Tuanchuang said. However, Yifeng shook his head. The black bear's belly is bulging, so it must be full. That's why it didn't chase us relentlessly. But if it gets hungry next time, even if we hide in the cave, it will break in. So, we must find a way to kill the big black bear. As long as it's dead, there won't be any creatures around here that can threaten us. As he spoke, Yifeng sat by the campfire. The women also sat down one by one. Wang Tao, this useless person, looked around nervously and sat at the back, afraid of being seen by Yifeng. Wang Tao, do you want to follow me? Yifeng started calling names. Brother Feng, as long as I can follow you, I can do anything. Wang Tao quickly expressed his loyalty. Good, now I'll teach you how to dig traps. Take the entrenching tool and dig a big pit in this location. Start now. Yifeng commanded. Understood. Wang Tao was overjoyed and picked up the entrenching tool, starting to work busily. Yifeng didn't idle either. He went to the bamboo forest and cut more than a dozen bamboo shoots with a dagger, sharpening them. Wang Tao worked hard this time, working continuously for 2 hours without complaining of tiredness. Yifeng considered it and threw a roasted fish to him. After eating the fish, Wang Tao continued working. Time slowly passed, and the trap pit gradually expanded. Yifeng also made more than a dozen sharp bamboo shoots. 5 kilometers downstream, the bold trio waited anxiously, but Wang Tao still hadn't returned. Did that useless guy get eaten by a dog? The bald guy stood up with his 2 lackeys, preparing to go look for Wang Tao. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. he saw 3 men and 2 women coming downstream. One of the men was tall and resembled the useless Wang Tao, like a middle-aged version of him, and the man was accompanied by a hot and beautiful woman. Wang Xiong immediately saw the 3 bald men, but his expression remained calm as he took out a photo of Wang Tao. "Have you guys seen my son?" "This is his photo," Wang Xiong asked. As a major client of Su Yun Company, he was on this team-building cruise. Originally, he would have drowned if it weren't for the 2 bodyguards who saved him and his mistress. The hot-bodied beauty next to him was his mistress, Zhang Yan. "Hey, isn't this?" The bald man immediately recognized Wang Tao in the photo, but he deliberately didn't answer. "Of course we've seen him." "Ah!" Wang Xiong was overjoyed. "Where is my son? Why should I tell you? Tell me, and I'll give you money." "I don't want money. Let the 3 of us have some fun with the beauty next to you, and after we're done, I'll tell you," the bald man said. Wang Xiong narrowed his eyes and slowly reached for his waist. His family was in the business of mechanical molds, so they could naturally make firearms. He had a homemade pistol at his waist with 7 bullets inside. Originally, there were 12 bullets, but they had used 5 in the jungle when they encountered danger. So now, the bullets had become precious. In the end, Wang Xiong didn't draw his gun, but instead gave a signal to the bodyguard behind him. A dark-skinned bodyguard stepped forward. "If you're smart, you'll speak up, otherwise I'll kill you." The black bodyguard's tone was natural, not like he was joking. "Ahaha, kill me? Then come on." After some effort, the trap was finally dug 2 meters deep, but it was still far from enough. Yifeng asked Wang Tao to rest above, and he jumped into the pit to continue digging. He was much faster, and it only took him 3 hours to pile up 2 meters of soft soil on top. "All right, throw down the sharpened bamboo," Yifeng shouted from 5 meters deep. "I'll do it." Wang Tao picked up the sharpened bamboo and was about to throw it down, but in the next moment, a struggle flashed in his eyes. In the end, he threw the bamboo next to Yifeng. Yifeng spent some more time and finally planted the sharpened bamboo, but he himself was exhausted and panting. "Pull me up with a rope," Yifeng shouted from below. Finally, he made it up, and Su Yun quickly rushed over to wipe his sweat, while Bai Guizong fanned him with his sleeve. Ding Tuan's eyes turned and suddenly rushed over, panting towards Yifeng. Yifeng burst into laughter and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "What are you doing? Big brother, didn't you smell how fresh my breath is? I found some mint leaves just now and even gave some to the sisters to brush their teeth," Ding Tuan proudly said. Yifeng leaned his nose close to her mouth and sniffed. Indeed, there was a hint of mint fragrance. "Very good. Not brushing your teeth for a long time will breed bacteria in your mouth. I'll brush mine later too." Yifeng smiled. Wang Tao also smiled behind them, but he felt a mix of sadness and anger in his heart. "I just dug for half a day, and no one cared about me when I came up. Now that Yifeng is up, you all surround him. Arg! Wang Tao, go get some leaves and cover the pit trap. The disguise must be done well, otherwise the black bear won't fall for it," Yifeng said. "Yes, right away." Wang Tao quickly brought back a pile of branches and started to camouflage the trap. Bai Guifan slowly spoke up. "The road is so wide. What if the black bear doesn't come this way?" "I know, we can put some fish meat on top of the trap. When the black bear comes to eat the meat, it will naturally fall in," Ding Tuan cleverly suggested. "It seems like black bears don't really like fish meat, and there are plenty of fish in the creek, so it's not tempting for the black bear." Su Yun objected. Yifeng smiled faintly. "It seems like black bears prefer to target humans, so we can use humans as bait." After saying that, he slowly looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao trembled all over, and his movements slowed down. The others also fixed their gaze on Wang Tao. Just at this moment, the 3 bald men emerged from downstream, followed by 3 men and 2 women. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, picked up his bow and arrow, and the other women picked up their spears. However, in the next moment, Yifeng was stunned, because the 3 bald men had swollen faces and looked like they had just been beaten up. "Dad! Dad! Oh, Dad, why did you come so late?" Wang Tao jumped up excitedly when he saw the middle-aged man behind him, and pounced on him with open arms. Wang Xiong was also overjoyed and took a step forward to embrace Wang Tao. "Son! Oh, Dad was so worried about you. It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive." Wang Xiong gently patted Wang Tao's back. However, Yifeng's gaze was drawn to Zhang Yan behind Wang Xiong. This woman, could she be a fox spirit reincarnated? Her eyes and movements were full of charm, as if she was born for the affairs between men and women. Zhang Yan also noticed the disheveled Yifeng, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. "Brother Xiong, that smelly loser is peeping at us." Zhang Yan's voice was sweet and long, making Yifeng weak in the bones. "Secretary Zhang, are you referring to that scum Yifeng?" Wang Tao finally calmed down and turned around slowly, looking at Yifeng with sharp eyes. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and tightened the bow and arrow in his hand. "Dad, you don't know how much I suffered on the deserted island. It was Yifeng, that scum, who poisoned the fish I caught, injured me to steal the limelight, and even took away my girlfriend." Wang Tao began to distort the truth. Su Yun couldn't bear it anymore. Of course, she knew Wang Xiong. He was the company's biggest client. Otherwise, how could Wang Tao, that waste, become the head of the research and development department? It was all because of Wang Xun's face. Mr. Wang, things are not like that. These days, we have relied on Yifeng to catch fish, otherwise we would have starved to death. Wang Tao, I hope you don't distort the truth. Su Yun said coldly. Wang Xun's gaze was calm as he looked at Wang Tao again. He looked pale, thin, and most importantly, he had lost 2 front teeth. Anyway, if my son says he's not good, then he must be in the wrong. Son, how do you plan to deal with him? Wang Xiong asked. Don't kill him for now, I want to torture him slowly. This dog, he has made me miserable. Wang Tao acted like a resentful woman. Yifeng chuckled and took a step forward. Torture me? You talk big, if you have the ability, come at me. Since eating the 3 white fruits, Yifeng felt that the power in his body was slowly increasing. So far, both his endurance and strength were several times stronger than before. Coupled with the bow and arrow and spear in his hand, dealing with these few people was a piece of cake. Xiao Dao, knock out his 2 front teeth first. Wang Xiong said. The black bodyguard stepped forward and approached Yifeng step by step. In the interest of fairness, Yifeng handed the bow and arrow to Ding Tuanchuan. The two immediately started fighting. To Yifeng's surprise, this big black man was fierce in his punches and kicks, with a hint of military style in his moves, far beyond what the bald men could compare to. But in the end, relying on his martial arts training since childhood, Yifeng knocked the black bodyguard to the ground. Who? Yifeng gasped heavily. What? Still want to torture me? Yifeng asked coldly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, all the hairs on his body stood up. He saw a black muzzle pointing directly at his head. No! Su Yun shouted loudly. The other women's faces showed fear, and they all took a step back. Aren't you arrogant? Wang Xiong held the gun and his tone was full of mockery. Yifeng didn't say a word, his face sank. At this moment, it was Wang Tao's turn to show off. He jumped up and down like a monkey. Ah, Yifeng, kneel down for me, kowtow 3 times, no, 30 times. After kowtowing, break your own front teeth, and then wait for my orders. This waste vented all the pent-up resentment. Yifeng tightly pursed his lips and didn't say a word, his gaze fixed on the barrel of the gun. Are you going to kneel or not? Wang Tao took the gun and aimed it at Yifeng's head, his finger hovering over the trigger as if he was about to pull it at any moment. Yifeng's entire back arched, like a poised leopard. He could fight, but even with his fighting skills, he was helpless against a gun. If you kill me, you will also go to jail when you go back. There are no impenetrable walls in this world. Even if you kill all the people on my side, what about your bodyguards? What about your mistress? They may not betray you in the short term, but who can guarantee what will happen over time? Yifeng said slowly. Indeed, there was a flicker in Wang Xiong's eyes, but Wang Tao didn't care. He pointed the gun forward. Bang! A bullet flew past Yifeng's head, hitting the stone wall. Ah! Several screams rang out. A cold sweat trickled down Yifeng's forehead. Damn it! I'll ask you one last time, will you kneel or not? Wang Tao angrily said. At this moment, Chen Zhihua walked over. Ah Feng, just kneel for now. If you die, there will be no chance for a comeback. Bai Guifan also came out and gently pulled Yifeng's arm. As long as there are mountains, there will be firewood to burn. Just kneel for now. Yifeng tightly pursed his lips, his gaze sweeping over the women behind him. Su Yun's face turned pale, a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Ding Tuanchuang stared at himself without blinking, seemingly with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Chen Li looked at Wang Tao, her expression complicated. I can't do it. Yifeng finished speaking and slowly raised his spear. Damn it! Wang Tao's eyes flashed with killing intent, and Yifeng's body pulled back. Even if he died, he would throw the spear that represented his dignity, he would not be slaughtered like a pig. Roar! A loud roar came. A large black figure rushed out of the woods, biting one of the women on the edge in one bite. Ah, help, help, Xiongge, save me. The woman was carried by the big black bear in midair, blood splattering. It seemed she wouldn't survive. Oh my god. The 3 bald men were scared and crawled down the hill. The bloody scene was too horrifying. They were only good at talking, but they had never actually killed anyone. At this moment, the black bodyguard suddenly snatched Wang Tao's gun and aimed it directly at the black bear. Bang bang bang. The magazine was emptied. However, only one bullet hit the bear's eye, while the rest of the bullets missed. Roar! The big black bear felt pain and burning in its eye. It quickly let go of the woman and desperately clawed at its eye. Give me the bow and arrow, give it to me. How could Yifeng miss this opportunity? He took the bow and arrow and fired 3 shots in a row. However, the arrows were all blocked by the huge bear's paw, not even piercing its skin. Damn it! Yifeng threw the bow and arrow aside and picked up the spear, stabbing at its eye. Splurt! It hit its face. The big black bear waved its paw, and Yifeng's body flew 2 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The black bodyguard, seeing this, suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed fiercely at the bear's back. Splurt! Roar! The bear wanted to turn around and grab him, but the black bodyguard had already dodged. Roar, roar, roar! The black bear suffered a big loss, feeling that it couldn't overpower the humans, so it disappeared into the bamboo forest with earth-shaking steps. Yifeng slowly stood up and rubbed his arm. It didn't hurt as much as he thought. Perhaps it was the white fruit that enhanced his physical condition. Xing Jie? Wang Xiong's mistress, Zhang Yan, was standing next to the woman, her slender fingers tightly covering her mouth. Xiongge, Xing Jie, she's dead, Zhang Yan said, leaning her head on Wang Xiong's shoulder. She's just a subordinate who died. Why are you crying? Wang Tao spoke up, his tone icy. As soon as he said this, a hint of anger flashed on the faces of the two bodyguards, but it quickly disappeared. Wang Xiong frowned and glared at Wang Tao. My own son seems to have not inherited my excellent genes. Su Yan supported Yifeng and sat on a stone, looking at the other women. However, to her surprise, Chenli suddenly gritted her teeth and walked towards Wang Xiong with big steps. Hello, Uncle Wang, I am Chenli, Tao's girlfriend, Chenli said obediently. Oh, Wang Xiong looked at Wang Tao. Humph. Wang Tao sneered and snatched the gun from the black bodyguard's hand, aiming at Yifeng again. Yifeng, kneel down and sing conquer, otherwise, I will definitely blow your head off, Wang Tao said coldly. Wang Xiong frowned beside him. He had heard the gunshot just now and knew that there were no more bullets inside, but he didn't say anything. Pretending to be intimidating was also good. Young Master Tao, there are no more bullets inside, the black bodyguard suddenly spoke up. Ah, Wang Tao was shocked. Wang Xiong's face turned cold and he glanced at the black bodyguard. Only then did the black bodyguard pretend to be frightened and took a step back, like a primary school student who had done something wrong. Yifeng felt something strange and looked at the black bodyguard at the back. He saw the black bodyguard nodding at him discreetly. This black bodyguard was called Long Wu, a retired Special Forces soldier. Yifeng had just defeated him fairly, earning his respect and respect for the strong. Wang Tao quickly checked the magazine and indeed there were no more bullets. He turned his eyes and could only reach out to Wang Xiong. Dad, do you have another magazine? No. Wang Xiong sighed. The rescue team hadn't arrived for so long. It seemed that his financial power was no longer enough to keep these two bodyguards. After all, he was usually very demanding of his bodyguards, and now without the protection of money, his situation would only get worse. Wang Tao took a deep breath and threw the gun on the ground. Feng, I was just joking with you earlier, huh? I didn't expect you to be so tough. I admire you, Wang Tao said sincerely. Humph. Yifeng smirked and placed an arrow on the bowstring. Well, now it's my turn to see how tough you are. Kneel down, otherwise, I will definitely shoot you dead, Yifeng said coldly. Bang! Wang Tao obediently knelt down on the ground and raised his hands. Kowtow, 300 kowtows, not one less, Yifeng said coldly. Thud! Wang Tao had no backbone and started kowtowing. Ding Tuanchuan quickly rushed over and stood beside him, counting. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Wang Xiong watched his son's head bleeding and couldn't help but take a step forward. Yifeng, right? I am Wang Xiong. You should have heard of my name, right? Let go of my son. I will give you 1 million when you go back, or you can name your price. Yifeng's eyes were cold and he aimed the bow and arrow at Wang Xiong again. You're quite eloquent. Then I'll help you share half of the burden for your son. Kowtow 150 times, otherwise, I promise to shoot your useless son dead, Yifeng said coldly. You want me to kowtow? Wang Xiong was angry for the first time. It must be said that powerful people still have some presence, and Yifeng was almost intimidated. On the other side, Wang Tao was still desperately kowtowing. Wang Xiong felt sorry for his son and could only kneel down and help share the pressure. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Ding Tuanchuan stood beside Wang Xiong again. Chenli looked embarrassed. She hesitated for a moment, then obediently walked to Yifeng's side. Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment, but unexpectedly, she also stood beside Yifeng and even threw a flirtatious glance at him. Women are like this, they follow whoever is strong. Didn't she also choose Wang Xiong because of his money? That's enough, save some energy. Clean up the corpse for me and wash the blood on the ground with the stream, don't dirty my territory. Yifeng considered that the blood would attract the food chain and finally let the father and son go to work. The woman died a miserable death, half of her head was bitten off. The father and son stood up. Long Wu, go and dispose of the body, clean it up, Wang Xiong ordered. Long Wu hesitated for a moment, but finally did as he was told. After all, there was still a glimmer of hope to return to civilized society, and he didn't want to lose his monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. After cleaning up, Yifeng pointed downstream again and said, I'm afraid I don't welcome you here, so please leave. Wang Xiong breathed a sigh of relief and followed Wang Tao downstream. The two bodyguards also followed. Miss, it seems like we're not acquainted, right? You should leave too. I have limited ability and can't support you, Yifeng said coldly. But, there's nothing to say, just leave quickly. If you follow me, I won't provide for you either. So, Zhang Yan reluctantly walked downstream. At this moment, Yifeng looked at Chenli. Miss Chen, follow your boyfriend. Yifeng made a gesture of invitation. Chenli was dumbfounded. Chen Jihua and his wife hurried over to plead. Feng, forgive her. She's just a child who doesn't know any better. She made a mistake in the heat of the moment. Yes, Feng, let Shelly stay by your side. If you want, both Shelly and I are available, Chen Jihua said. But Yifeng shook his head. No need, I have Suzong, Ding Tuanchuan, and Tian Shuetao. They can stay with me. He couldn't accept people who weren't united. Ah Feng, please give me another chance. I don't know what happened just now. It was a sudden impulse. How about this, when you sleep, you can sleep on top of me, use me as your cushion, Chenli pleaded. Yi Feng took a step back and pushed Chenli towards downstream with his spear against her chest. Go, don't force me to get rough. His tone was as cold as ever, without any room for negotiation. You? Alright, Yi Feng, I can leave, but my parents have always been on your side. Can they stay here? Chenli asked. That? They can, but you must leave, Yi Feng said. So, Chenli could only bid farewell to her parents with tears and followed Wang Tao and the others downstream. Uncle, Auntie, although you were a bit weak just now, at least you were still considering me under Wang Tao's gun. I remember your kindness. You can stay here, Yi Feng said. Both of them remained silent, looking like they wanted to say something but couldn't. Let's not say anything more. Everyone was frightened just now. I'll go catch some fish for you to eat, Yi Feng said as he went downstream with his bow and arrow. Just as he arrived downstream, he saw Zhang Yan running in the opposite direction, crying with 5 finger marks on her face. Ah, brother Yi Feng, I beg you, please take me in. Wang Xiong doesn't want me either. How can I survive? Woo 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 woo, Zhang Yan cried, covering her face. Yi Feng ignored her and shot an arrow, killing a trout. Brother Yi Feng, are you really this heartless? Zhang Yan asked pitifully. Yi Feng looked at her delicate appearance. He had to admit that Zhang Yan had a slender figure, but it was also well proportioned, like a natural frame. What can you do to contribute to my team? I can tell that you can't do anything, Yi Feng said as he skewered the fish with a bamboo stick. Zhang Yan's eyes flickered, and she slowly unbuttoned 2 buttons on her chest. Suddenly, a snowy white sight captivated Yi Feng's eyes. Who said I can't do anything? Don't worry, I know a lot, and I've been specially trained. Do you know how to do a split? I'll show you later. After speaking, Zhang Yan suddenly lifted 1 foot slowly, all the way up to her head, forming a split with her legs. Gulp! Yi Feng swallowed his saliva, and his pants suddenly became embarrassing. This woman, she's really... But speaking of it, she's quite pitiful too. She must be a pitiful person to serve that old man Wang Xiong, just like himself. Alright, since you're quite pitiful, catch the fish and follow me home. I'll train you properly, Yi Feng said, throwing the fish to her. After all, with the absence of Chen Li, his team has shrunk again. This Zhang Yan is not bad, she can be trained. As long as she practices well, she might be a great help. Zhang Yan took the fish and a hint of charm flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she brought her red lips close to Yi Feng's ear. Ah, you, please stop saying these things, it affects my concentration. Yi Feng blushed and felt embarrassed. This woman seemed to be naturally skilled in that area, and he didn't want to hear such suggestive words. It took Yi Feng 2 hours to catch 4 fish, mainly because he couldn't move his legs freely, which affected his agility. Finally, he returned to the cave and saw Chen Jihua burning lime water in his helmet. Why are you still burning lime water now? Didn't we already disinfect the entire cave? Yi Feng asked. Well, the big black bear will definitely come back. When it falls into the trap, we will splash it with scalding lime water on its face. Then it will become a blind bear, and we can ambush it from all sides until we kill it, Chen Jihua explained. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, then slowly raised his thumb. Although this move was poisonous, it was effective against black bears. After all, that guy's fur was impenetrable even by bullets, so they had no choice but to resort to this plan. At this time, Su Yun and the other girls came out from behind the waterfall. Ah Feng, why did you bring her back again? Su Yun held onto Yi Feng and looked at Zhang Yan with hostility. After all, this woman was too seductive, and anyone of the same kind would feel threatened by her. Don't I want to supplement our manpower? And she insisted on following me, I can't shake her off. Don't worry, with some training, she can also be helpful, Yi Feng reassured Su Yun nervously. He didn't dare to make eye contact with Zhang Yan at all. Just one glance from her could make Yi Feng feel embarrassed. Su Yun nodded and looked at Zhang Yan again. Zhang Yan, I know you are Wang Xiong's personal secretary. You should also know who I am, right? I know. General Su, we've met before, Zhang Yan said in a soft and disdainful tone. I have another identity. I am Yi Feng's girlfriend. When we go back, we will get married, Su Yun warned. Oh, I thought he was already your husband. So he's just a boyfriend? That means other women still have a chance. Zhang Yan's voice was soft, but her attack was strong. You? Su Yun's face turned red with anger. She grabbed Yi Feng's arm and asked, Yi Feng, tell me, when we go back, will you marry me? Yes. Yi Feng nodded. Zhang Yan didn't want to be left behind either. She slowly approached Yi Feng and said, Little brother Yi Feng, I wish you happiness. It seems like I won't have a chance anymore. Ah, such bad luck. In no time, the two women started arguing. Yi Feng could only bury his head and repair the door. The black bear was so strong that there were cracks on the thick wooden planks. Night fell, and the voices of the two women disappeared. Su Yun sat aside, sulking. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, calmly dressed herself up. This woman was particularly good at dressing up and could use anything around her to enhance her charm. Now that we have a new member joining us, everyone must have their own responsibilities. Don't try to deceive or play tricks within the team. Tonight, Chen Jihua will be on guard duty. If he feels too tired, he must wake someone else up before he can rest. Yifeng stood on a rock and began assigning tasks. Yifeng, what does deceive mean? Is it the same as having an affair? I don't understand, Zhang Yan suddenly asked in a soft voice. Shameless, Su Yun muttered quietly and turned her head away. She knew that she was no match for Zhang Yan in a verbal battle. Tian Shuitao didn't pay attention at all. She felt too uncomfortable in her chest and needed someone to relieve her. The other girls would definitely not agree, so she could only turn to a man. And among the men here, there was only Yifeng and Chen Jihua. Now, I will teach you all archery, Yifeng said, picking up a bow and arrow. Among his several female disciples, only Ding Tuanshuang learned the fastest, but she still had a long way to go before real combat. Zhang Yan suddenly walked over and turned her back to Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, can you teach me hands-on? I've always been shot by others, but I haven't shot anyone yet. Yifeng. Headache, this woman is too seductive. He was afraid that if his state of mind was unstable, he would do something in front of Su Yun. Of course, he didn't dislike this behavior in his heart. After all, they were on a deserted island, and his thoughts were not so conservative. As long as they killed the black bear and completely repaired the cave, he would never let his brothers feel oppressed. Okay, hold the bow first and pull the bowstring. Yifeng gently pressed his body against Zhang Yan's back. A soft feeling came. Su Yun almost bit her teeth and could only turn her head away. Puff! The arrow finally shot out. Hey, Brother Feng, you didn't hit the target. Can you shoot me again? Zhang Yan pouted and stomped her feet, rubbing against Yifeng's pants and wiggling her buttocks. Yifeng almost exploded on the spot, but with so many people watching, he could only focus on teaching. Relax your left arm, don't tense it too much, otherwise the bow will shake and lose accuracy. When pulling the bowstring back, shoot it naturally. When you reach my level, you won't need to aim anymore. You can shoot based on feeling and ensure a hit in one shot. Yifeng imparted his own experience to Zhang Yan. These were the experiences he had accumulated over 20 years. If it weren't for being stranded on a deserted island, he wouldn't have taught them. After teaching for a while, Yifeng felt it was almost enough. He couldn't let them develop a negative attitude towards learning in one go. Let's get ready to sleep. Chen Jihua will keep watch, Yifeng said and walked towards the cave. The women smiled and followed him into the cave. As usual, Yifeng slept with Su Yun, while Bai Guifan hugged his back. With attacks from both sides, Yifeng fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when Chen Jihua woke him up. Are you tired? Yifeng asked. Yeah, I'm old and can't stay up anymore. Chen Jihua looked like he was about to collapse. Helpless, Yifeng took over the spear and went to keep watch himself. Sitting outside the cave, Yifeng put a piece of wood into the fire pit to make the fire shine further. Being alone, he had the opportunity to contemplate some issues. Obviously, this deserted island was not within the range of satellite monitoring. Perhaps it was influenced by some magnetic field. Otherwise, with the current technology, rescue helicopters would have found them within 2 days. He believed that others also had this realization, but everyone still held on to a glimmer of hope and didn't want to acknowledge the truth. But for himself, it seemed like there was no loss. After all, he was just an ordinary person. When he returned to civilized society, he would still be insignificant. But it was different on this deserted island. Su Yun, Tian Shuidao, Ding Tuanshuang, Zhang Yan, Bai Guifan, these women of different ages and appearances were all top beauties. As long as he was willing, he could enjoy them any time. When he returned to civilized society, he was 100% certain that Su Yun would never marry him. She was just saying nice things, but it was just a momentary impulse. At this moment, he heard faint footsteps from behind and a milky fragrance filled the air. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here? Yifeng turned his head and asked. I can't sleep. Tian Shuitao sat down next to the fire pit. Yifeng's eyes lit up. He saw her with her hair piled up high, exuding an air of elegance. It reminded him of a prominent figure's wife on the cruise ship. Ma Siquan, who is he to you? Yifeng suddenly asked. At that time, he had taken a distant look at Ma Siquan, who was a billionaire. Even Su Yun and Wang Xiong had to please him. Yifeng didn't remember what Ma Siquan looked like, but he remembered his wife clearly. With her hair piled up high, holding a baby in her arms, wearing a red kimono, she was as unattainable as a queen. Ma Siquan is my husband, Tian Shuidao said slowly, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Although Ma Siquan was over 20 years older than her, being able to marry such a prominent figure was the dream of many women. No wonder, then, how is the little boat king doing now? Yifeng asked again. He should still be alive. He is very skilled in water and has a large number of bodyguards and several shipbuilding engineers by his side, Tian Shuidao said confidently, showing absolute confidence in her husband. Well, I hope you can be reunited with your husband. Yifeng sighed. This kind of woman was never someone he could touch. Otherwise, when they returned to civilized society, the little boat king would have the power and means to make him suffer in 1,000 ways. Although he didn't think he could return to civilized society, what if he did? Yifeng, is there still unfinished business between us? Tian Shuidao suddenly raised her head and bravely looked at Yifeng. Unfinished business? Yifeng looked puzzled. Have you forgotten? We hadn't even started when the big black bear came and interrupted us, Tian Shuidao said, her face blushing. You see, besides her husband Ma Xikong, no one else had ever touched her chest. Yifeng leaned back, watching Tian Shuitao cautiously. Your name isn't Tian Shuitao, is it? Yifeng said lightly. Ha! Tian Shuitao suddenly looked up, surprised. How did you know? The little boat king married a woman 2 years ago, causing a sensation in the news. I still have some impression of it. If I remember correctly, Ma Xikong married a woman from the island country named Rini. You must be Japanese, Yifeng said, carefully staring into Tian Shuidao's eyes. Alright, you guessed right. At that time, I didn't want to reveal my real name because I wanted you to help me absorb, but since you've already figured it out, I hope you continue to call me Tian Shuitao. My real name is Rini, Tian Shuitao said. For convenience, you can call me Nico, but I have one request. I hope you don't tell anyone my real name, otherwise, when we return to civilized society, my reputation will be ruined, and the little boat king will be angry because of it, Rini said. Alright, I won't tell anyone, Yifeng stood up. It was time to bring glory to the country. Let's go to the waterfall. It's not convenient here. Anyone can see us, Yifeng pointed to the waterfall. Then, please, Nico nodded meekly, a touch of blush appearing on her face. She felt a bit nervous. If Yifeng had been more aggressive. Thank you for not touching me inappropriately just now. Rimi bowed 90 degrees to Yifeng, finally showing a bit of a Japanese woman's demeanor. Don't worry, I have a good reputation. I won't do anything unless you ask me to, Yifeng said, then walked out from behind the waterfall with Tian Shuitao. Rimi felt very grateful. The feeling Yifeng gave her just now was unparalleled, even more joyful than flying in the sky. Thinking of this, Rimi looked at Yifeng with her beautiful eyes filled with autumn water. In fact, when Yifeng helped her just now, her body had gone weak. If Yifeng had done something inappropriate at that time, she wasn't sure if she could resist the temptation. You go back to sleep, I'll continue to keep watch, Yifeng pointed to the cave. Okay. Nico walked back to the cave with small steps. However, as soon as she entered the cave, she saw Zhang Yan staring at her without blinking. I need to go relieve myself, Nico said nervously. Zhang Yan didn't say anything, but she scrutinized Nico up and down. No, it couldn't be the same person. The wife of the little boat king was elegant and noble. How could she have such a plain name like Tian Shuitao? Yifeng sat by the campfire, keeping watch. He wasn't idle either. He used a dagger to carve more than a dozen bamboo arrows and made another bow. The second bow was made with great care, combining two bows together, making it more powerful. Once the bowstring is pulled, both bows will generate tension, allowing the arrow to fully exert its penetrating power. The only regret is the lack of iron arrowheads. If there were iron arrowheads, even a black bear could be hunted. So, Yifeng wandered by the creek again. Before long, he dug up a lump of red clay with his hands and sniffed it at his nose. It had a smell of rust. This kind of soil is rich in iron bacteria. If he spent a month's time, he could use sedimentation and firing methods to refine a certain amount of iron. But this method is too time-consuming and laborious. It takes hundreds of pounds of red soil to extract a few ounces of iron. The cost outweighs the benefits, so Yifeng didn't consider it. Right, find some hard stones? Yifeng was delighted and quickly started searching by the creek. Some hard stones, as long as they were sharp enough, could also be made into arrowheads. Although they couldn't compare to iron arrowheads, they were at least stronger in penetrating power than bamboo arrows. After selecting the stones, Yifeng began grinding them by the fire. With enough effort, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Time passed quickly, and soon it was morning. Several women woke up lazily. Suyin hadn't even opened her eyes yet when she walked to the fire and put her head in Yifeng's arms. The other women went to wash their faces and brush their teeth. Laughter rang out by the waterfall. No, I won't give it to you, you bad girl. At this moment, Ding Tuanchuan suddenly put her hand behind her back. Little sister, be obedient, give me a little mint leaf. No, I won't. Yifeng had a headache. Little Tuanchuan, give your sister Yen a mint leaf for brushing her teeth. We are a team, don't be stingy, Yifeng said by the fire. So, Ding Tuanchuan reluctantly gave her a leaf. Suyin also staggered over to brush her teeth. They peeled off the bark of the willow branches and smashed the inside to make it look like a brush. It could be used for brushing teeth or cleaning the body. After brushing their teeth, Suyin gave Yifeng another mint leaf. Brush cleaner, I'm clean too. Suyin hinted. Oh, half an hour later, fish were being grilled by the fire. Ding Tuanchuan sat next to Yifeng and occasionally breathed on him, like a little meat bun. Alright, I know you're capable. You actually found mint leaves. Yifeng rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. Little girls are like this. Once they achieve a little bit, they hope Yifeng will keep praising them. Although they were a team, two small groups had formed within the team. Su-yun, Ding Tuanchuan, and Bai Guifan were closer. In the eye Ruli Maisie and Zhang Yan were closer. Yi Feng, we can't stay on this deserted island forever, right? We need to find a way to leave. In the eye Ruli Maisie spoke up. Her words resonated with the other women. Yes, the rescue team probably won't come, but we can save ourselves. For example, we can build a bamboo raft to leave. Su-yun also nodded in agreement. Yi Feng, wife, your face looks a bit swollen. Did you not sleep well last night? Yi Feng changed the subject. Isn't it good to be a king on this deserted island? Why go back? Besides, he had been living with these women for so long and hadn't had any real action yet. No, we haven't had any salt for the past few days, so our faces naturally look swollen. Su-yun said. Yi Feng slapped his forehead. They really hadn't had any salt recently, but they didn't notice before because their salt intake was excessive in civilized society. But after a few days, they had to replenish their salt. Otherwise, they would feel weak all over, and even experience edema. Alright, here's the plan. Later, I'll take someone to the beach to extract some sea salt. The rest of you can shape these stones into arrowheads. If a big black bear comes back, don't go into the cave. Try to scatter and escape, or climb up a tree to hide. Yi Feng said. I'll go with you. I've lived by the sea before, so I know how to extract sea salt. In the eye Ruli Maisie spoke up. She really lives by the seaside. Isn't a small life just a bigger island? But, I also want to go to the seaside. Zhang Yan also didn't want to fall behind. Limiko, oh no, Tian Shuidao and I will go to the seaside. The rest of you stay here. I'll calculate the time, sun-dry the salt, filter the salt. It will probably take more than 10 hours. We'll come back once we get the salt. You all behave here. Yi Feng said. After finishing the instructions, Yi Feng left with the passionate Limiko. Limiko held a spear, Yi Feng held a bamboo spear and a bow and arrow. Another bow and arrow was left for Ding Tuantu. After walking 5 kilometers downstream, Yi Feng stopped. Here, several pieces of women's clothing were torn apart, and Yi Feng vaguely remembered that they belonged to Chenli. Is it Chenli? Limiko nervously covered her mouth. Let's go, we'll cut through the bamboo forest from here and walk another 2 or 3 kilometers to reach the beach. Yi Feng said expressionlessly. He had already regarded Chenli as a passerby, and as for her fate, Yi Feng no longer cared. After speaking, the two of them entered the bamboo forest and rushed towards the beach. They needed to sun-dry the seawater and extract the precipitated white substance. This was only the first step. Afterwards, they needed to use plant ash to filter out the heavy metal elements in the white substance. This was the second step, but it had to be done by the creek. So for the two of them, time was precious. Downstream of the creek, 7 men and 1 woman were wandering aimlessly. Chenli was only wearing a pair of shorts, and her upper body was covered with 2 banana leaves. Wang Xiong walked in the front, saying, as long as you listen to me in the days to come, my daughter-in-law can play with you. Look at her figure and appearance, it won't be too bad. He used another method to win people's hearts. Although Chenli hadn't been played with yet, it was only a matter of time. The lustful gazes of the ball trio couldn't be restrained any longer. Yi Feng and Limiko finally arrived at the beach. Yi Feng immediately started scooping seawater with a helmet and poured it into a groove on a reef to dry. But Limiko took out a spear and wrote a huge SOS on the beach. For a woman like her, returning to civilization was the most important thing. After all, she belonged to the upper class and could live a wealthy life after going back. Yi Feng didn't care much about this, he just needed to focus on sun-drying the salt. The sun was scorching, and in less than 2 hours, the first batch of white substance was dried. Yi Feng scooped out these hard pieces and put them into a bag that had been prepared in advance, then continued to dry the second batch. Limiko knelt on the beach, constantly looking at the meeting point of the sky and the sea, her tired eyes flickering with hope. Stop looking, there won't be any ships passing by. Come rest in the shade. Yi Feng waved his hand under a coconut tree. Limiko nodded and suddenly untied her top, revealing her full breasts. Yi Feng, can you help me again? If it's more thorough this time, I can endure it for 2 days. Limiko said. Ah! Yi Feng pounced directly. Limiko's face turned red. Enough, enough, I've already emptied myself. Faced with the greedy Yi Feng, Limiko also became a little flustered, because Yi Feng's pants were very unattractive, and she was afraid that if she continued, Yi Feng would have other ideas. Miss Limiko, is it okay? Yi Feng had been pretending to be refined when there were many people around, but on this beach, there were only the two of them, so he stopped pretending. Absolutely impossible. Limiko took a step back, looking at Yi Xing nervously. Yi Feng was a bit excited now, she knew that with her ability, she probably couldn't resist. Ha, just kidding, I was just testing you. I didn't expect you to be a virtuous woman. Yi Feng awkwardly found an excuse. Although he was lustful, he would never force a woman, that was his bottom line. But if a woman willingly offered herself, he wouldn't refuse. Satomi breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly said, as long as you can make a bamboo raft, I can give you a chance. Yi Feng, hurry up and dry the salt, don't waste time, otherwise it will be difficult to walk in the jungle when it gets dark. Yi Feng said calmly, unhappy on the deserted island? What's the point of making a bamboo raft? Yifeng was busy until the afternoon, collecting several kilograms of white substance. Along the way, he helped Satomi suck once. Her balloon immediately shrank, but her face relaxed a lot. "Ah, I finally caught you." Just then, Wang Tao's voice came from the other side of the beach. Then several guys appeared, their sharp eyes fixed on Yifeng. Yifeng's face darkened as he picked up his bow and arrow. Satomi also hurriedly fastened her cover and picked up the spear on the ground. "I thought you all starved to death, but I didn't expect you to be alive." Yifeng's hand holding the bow and arrow trembled. If he was alone, he could not beat them and could escape into the forest. But now he had to protect Satomi. The 7 men quickly surrounded Yifeng, and Longwu hesitated, blocking the position in the forest to prevent Yifeng from escaping. Although he respected Yifeng, their camps were different, and as a soldier, obedience was his duty, something ingrained in him that couldn't be changed in a moment. "Now there are only 2 of you left. Today, I will kill you." Wang Tao took a step forward with a stick. "According to the rules of the martial world, let's fight one-on-one. Who wants to go first?" Yifeng asked. "Who the hell wants to fight one-on-one? Everyone attack together and kill this waste," Wang Tao roared. And so, the battle began. Yifeng first knocked down Wang Tao with a punch, but was kicked in the back by Longwu. The bald guy tried to sneak attack, but Yifeng kicked him in the crotch. This guy had good endurance and hugged Yifeng's legs. "I'm holding his legs, quickly, kill him," the bald guy shouted. Just as he spoke, Yifeng used the twin wind to hit him hard on both ears. "Ah!" The bald guy felt a buzzing in his head and fell down directly. However, Yifeng was punched in the back by another bodyguard. After fighting continuously for half an hour, Yifeng was exhausted and sat down on the beach. On the other side, the bald guy and the other 3, including Wang Tao, had all been knocked unconscious. Unfortunately, on their side, there were still Wang Xiong and 2 bodyguards. These 2 bodyguards were not weak and had barely consumed any energy. "Wang Xiong, I've seen you before. You know my husband, Ma Siku. Please let Yifeng go, and I will repay you when I go back," Satomi said, tying up her hair. Wang Xiong wiped his eyes. You're the wife of the boat king. I recognize you with this appearance, but it doesn't matter. This Yifeng dared to make me kowtow. He must die." Wang Xiong shook his head. "How about this? I will kowtow to you on behalf of Yifeng. Is that okay?" Satomi said, kneeling down. Wang Xiong immediately swallowed his saliva. To be honest, he had played with countless women, but this woman in front of him was different. She was the wife of the little boat king. What would it feel like to have her willingly serve him? Kowtowing is useless. "If you can serve me next, I might really let Yifeng go," Wang Xiong said, unzipping his pants. He had made up his mind. After Satomi willingly served him, he would kill Yifeng, otherwise Satomi wouldn't serve him wholeheartedly. "Ah!" Satomi was shocked and kept backing away. "Ha!" Wang Xiong's face darkened and he signaled to Longwu. Just then, Yifeng suddenly rose up and pointed the spear at Wang Tao's neck. "Wang Xiong, let me go, or I'll cut his throat," Yifeng said, grabbing Wang Tao's ear. This waste immediately woke up. "You?" Wang Xiong was furious and didn't expect Yifeng to take a hostage. "You go open the way in the forest, let's retreat," Yifeng said to Satomi. "Oh, okay." Satomi reacted quickly, grabbed some other items, and quickly stood at the edge of the forest. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng had already entered the forest. "Follow me!" With a command, Wang Xiong led the remaining people to chase after. Chenli hesitated for a moment, and also followed at the back, but her heart was in turmoil. She had originally thought that by siding with Wang Tao, she would gain Wang Xiong's favor, but she didn't expect Wang Xiong to treat her as a tool, using her body to win over a few subordinates. Yifeng no longer wanted her, so she could only go down one path. After walking 2 miles into the forest, Yifeng saw that Wang Xiong and the others were still following. So he had an idea. He directly pulled down a vine and threw it. "Here's a black mamba for you," Yifeng shouted. "Ouch! Oh my god! Quick, get out of the way!" There was chaos among the pursuers behind, but they quickly realized they had been tricked. Yifeng took advantage of this opportunity and suddenly stabbed Wang Tao's thigh with a spear, whitening the wound. "Run!" After doing the bad deed, Yifeng pulled Satomi and ran towards the stream. He really wanted to kill Wang Tao just now, but if he killed Wang Tao, Wang Xiong would relentlessly pursue him. So he only stabbed Wang Tao with a serious injury, but not enough to kill him. This way, they would have to take care of Wang Tao over there, greatly reducing their mobility. Sure enough, they ran all the way to the stream and Wang Xiong and the others didn't chase after them. He definitely had to take care of his son, so chasing and killing Yifeng became a secondary task. "Can you still run?" Yifeng looked at Satomi, who had a pale face. "Yes." Satomi stood up firmly. "Get on my back." Yifeng lifted Satomi onto his back and continued running upstream. Just as they had run less than a mile, they saw a leopard licking water by the stream. Hiss! Yifeng stopped and picked up his spear. The leopard and Yifeng locked eyes for a moment, then it suddenly leaped and jumped directly to the other side of the stream, disappearing into the bamboo forest. It jumped so far, Satomi said from Yifeng's back. Yifeng also breathed a sigh of relief and continued running upstream. His heart was pounding, and he pushed himself to his limits. That leopard had jumped 4 meters in one leap, and humans wouldn't be able to defend against its surprise attack if they were unprepared. At this moment, he also wanted to go home a little bit. Hoo. Yefeng was sweating all over, and finally saw the camp. Su Yun was the first to see him. Ah, you're back. After hearing these words, Yefeng knelt down on the ground and collapsed with a thud. The beach battle just now, the jungle escape, the heavy running, the scare from the leopard, all of it was draining his energy and strength. At this moment, when he saw the people he trusted, he couldn't hold on any longer. Downstream, Wang Tao let out a series of donkey-like screams. No! Four men held Wang Tao down and exposed the wound on his thigh. Long Wu then picked up a red-hot dagger and approached step by step. He could have used some blood-clotting plants to stop Wang Tao's bleeding, but he refused and instead used the red-hot dagger to stop the bleeding. Son, endure it, it'll be fine in a moment. Wang Xiong held Wang Tao's arm. Puff. A white smoke rose up. Oh! Wang Tao's eyes rolled back and he fainted, his body twitching. Long Wu felt secretly pleased, put away the dagger, which still had a small piece of cooked flesh on it. Brother Xiong, I'm afraid for the next few days, young Master Tao won't be able to walk, we'll have to carry him on a stretcher. Long Wu said. Thank you, Long Wu. After we go back, I'll reward you with 500,000, I keep my word. Wang Xiong made an empty promise. Thank you, Brother Xiong. In a short while, the stretcher was ready, and the 3 bald men took turns carrying Wang Tao. They were exhausted and even wanted to go on strike. Yefeng slowly woke up and saw nothing but white. Why am I lying in your arms? Yefeng looked at Satomi. You fainted, couldn't eat, so I got your girlfriend's permission to feed you with this. Satomi gently stroked Yefeng's hair. Oh, so you mean they all saw me sucking your blood? Yefeng sat up. He wasn't injured, just mentally and physically exhausted, but he fully recovered after a nap. Big brother, you're awake? Ding Tuanchuan walked into the cave. Is the dialogue too deep? Of course, I'm awake. Call the others to gather around the campfire. I want to have a meeting. Yefeng regained his leadership demeanor. Soon, Yefeng gathered a few women around the campfire, with Su Yun in his arms. Su Yun was tearing the fish meat and feeding it to Yefeng bit by bit. Everyone, this deserted island is really full of dangers, so don't expect to live a luxurious life here. We still need to build a boat and go back home. But we don't have any tools here, so we can only make 2 bamboo rafts and push them into the sea along the stream. I believe this stream will definitely flow into the sea. After reaching the sea, we can connect the 2 bamboo rafts together to increase stability. Does anyone have any objections? Yefeng asked. No objections. Completely agree. No objections at all. At this moment, Ding Tuanchuan looked at Yefeng with confusion. Big brother, we didn't plan on living a luxurious life here. Did you accidentally reveal your inner thoughts? Yefeng's face turned red, realizing that he had imposed his will on the women. Then, Satomi raised her hand. So we need to prepare enough fresh water. Otherwise, if we drift at sea for a few months, we will all die of thirst. Yefeng's headache returned. How big are 2 bamboo rafts? Even if they wanted to store fresh water, they probably couldn't store much, at most enough for 3 to 5 days of drinking water. Often, can you build a wooden door without using a nail? Doesn't that mean we can use mortise and tenon structure to build a large ship? Chen Jihua spoke up. Yes, we can build a large ship. Ding Ke jumped up happily. The other women, except for Satomi, were also excited. Yefeng's face turned black. They want to build a large ship? First of all, they can't solve the problem of the keel. Keels are usually made of steel, otherwise, a big wave could easily break the ship apart. Of course, they could also use wood to make the keel, but it would still be a massive project. Even if they spent several years, they might not be able to build it. It seems like this plan will have to be put on hold again. Yefeng shook his head. Forget it, let's just be the king of this deserted island. Although leopards are a bit troublesome, they are much easier to deal with than black bears. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, there were loud footsteps coming from downstream. Yefeng's face changed drastically, and he quickly stood up. The big black bear was coming again, with a clear target. Them. Bears also hold grudges. Since being injured in the eye, its dominant position has been challenged by a leopard that entered its territory to drink water. This made it furious, and it must tear Yefeng and the others into pieces. Don't panic, lure it into the trap, Yefeng calmly said. However, when he turned around, he saw that the women had already fled into the woods. Yefeng, wait for me. Yefeng also followed suit and ran away. The pressure from the black bear was too strong, and even though they had planned everything in advance, they couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts when facing the black bear. The big black bear finally entered the territory, standing upright and roaring. Roar! Ayo! After just 2 roars, its huge body fell into the trap, knocking down the sharp bamboo at the bottom. Not a single piece of bamboo could pierce its skin. Roar! The black bear was furious, reaching out its claws to climb up. Once it reached the top, it would go on a killing spree. Quick, Uncle Chen, pour scalding lime water into its eyes. Yefeng rushed out first. The other women also gathered their courage and followed behind. Oops, I forgot to heat it today. Chen Jihua looked guilty. Damn it! Then you quickly burn the lime water. The rest of you follow me. poke it with bamboo spears, don't let it climb up. Yifeng finished speaking, picked up the bamboo spear and stabbed towards the black bear. Just as the bear's head emerged, it was immediately struck. In its anger, it swiped its paw and fell back into the pit. Everyone gather around, hurry up. Yifeng cursed for the first time, realizing that if they didn't kill the black bear now, they would live in constant fear in the future. Suyin was the first to stand by the edge of the pit and thrust her bamboo spear at the black bear. The bear grabbed the spearhead with one swipe and pulled it back. Ah! Suyin screamed, almost being pulled into the trap. At a critical moment, Zhang Yan grabbed her clothes. Thank you, Suyin said. You're welcome, you owe me a favor, Zhang Yan said with a seductive smile. Chen Jihua was responsible for burning the lime water, while the others surrounded the pit. Whenever the black bear tried to climb up, they would strike it with a stick and make it return to its original position. Is the lime water ready? Yifeng asked, then stabbed the black bear into the pit with another long spear. Almost, Chen Jihua kept adding firewood inside. At this moment, the black bear went into a frenzy and ignored Yifeng's stabs, climbing up without hesitation. They looked foolish, but were actually quite clever, knowing they wouldn't gain any advantage at the bottom of the pit. Plunging the spear into the bear's mouth, blood immediately flowed out. Yifeng felt a shock in his hand, and his body involuntarily leaned to the side. The bear actually used its mouth to pull the spear away. By now, half of its body had already reached the top. Die! Bai Guifan stabbed with a bamboo spear. The bear's body slid down a bit, but its basic strength was too strong, and it continued to climb up. Is it ready yet? Yifeng exclaimed. Almost, Chen Jihua glanced at the boiling lime water. Without caring about the scorching helmet, Yifeng grabbed the red-hot helmet with his bare hands and splashed it onto the black bear's face. Hiss! A white smoke rose up. Roar! The black bear lay on the edge of the pit, emitting a low roar. But this guy had too much endurance. Even in such pain it didn't fall to the bottom of the pit, and managed to climb out after just a few attempts. Spread out. Yifeng had just finished speaking when his back was slapped by the bear's paw, causing him to stagger 5 or 6 steps before stopping. Oh my god! Several women quickly scattered, looking at the black bear with terrified eyes. The black bear first used its paws to scratch its face, just a few times, and a layer of skin on its face was peeled off, with fist-sized eyeballs still attached to the skin. This horrifying scene chilled Yifeng's heart. The bear felt a burning and itching sensation on its face, and its muscles continued to corrode. Roar! It roared again, but its eyes were blind and it couldn't see anything around it, so it groped its way to a tree and pushed it with its paw. The tree, as thick as a thigh, snapped. Yifeng swallowed his saliva, took the thorn knife from Bai Guifan, and suddenly stabbed it into the bear's back. After stabbing, he quickly retreated, not giving the bear a chance to counterattack. The bear sniffed and began to pace back and forth at the entrance of the cave. Run! Several women screamed and started playing hide-and-seek with the black bear. Ding Tuantu occasionally shot arrows at the bear's face, making the bear furious. The bear's face kept bleeding, and Yifeng suddenly had an idea. He took out a piece of red-hot wood and smashed it onto the bear's face. Roar! Finally, the black bear let out a reluctant roar and fell to the ground, causing even the ground to tremble slightly. Stab its eyes, stab at its weak spots, kill it completely, Yifeng said, taking the lead. The women regained their courage and continued to stab the bear. The bear convulsed for a full 10 minutes before finally dying. Hoo! A group of people sat paralyzed on the ground, gasping for breath as if they had just experienced a group battle. If seen by outsiders, they would surely misunderstand. At this moment, Chen Jihua suddenly covered his stomach, which was covered in a large pool of blood. Husband? Bai Guifan lifted Chen Jihua's clothes. The next moment, she covered her mouth. On Chen Jihua's stomach, there was a huge claw mark, and half of his intestines were spilling out. Yifeng hurriedly walked over and used his hands to cover Chen Jihua's stomach. In the chaotic battle with the black bear just now, Chen Jihua unexpectedly suffered a fatal injury. Husband, it's okay, the rescue team will be here soon. Bai Guifan forced a smile on her face and comforted him softly. Chen Jihua lay weakly on the ground, his lips quickly turning purple. With this level of injury on a deserted island, not even a deity could save him. Wife, Lily, Chen Jihua stuttered. Don't worry, I will take care of Liar. Tears streamed down Bai Guifan's face. After more than 20 years of marriage, although they had lost the passion between a man and a woman, they had already developed a bond of kinship. Chen Jihua shook his head and looked at Yifeng. Feng, I beg you, my daughter, please help her. Chen Jihua weakly pleaded. Yifeng's eyes flickered. Uncle, don't worry, the rescue team will be here soon. You have to hold on, this injury is nothing, you will definitely get better. Yifeng comforted him. No, it's too late, Feng, promise me, take them back home, I can only rely on you, and even let them listen to you, serve you. Chen Jihua said, blood spilling from his mouth. Me? Alright, I promise you. Yifeng nodded. A faint smile appeared on Chen Jihua's face, and then his legs slowly straightened. He had already suffered a lot on the deserted island, staying up every night, and his arm was injured. At this moment, he could no longer hold on and passed away. Bai Guifan cried out, collapsing onto the ground. Several women hurried over to comfort her. Yifeng also felt a sense of loss. His teammate had died so quickly, and he had been thinking about living a comfortable life on the deserted island. Was he being too selfish? Why are you crying? Don't we have food and water? Wang Tao lay on the stretcher, looking at Chenli who was crying non-stop. At this moment, they had returned to the beach. I feel like my dad is dead. Chenli looked up at the sky, tears rolling down like a broken kite. It's good that he's dead. Your dad wasn't useful anyway, Wang Tao said indifferently. You? Chenli became furious, her eyes gradually filled with resentment. Next to the cave, a grave mound was erected, and Yifeng exerted some effort to place a tombstone in front of it, with the words Chenjia's grave written on it. Bai Guifan knelt in front of the grave, looking as if she had lost her soul. When her husband was alive, she felt that Chen Jihua was weak and useless, but at this moment, she felt like she had lost the most important thing in her life. Roast the fish for me. After I finish eating, I'll go find Chenli. Yifeng sighed and said slowly. Since it was the dying wish of someone, he would give Chenli another chance. If Chenli still couldn't change her ways, then he could drive her away with a clear conscience. At this moment, Bai Guifan wiped away her tears and started roasting the two fish. Offing, I'll go with you. Shaoli is the only flesh and blood of Jihua and me. I must bring her back safely. Bai Guifan said. No need, auntie. You're not in good condition right now. I can go alone. Yifeng resisted. Don't say anything more. I must go with you. Bai Guifan firmly said. All right. Yifeng could only agree. After all, Chen Jihua's death had something to do with him. It was because he made Chen Jihua stay up every night, causing his reaction to be slow and unable to dodge the black bear's indiscriminate attack. As they ate the roasted fish, Yifeng's eyes sparkled, and he saw Ding Tuanchuan kneeling in front of Chen Jihua's grave, murmuring something under his breath. This made him feel somewhat relieved. This little girl still had a kind heart. So, he quietly walked over, wanting to hear what Ding Tuanchuan was saying. Uncle Chen, please don't come to me at night. I'm really scared of ghosts. If you want to find someone, go find someone else, like Zhang Yan or Sister Suyun, or Brother Yi. Just don't come into my dreams, please, I beg you. After speaking, Ding Tuanchuan knocked her head. Yifeng was immediately furious and grabbed her chubby face. You little brat, go skin the bear and dry the fur to use as a bedsheet. Yifeng scolded angrily. Ah! Ding Tuanchuan went to work with a dagger. After finishing the fish, Yifeng set off with Bai Guifan. Yifeng assessed the situation and concluded that Wang Tao was seriously injured and needed to replenish his fluids constantly. Therefore, he should be recuperating downstream from the creek, far away from their camp to avoid conflicts. Auntie, let's keep going downstream. Yifeng said. Okay. Bai Guifan didn't make any provocative remarks this time, her eyes filled with urgency. They walked downstream for a full 6 or 7 kilometers, and Yifeng encountered several groups of carnivorous animals. There were the same hyenas as before, but when they saw Yifeng, they ran away. They had developed a psychological shadow towards him. Dogs are like that, they bully the weak and fear the strong, and hyenas were no exception. We've been walking for so long, why haven't we seen my daughter yet? Bai Guifan asked anxiously. Let's keep looking. Yifeng replied. Bai Guifan suddenly approached Yifeng, hugged him, and said, Yifeng, I know you haven't been looking for Lily seriously. Can you do it for my sake? I can give myself to you now. After all, there's no one here, and my husband said before he died that I could be your woman. After speaking, Bai Guifan slowly took off her shirt. Yifeng resisted in his heart. After all, Chen Jihua had just died, and it would be too despicable of him to do that. But he was a normal man, and at his age, he was full of youthful vigor. Auntie, don't think like that. I will search for Lily with all my heart. Yifeng said with difficulty. There's no one here, so you don't have to worry. Once I give myself to you, you will search for Lily seriously. I understand the rules, no need to be polite. After Bai Guifan finished speaking, she pushed Yifeng to the ground. Yifeng, Auntie, don't think too much. I have been searching for Chanli seriously. I will fulfill my promise to others. However, if Shenli does the same thing again, I won't care about trust anymore and will abandon her again. Just as Yifeng was about to say this, Bai Guifan had already started. Yifeng had only said one word when he suddenly became dumbfounded. That feeling was unparalleled. After a while, Bai Guifan wiped the corners of her mouth and slowly turned around, supporting herself on the rock with both hands. Yifeng, come quickly. After I give myself to you, you will search for my daughter seriously. I understand a man's thoughts, no need to be polite. Yifeng's eyes turned red instantly, and his rationality was quickly overwhelmed by his animalistic instincts. I didn't mean that. Yifeng swallowed his saliva, feeling that he was losing control. His blood and energy were all stirred up. However, Bai Guifan didn't care about all that and pounced on him directly. Yifeng finally couldn't control himself and had a moment of passion. This time, he released all the pent-up emotions from many years. After an hour, Bai Guifan sat weakly on the rock, cleaning her body with her hands. After cleaning up, a hint of charm flashed in her eyes, and she helped Yifeng clean up as well. Yifeng, did you feel good just now? Bai Guifan asked seductively. I've never felt so good before. Yi Feng said seriously, reaching out to touch her hair. Bai Guifan smiled slightly, then suddenly covered her red lips and looked at Yi Feng's pants in shock. You want it again? Yi Feng suddenly felt embarrassed. Chen Jihua had just passed away, and he felt like a beast. But there was nothing he could do. A young man's body was like this, with a strong recovery ability. Bai Guifan hesitated for a moment, then supported herself on the rock again. Above the bamboo forest, the paradise bird is chirping, its voice melodious and charming, as if crying and complaining. In the water grass by the shore, a male frog climbs onto the back of a female frog. An hour and a half later, Bai Guifan weakly sits on a stone, completely exhausted. Yi Feng can only help her proactively. Often, you are so beautiful, incredibly beautiful, Yi Feng says with a smile. Stop it, you're too fierce. I'm afraid I can't handle it alone, but it's okay, as long as we find Liar, Bai Guifan says, covering her mouth and laughing softly. But can you still walk now? Yi Feng asks. Shouldn't be a problem, Bai Guifan says eagerly, but as soon as she stands up, she falls into Yi Feng's arms. Let's rest for a while, Yi Feng says, placing her on the stone. You did a lot just now. I've never seen so much. Is there something wrong with your body? Bai Guifan suddenly asks. Yi Feng also finds it strange. He has never produced so much before. Perhaps it has something to do with the white fruit. After eating the white fruit, he feels exceptionally strong, to the point where he can't even imagine it. No, this should just be pure strength, Yi Feng chuckles. But you're too strong. I'm afraid in the future, Liar, and I won't be able to hold you down. But it doesn't matter, there are still so many women in the cave, right? I believe they would be willing, especially Zhang Yan. She looks at you with watery eyes. As long as you nod, she will definitely give herself to you, Bai Guifan says with a hint of jealousy. It's just that she is powerless and can't control Yi Feng. Since she can't control him, she'll let him run free, as long as he can take care of her and Liar on this deserted island. The two rest until noon, and Bai Guifan can barely walk, but her legs tremble when viewed from behind. They continue walking downstream for several kilometers. It is already afternoon, and the weather is getting hotter and more humid. Yi Feng suddenly stops. Downstream of the creek, there is a lake with a radius of 1 kilometer, where a large number of herbivores gather. Some are drinking water, some are grazing, and others are lurking in the bushes. Yi Feng's heart tightens, and he quickly pulls Bai Guifan behind him. In the next moment, a crocodile leaps out of the lake and directly bites a half-grown water buffalo. The lake turns red instantly. At the edge of the grass, a leopard flashes by and bites the neck of a spotted deer. In the area covered with water grass, a large amount of water splashes suddenly, and a lamb is dragged into the lake. Let's go, this place is too dangerous. Wang Tao and the others couldn't have settled here. Yi Feng's face changes drastically, and he pulls Bai Guifan and starts running. After running for just over 10 meters, Bai Guifan falls to the ground. Get on my back. Yi Feng carries Bai Guifan and starts running frantically. They finally return to the place where they fought earlier, and Yi Feng gasps for breath. The abundance of water grass also represents fierce competition. It seems that he is lucky to have been at the source of the creek all along, so he hasn't encountered these carnivorous animals. What should we do? Aren't we looking for Liar anymore? Bai Guifan asks from Yi Feng's back. Wang Tao and the others shouldn't be on this creek. There is another possibility, they might be on the beach. In any case, they can't be in the jungle because there are too many mosquitoes there. I cut his thigh, and mosquitoes will lay eggs on his wound, Yi Feng says. Let's go to the beach. After saying that, he puts Bai Guifan down. Bai Guifan feels sorry for Yi Feng carrying her on his back earlier, so she takes the lead. That tempting figure makes Yi Feng excited again. Sometimes, once the floodgates are opened, the inner beast can never be contained again. Yi Feng takes a deep breath and suddenly hugs Bai Guifan from behind. Ah! Bai Guifan screams. No more, you're too fierce. If it happens again, I'm afraid I won't even be able to walk. Bai Guifan says fearfully. Yi Feng looks ashamed. It's already this late, and he's still thinking about that. I'm sorry. I should be the one apologizing. I'm useless, but it's okay. After finding Shaoli, let her help you twice to share my burden, Bai Guifan said to Yi Feng. Let's go to the beach first, Yi Feng said, taking the lead. Otherwise, if he stayed behind and watched Bai Guifan's figure, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Finally, they arrived at the beach and Yi Feng looked towards the south. That was the rocky area where they could catch fish. You stay here, hide in the woods and don't come out. I'll go check the rocky area, maybe I can find someone, Yi Feng said. Be careful. Yi Feng made an okay gesture, took his bow and arrow, and quietly approached the rocky area. No one was there. Only here could they catch fish. If Wang Tao and the others were on the beach, they would usually choose this place as their campsite. Therefore, it was unlikely that Chenli was on the beach. This was troublesome. Trying to find someone in the tropical rainforest was like finding a needle in a haystack. There was another possibility. Chenli might have already died. Yi Feng? Is it Yi Feng? Just then, a woman in her 30s stood up from behind a rock. As she stood up, she adjusted her pants, clearly having relieved herself there. You, Assistant Su? Yi Feng's eyes lit up. This woman in front of him, in her 30s, had a fit figure and sharp eyes. Wasn't she Su Yun's personal bodyguard? Yifeng had fantasized about this fit woman countless nights, never expecting that she had also survived. But it wasn't surprising. After all, she was a bodyguard trained by the Su family since childhood and had a certain level of survival skills. I didn't expect you to be alive too. Are there others? Susan asked calmly. She looked good, obviously living well on the deserted island. At the same time, her impression of Yifeng wasn't very good. After all, Wang Tao had clearly described Yifeng's character in the company as a sleazy and voyeuristic man. She looked down on such a man. Of course, there's no one else. Yifeng's expression also turned cold. He could sense Susan's disgust towards him, and that's just how he was. If you liked him, he would like you too, but if you genuinely hated him, no matter how sexy or beautiful you were, he wouldn't like you. I wonder how President Su is doing. Susan frowned and turned away. Instantly, her S-curve was fully exposed to Yifeng's gaze. It had to be said that not only was Susan well endowed, but she also had a solid and full figure, exuding a healthy aura. Any man who saw her would want her help in having a child or something. After all, humans were animals, and when they wanted to reproduce, they first considered health issues. But modern people's thinking had gradually shifted, first considering beauty. In the past, in the countryside, when old people looked at women, they would first look at whether they were strong and if they had a big butt, because a big butt was good for giving birth. And Susan not only had an angelic face but also a fit figure. It was said that she was an orphan, raised by old Master Su since childhood, and eventually became the Su family's top bodyguard, specializing in protecting Su Yun. So she and Su Yun were called master and servant, but they were actually sisters. She was quite pitiful, never having had a relationship or even thought about getting married at the age of 30. Let's go! Regardless, we're all from the same company. Follow me, at least I can guarantee that you won't starve to death, Susan said, taking out a wooden spear from behind the rock. Yifeng. Actually, President Su is still alive, Yifeng said. Ah? Susan was overjoyed and grabbed Yifeng's shoulder. Where is she? Susan's excited tone trembled. In her bones, she was imprinted with the genes to protect Su Yun. She's in the woods. It's about a 7 to 8 kilometer walk to get there, but I've been taking good care of her, Yifeng said. You've been taking care of her? Susan became wary. After all, Yifeng's reputation in the company had been ruined by Wang Tao. So in her mind, Yifeng's care might have some ulterior motives. Assistant Su, is that you? At this moment, Bai Guifan also walked over, looking at Susan with a face full of surprise. Sister Bai from the finance department? Susan also exclaimed in joy. The two women immediately embraced each other, almost squeezing Bai Guifan out of shape. Yifeng felt embarrassed. This woman was truly a female warrior. Let's go back and check on Yun, Susan said, preparing to walk towards the woods. However, in the next moment, footsteps could be heard from within the woods, and a large wild boar rushed out, its 2 rows of fangs gleaming ominously. Yifeng was shocked. This thing was an omnivorous animal, which meant it also ate meat. So, he quickly stepped forward in front of the 2 women. Let me handle this. Yifeng had just finished speaking when Susan pulled him aside. Get out of the way, you're risking your life. Let me handle it. Susan snatched Yifeng's lines. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, but he still put away his spear. He wanted to see how strong Susan's combat ability was. He saw Susan pull the spear back, fully extending her left hand to protect the spearhead. In the next moment, her well-developed gluteal muscles tightened, and her body straightened into a beautiful line. Whoosh! The wooden spear was fiercely thrown, directly piercing through the 200-pound wild boar. Clang! The wild boar let out a piercing scream and hurriedly fled into the woods. Let's go! Let's not waste this food! Susan pulled out a dagger from her waist and quickly chased after it. Yifeng was delighted. Susan had good combat ability. From now on, there would be 2 strong individuals in his camp. As for the other women, they were basically powerless in battle. Following the bloodstains for over 100 meters, they finally discovered the dead wild boar in the grass. Yifeng, come help me, drag it to the beach and butcher it. Take the parts with more meat, then go find Yun, Susan said. Okay. The 2 quickly dragged the wild boar onto the beach. Susan skillfully butchered the wild boar. Yifeng also needed pig fat now. In civilized society, greasy things were harmful to health, but on this deserted island, fat became a precious commodity. Not only could it make hair shiny, but pig fat could also protect the lips with a layer of grease. After dissecting the meat, Susan threw away the bones and the pig's head, then lifted the bloody half of the meat and pointed to the other half. You and Bai Guifan carry the other pieces of meat. Yifeng, do you have the strength for it? Yifeng blushed instantly. How dare this woman look down on me? No need to carry, I can handle it alone. Yifeng also lifted the other half. The 3 of them started running madly along the woods towards the stream. They had to run faster because their bodies were covered in pig's blood. The surrounding dense forest rustled with sounds. At least dozens of animals were eyeing them. Fortunately, there were no large carnivorous animals on the coastline, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to run back to the stream. After reaching the stream, Susan was panting heavily, and she glanced at Yifeng, who remained calm. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. When you're tired, take deep breaths. It can relieve the pressure on your lungs, otherwise, you might have problems breathing. Susan said. All right. Yifeng pretended to take a few deep breaths. He understood women like Susan. She was strong-willed, and strong-willed women didn't like having someone stronger than them around, as it would make them feel threatened. Sister Sue, let's wash the blood off the meat and ourselves. Otherwise, the blood will attract the food chain in the jungle. Yifeng said. No need, if those beasts dare to come, we'll kill them. Susan said sharply. Yifeng. After resting for 5 minutes, Susan continued to carry the meat while running. Yifeng walked behind her, admiring her well-developed gluteal muscles. This woman was really healthy and powerful, which actually aroused Yifeng's desire to conquer. He remembered a creepy guy in the company who would secretly take pictures of Susan's backside. After taking the photos, he would hurriedly run to the restroom. 5 minutes later, he would come out looking weak. This showed that there were many men who had thoughts about Susan. How much longer do we have to go? Susan asked ahead. We're almost there, Yifeng replied, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. He saw 5 or 6 bald eagles circling in the sky upstream, making noisy calls. This is not good. Yifeng stopped pretending and used all his strength to quickly surpass Susan. Susan's face turned red, and she also used all her strength to try to catch up with Yifeng. However, Yifeng quickly left her behind. Did this guy take some kind of medicine? Susan gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling as if it was about to explode. Let's go, maybe Yifeng has noticed the danger. Bai Guifan hurriedly led the way. In front of the cave, nearly 10 hyenas were tearing and devouring the body of a large black bear, while Su Yun and the other women used bamboo spears and bows and arrows to drive them away. But these hyenas didn't care, and some even started to surround Su Yun. Shoot them, Tuanchuan! Su Yun shouted. Ah, I've run out of arrows. Ding! Tuanchuan hid behind the others. Ouch! Zhang Yan suddenly screamed in pain as blood gushed from her thigh. Go hide behind, Yifeng said, taking on the responsibility in the absence of Su Yun. A cunning hyena sneaked up on Su Yun from the side and bit at her buttocks. It's worth noting that these hyenas usually eat carrion and have a lot of bacteria in their mouths. Once they bite, it's like losing half of your life even if you don't die. Be careful! Ding! Tuanchuan shouted. Just then, a spear shot from downstream. Plop! The hyena was directly pinned to the ground by the powerful force. Su Yun turned her head and saw a strong man running towards them at a fast speed. He pulled out the spear from the body and stabbed it forward. Ah! The fiercest hyena was stabbed through the mouth and died on the spot. Yifeng swept his spear to the side, sending another hyena flying. The other hyenas immediately stopped eating and pounced towards Yifeng. You beasts, coming to bully the lioness while the lion is away? Yifeng shouted angrily, thrusting his spear forward and impaling an old hyena on it, then flinging it with force. The pack of hyenas howled in agony and, led by their queen, fled into the bamboo forest. After all, Yifeng was too strong and had killed 3 hyenas right away. You want to run? Yifeng pulled back his spear. Plop! The hyena queen was directly pinned to the ground. Yifeng breathed heavily and walked over, pulling out the spear with a pluck and stabbing it into the hyena queen's eye. The bald eagles in the sky wanted to eat some leftovers, but they didn't expect such a super strong animal to appear. So, flapping their wings, they flew away from the upstream sky. Downstream, Susan covered her mouth in shock. Yifeng's actions just now were brutal and clean. Even if she had personally gone up, she might not have had such skill. Could it be that I underestimated him before? Her mood became complicated for a moment. Wife, are you okay? Yifeng quickly hugged Su Yun. It's good that you're back. You scared us just now. Su Yun couldn't help but cry when she saw her backbone return. She had been terrified just now, thinking she was going to become hyena food. Yifeng made her feel so safe. Big brother, you're finally back. Ding Tuanchuan also rushed over and hugged Yifeng from behind. Then Zhang Yan also rushed over and took the opportunity to flirt. Only Li Xie stood in place, but her eyes were full of admiration. Sister! Susan finally walked over. Su Yun trembled all over when she heard this voice and slowly raised her eyes. Sister! The 2 beautiful women hugged each other and refused to let go for a long time. Yifeng was filled with joy and went downstream to drag back 2 pieces of pork. Ouch! Zhang Yan suddenly fell to the ground, clutching her thigh in pain. Yifeng quickly went over and held her slender thigh in his arms. What should we do? Will it leave a scar? Zhang Yan asked nervously. You still have the mood to worry about scars? A hyena's mouth is very dirty. It's highly likely to carry the rabies virus. Susan spoke coldly. Of course, she recognized Zhang Yan. Wasn't she Wang Xun's mistress? She didn't have a good impression of this kind of woman. Ah, little brother Yifeng, you must save me. I will repay you. Do you remember the cartwheel? You haven't seen it yet. Please don't let me die. Zhang Yan said in panic. Yifeng, shut up. There are so many people here. Yifeng scolded angrily. Come, get on my back. I'll take you to the forest to find herbs. Yifeng squatted down in a horse stance. Zhang Yan was frightened and jumped directly onto Yifeng's back. You? Su Yun muttered a few words from behind and glanced at Susan with some fear. Susan was like her housekeeper, always stopping her when she wanted to do something indulgent. Carrying Zhang Yan, Yifeng rushed into the woods and began searching for medicinal herbs for wounds. He first tried to release the stagnant blood from the wound, then looked for herbs that promote blood clotting to help the wound heal slowly, but scarring was inevitable. After 2 hours of searching, Yifeng finally gathered all the herbs. However, they were already 2 kilometers away from the camp. There was no water source here, so Yifeng could only use Zhang Yan's skirt. Suddenly, a translucent pair of shorts appeared. "Are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Yan asked. "No, this way I can see more clearly," Yifeng replied, putting the herbs in his mouth, chewing them, and then spitting them onto Zhang Yan's thigh. Zhang Yan's thigh twitched, and blood slowly flowed down. Yifeng's pants became even more unsightly. The previous release of pressure by Bai Guifan did not completely satisfy him. He was afraid he couldn't control himself. After all, the beast had already been unleashed. Zhang Yan's wound continued to bleed, and her rosy lips turned pale, as if she had just finished greeting relatives. When the blood turned to its normal color, Yifeng cleaned the wound. The elastic feeling almost made Yifeng lose control. He chewed the clotting herbs and spat them on top. "Is it better now?" Zhang Yan asked. "Not yet. Do you have any cloth on you?" "I need to bandage the wound," Yifeng said. "Cloth?" "Yes." Zhang Yan slowly stood up, and suddenly took off the translucent shorts, handing them to Yifeng. "Use this. I don't have many clothes left, and I can't tear them." After saying that, she placed her slender, snow-white thigh in Yifeng's embrace. At the same time, her skirt barely covered the base of her thigh. Yifeng swallowed his saliva, and his pants became unsightly at a visible speed. He began bandaging, but his eyes were like radar, unable to resist the urge to look inside the skirt. Zhang Yan saw Yifeng's sneaky behavior and occasionally moved her thigh, making that area appear and disappear, almost driving Yifeng to explode on the spot. If Zhang Yan hadn't lost too much blood, he might have taken her right then and there. "I feel dizzy." Zhang Yan had lost too much blood and felt dizzy. She covered her head and sat in Yifeng's embrace. "Ah, no, this won't do. You're not wearing anything inside. What if something happens?" Yifeng warned. He was already trying hard to restrain his animalistic instincts, and if Zhang Yan continued to tease him, he wouldn't be able to control himself anymore. Zhang Yan didn't care about that and squeezed her whole body into Yifeng's embrace. Yifeng swallowed his saliva. However, the next moment, Zhang Yan had already closed her eyes and fallen into a deep sleep in his embrace. Yifeng felt that with just a little effort, he could, but he forcibly held back. "Let's go home." He carried Zhang Yan and walked back home. When they reached the entrance of the cave, Suyun hurriedly approached. "Is she dead?" Suyun asked coldly. "No, she just lost too much blood and fell asleep." "Let's go roast some fish," Yifeng said, carefully placing Zhang Yan on the ground. Su San glanced at Yifeng. Was he really as bad as Wang Tao said? However, the next moment, Yifeng let go of Zhang Yan, and the unsightly pants were exposed. Su San's face immediately turned red. "Yifeng, Wang Tao was right. You really are a perverted man. She's injured, and you're still thinking about that. You're simply an animal." Su San angrily scolded. In fact, she scolded harshly, but deep down, she was jealous of Zhang Yan. After all, she had lived for 30 years and had never had a boyfriend, not even holding hands with a man. Whenever she saw a couple passing by, she couldn't help but feel envious. If Yifeng had been holding her just now, she would have been ecstatic, but she would never admit it. This is a normal physiological reaction for a man, and just now, it wasn't me who initiated it. Yifeng was immediately angry. It was true that Susan was known as the company's tigress, and it had been 30 years since she had a boyfriend. The men in the company were all spreading rumors about how she would bite people and never let go. "I don't want to talk to you, it's embarrassing," Susan said, pulling Suyun to her side and forbidding her from walking with Yifeng. Suyun could only helplessly make a gesture to Yifeng. She had been under Susan's control since she was young and was somewhat afraid of her. At this moment, a scent wafted over. It turned out that Li Meizi had roasted a leg of pork and sprinkled it with filtered salt. When Yifeng and Bai Guifan went out, Li Meizi used wood ash to remove impurities from the white substance, leaving mostly salt. Although there were still a few impurities, they didn't care much on this deserted island. She hesitated for a moment and handed a piece of meat to Yifeng. "Yifeng, you work the hardest, so you should eat the most delicious part," Li Meizi said gently. "Thank you, Tian Shuitao," Yifeng said. "She's not Tian Shuitao, she has no vision at all. She's the wife of the little boat king," Susan said coldly from a distance. Her words stirred up a hornet's nest, and all the women in the cave turned their gaze towards Li Meizi. Li Meizi blushed instantly. The fact that she had been seduced by Yifeng was now known to all the women in the cave. She was afraid that when she returned to civilization, the little boat king would divorce her. "I deceived you, I'm sorry, but I have my own reasons," Li Meizi said, then went to take care of Zhang Yan. At this time, Susan was helping Suyun get dressed. "Come, let's go behind the waterfall. I want to check if anyone has taken advantage of you," Susan said. "Sister, please don't, not again." Suyun blushed, but obediently followed behind the waterfall. Yifeng sat on the side eating the pork leg. He felt like he had brought a housewife back. It seemed that his life in the 3 palaces and 6 courts would have to be put on hold for now, unless he could also conquer Susan and make her kneel in front of his big pants. They said she had been single for 30 years, and she must be desperate. I, Yi Mao, am not talented, but I'm willing to give it a try. Bite me, come and bite me. After finishing the pork, several women needed to move their bodies to digest the food, so they all felt drowsy. But Yi Feng couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He felt that his position as the leader was being challenged. Just then, Bai Guifan walked downstream and was about to disappear from Yi Feng's sight when she suddenly turned back and gave him a seductive look that only he understood. Yi Feng took a deep breath and quickly followed her. An hour later, Yi Feng lay on the ground while Bai Guifan lay in his arms, tracing circles with her fingers. How was it just now? Did you release the pressure? Bai Guifan smiled seductively. You're amazing, we basically let go of everything. Yi Feng gently stroked her hair. Now, he had to go find Chen Li. Otherwise, he would be letting down Chen Jihua. In fact, he wanted to say that he only released about half of it. After all, Yi Feng was already strong, and eating the white fruit made him even stronger. Guifan, let's wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll trick that person and make her follow me to find Chen Li. After all, her strength is not bad, Yi Feng said. Gratitude flashed in by Guifan's eyes as she lowered her face. It was unclear how long had passed before the two of them returned to the camp in separate groups. This was insisted upon by Guifan, who said that she couldn't delay Yi Feng and Suyan's good fortune. Where did you go just now? Susan asked. I went downstream to take a bath, Yi Feng said. Good, from now on, we are a team. So everything we do must be done properly. First of all, I want to thank you for taking care of my sister these past few days. When I go back, I will have Su Laoyi promote you. Secondly, starting from tomorrow, we will send 2 people to the beach at regular intervals to wait for the rescue aircraft. Otherwise, in the jungle, the leaves cover the ground completely, and the rescue aircraft won't be able to see us even if it flies over, Susan said slowly. Yes, Miss Susan, you're absolutely right, Rico exclaimed excitedly. Sister, you're amazing. Suyan looked at Susan sincerely. The other women were also filled with excitement. Yi Feng, you're amazing, why didn't I think of that before? Yi Feng said awkwardly. Susan looked at Yi Feng with a meaningful gaze, making Yi Feng's heart skip a beat. For some reason, there was no seduction or sexual implication in Susan's eyes, but after being looked at by her, a certain thought arose from deep within his heart. Perhaps, this is the special ability that arises after a woman has abstained for 30 years, the ability to remain unaffected. Did you not think of it? Or did you? Forget about it, let's not talk about that now, we need to work together. If the rescue aircraft doesn't come, we'll build a bamboo raft and leave. We can't perish on this deserted island. Susan's words instantly gained her many fans. Of course, Bai Guifan was an exception. After all, she had already tasted Yi Feng's flavor. Especially after the first time, she felt like she had wasted the past 40 years. With Yi Feng, she could have anything she wanted. Now, I'll skin the bear and dry the skin. At night, we can lay it on the dry grass to make it softer. Yi Feng picked up the dagger next to Susan and started to work. The other women also began to busy themselves, cutting the bear meat and pork into strips, stringing them together with thin bamboo strips, and hanging them on tree branches to dry. While drying, they would apply a layer of salt to prevent the meat from spoiling or rotting. Just as they finished marinating the pork, they ran out of salt. For the remaining unmarinated bear meat, let's roast it and eat it all. Then we can press the leftover meat under the waterfall to prevent the smell of blood from attracting other predators, Yi Feng suggested. In the evening, Yi Feng and the 6 beauties sat by the bonfire. They were all feeling down after Chen Jihua's death. Don't be too sad, Jihua would want us to live happily. How about I tell you a joke? Bai Guifan suddenly spoke up. Sure, everyone immediately perked up and listened attentively. Bai Guifan told a very cheesy dirty joke. Although cheesy, it could still arouse certain feelings between men and women. At that moment, Yi Feng's gaze shifted towards Su Yun, and Su Yun was also secretly sizing herself up. As for Susan, although she pretended to look disdainful, Yi Feng clearly felt that she was also somewhat moved. I have a friend whose girlfriend ran away with a black man. 2 years later, she came back from Black State and wanted to marry him. On their wedding night, my friend took off his girlfriend's pants and was suddenly shocked. Why is it so big? Why is it so big? His girlfriend asked in return, why do you have to say it twice? My friend was also puzzled and said it only once. Do you understand? The hole is too big, it echoes. Yi Feng also told a joke. Ha ha, ah ha ha ha. Bai Guifan burst into laughter. The other girls couldn't help but giggle. Only Ding Tuanchuan had a confused expression, with a big question mark on her face. Suyan blushed and buried her head in Susan's arms. Susan rolled her eyes at Yi Feng, and a blush also appeared on her pretty face. That's such a disgusting joke, don't tell it again in the future, Susan scolded lightly. She almost laughed just now, but she managed to hold it in. After saying that, Susan seemed to be less hostile towards Yi Feng. After all, a smile can erase enmity. By the way, where are Wang Tao and the others? Susan suddenly remembered something. Suyan's face darkened, and she told Susan about all the disgusting things Wang Tao had done these days. That's impossible, Manager Wang always looks righteous, and I've seen his championship trophy with my own eyes. How could he not know how to catch fish? Susan looked shocked. Oh, if you give me 50,000 yuan, I can make you a replica of the Olympic Champions trophy and even plate it with a layer of gold. Who wouldn't give a thumbs up when they see it? Yi Feng sneered. He was furious whenever Wang Tao, that useless person, was mentioned. Alright, let's talk about something else. Whose turn is it to tell a joke? Yi Feng asked. Then, the other girls told jokes, but they weren't funny at all. Yi Feng almost fell asleep, but he still had to force a smile. After chatting for a while, Yi Feng went to skin the bear. He used Susan's dagger, which was extremely sharp and clearly made of good steel. After finishing these tasks, Yi Feng soaked the bear skin in water. There were many parasites on it, so it had to be soaked for 2 days before it could be taken out to dry. Once it was dry, it could be used as a bed. Everyone must be tired. Now, let's assign tasks. Yi Feng stood on a rock. Tonight, let's have 2 people on night watch. Ding Tuanchuang, you and Tian. Forget it, no need to pretend. You and Nei Ri Lime will be on night watch, and the others can go to sleep. After saying that, Yi Feng led Susan and the others into the cave. As soon as Susan entered, she frowned. Why is there only one sleeping place? Where will you sleep at night? Susan asked Yi Feng. We'll squeeze together. There's a big temperature difference between day and night in the jungle, Yi Feng said. No, you're a man. What are you doing squeezing in with the women? How about this, you can lay some straw and sleep on the other side, Susan said. At this moment, Suyun spoke up. Sister, forget it. Ah Feng is very tired. Let him squeeze in and sleep with us, otherwise he'll freeze alone at night. What? Susan glared at her fiercely, and Suyun reluctantly took a step back. Alright, that's settled. Yi Feng will sleep on the edge. By Jia, you can squeeze in and sleep with him, and the others can sleep inside, Susan said directly. Yi Feng looked unhappy but had to make do with squeezing in and sleeping with Bai Guifan. In the middle of the night, Yi Feng felt that it was particularly cold. He couldn't help but nudge Bai Guifan, only to find that her skin was burning hot and her body was trembling slightly. He quickly reached out and touched Bai Guifan's forehead, and his heart sank. Something's wrong, everyone wake up. Bai Auntie has a high fever, Yi Feng shouted. The other girls were also freezing and immediately woke up. What should we do? Suyun asked with her eyes closed, looking like she was about to fall asleep. Ah, this is really a case of adding insult to injury. I'll go get some fever-reducing herbs for her. Someone, clean the helmet and boil some water inside for her to drink, Yi Feng said, then rushed outside. Ding Tuanchuang had already fallen asleep next to him, and only Li Mei was on night watch. She was holding a dagger and carving a piece of wood. What's wrong? Li Mei asked. Someone has a fever. I need to gather some herbs. Otherwise, a high fever can be fatal on a deserted island, Yi Feng said, then dragged a torch out of the fire and picked up a spear, rushing into the dark forest. As soon as he entered the forest, Yi Feng was startled. He saw a python as thick as a wrist struggling to devour a wild rabbit. He took a deep breath and quickly took a detour. The torch was swaying from the wind in the jungle, and Yi Feng was anxious. In the cave, Bai Guifan weakly opened her eyes, her face burning red. Her husband had died, which had a great impact on her, and coupled with Chen Li's whereabouts being unknown, she was extremely anxious. Finally, she fell ill. Auntie, have some water. I've cooled it down, Ding Tuanchuang said, holding a helmet filled with cold boiled water. Bai Guifan weakly smiled and took a small sip, then started coughing violently. Susan squatted in the corner and suddenly looked towards the depths of the jungle. Can Yi Feng handle it alone? Will there be any danger? Ah, sister, go find him quickly and bring him back. Suyun became anxious all of a sudden. Susan's face turned serious. You're not falling for him, are you? Ah, no, I'm not, Suyun quickly explained. At this moment, Yi Feng finally returned, holding a bunch of herbs in his hand. Boil these 3 types of herbs in cold water, and add these 2 types of herbs when the water boils. Finally, add this one after the water has boiled for 10 minutes, Yi Feng instructed Remizi. Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? Remizi's eyes lit up. Of course, I come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, Yi Feng said proudly. He lived in Wutsuan, where there were often conflicts between villages, so he frequently got injured. Over time, they became their own doctors. Remizi went to boil the herbs, while Yi Feng looked at Bai Guifan. Bai Guifan was weak, with half-closed eyes. Lily! Bai Guifan uttered 2 words. Yi Feng felt a bit sad, suspecting that the burden on her mind was too heavy, which caused her illness. Herbs can only treat the symptoms, but the most important thing is to heal the heart. It seems that they have to find Chenli back, otherwise, Bai Guifan's illness cannot be cured. Don't worry, tomorrow, I will definitely bring Chenli back, Yi Feng firmly said, holding Bai Guifan's hand. Indeed, a faint smile appeared on Bai Guifan's face as she slowly fell asleep. In the corner, Suyun nudged Susan. Sister, you see, Yi Feng is actually a good person, not like what Wang Tao said, Suyun said. Susan's expression relaxed, but she was still skeptical. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Who knows if it's all an act? Susan said coldly. Just then, a scream came from outside the cave. Oh no, there's a poisonous snake. Remizi jumped around near the bonfire, almost knocking over the medicinal herbs in her helmet. Yi Feng rushed out like a leopard. he saw a black snake slithering near the bonfire, its mouth wide open, ready to bite Rimizi. Yi Feng took a closer look and his face changed drastically. This snake had a completely black mouth. It's a black mamba, get away quickly, Yi Feng said, throwing his spear. But the black mamba easily dodged it and lunged towards Yi Feng. Damn! Yi Feng was also scared and quickly dodged to the side. The black mamba then swam towards the cave. Yi Feng didn't care about anything else and directly grabbed the boiling herbal medicine, pouring it onto the black mamba. Finally, it worked. The black mamba made a hissing sound and hurriedly swam into the stream. Rimizi breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Did it bite you? Yi Feng carefully examined Rimizi's thighs and arms. Once bitten by this thing, even a deity couldn't save you. Even if you sucked out the venom with your mouth, it would still be fatal. I wasn't bitten, Rimizi said, feeling her body all over. Suddenly, the shape of her chest began to change. That's good, this cave entrance is not safe either, Yi Feng frowned. This cave doesn't seem suitable for living. First, there are no natural defenses, and wild animals can come out of the forest at any time to attack. Second, there are poisonous snakes, which are hard to guard against at night. Susan also came out, her face not looking good either. Although she was not weak in combat, women are naturally afraid of snakes. The others couldn't sleep either, so they all gathered around the bonfire to keep warm. This can't go on like this. Tomorrow, I will go find Chen Li. Zhang Yan, you take Susan to find limestone. After finding it, grind it into powder and sprinkle it around the cave. Although limestone can't prevent wild animals, it can still deter some snakes and insects, Yi Feng said. Okay, got it. Susan nodded, obeying Yi Feng's command for the first time. This is just the first step. After I find Chen Li, we will also need to find a way to cut down trees and enclose the cave entrance, turning it into a courtyard. This way, we can keep wild animals out. Does anyone have any objections? Yi Feng asked. Sounds good. This way, we'll have a courtyard where we can freely move around, Ding Tuanshuang said excitedly. Although the other women didn't say anything, their expressions showed agreement. Susan shook her head. Our top priority should be to build a bamboo raft and find an opportunity to leave the deserted island, rather than building a shelter here. Okay, we will build the bamboo raft, but shouldn't we prioritize our safety first? Stabilize the situation, then find a way to leave the island. That's the right order, don't you think? Yi Feng asked Susan. Susan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Alright, it's settled then. Tomorrow, I will go find Chen Li alone. Zhang Yan will take Susan to find limestone, and the rest of you will stay here to take care of Aunt Bai. If you encounter any danger, Yi Feng couldn't continue, as without himself and Susan, the other women had no combat ability. If they encountered wild beasts, it would be fine, they could just hide in the cave and block the entrance. But what if they encountered Wang Tao and his group of humans? Susan, once you find the limestone, return as quickly as possible. I will also search for Chen Li as fast as I can, Yi Feng said again. Okay, understood. Ah Feng, how about I go with you tomorrow? Rico suddenly said. No, you need to stay here and take care of Aunt Bai. You have experience. As for Ding Tuanshuan, she's young and unreliable, and as for Su Zong, she's too proud and won't take care of others, Yi Feng said seriously. Who are you calling proud and won't take care of others? Su Yun immediately rushed over and punched Yi Feng, causing him to cry out. Ding Tuanshuan just turned her back, muttering to herself. The sky soon brightened, and Yi Feng carried a bow and arrows, holding a spear in his hand. Several women surrounded him, constantly reminding him to be safe. Ah Feng, be careful on the way, there's a whole family of women waiting for you to come back and protect them. Su Yun helped Yi Feng tidy up his tattered collar. Brother Yi, have a safe journey, Ding Tuanshuan said. Yi Feng. Now it was Susan's turn. Be careful, don't get yourself killed, Susan said in a flat tone. Yi Feng sighed and looked up at the sky. The wind is blowing, the water is cold. Once a hero leaves, he never returns. Su Yun, if I don't come back, find someone to marry, don't wait for me. After speaking, Yi Feng swiftly ran downstream. Susan and Zhang Yan exchanged glances and also slipped into the forest. In the same spot, there was only one patient and 3 weak women left. Yi Feng ran along the stream. Wang Tao and his gang of animals were not in the stream or the rocky area of the beach, so there was a possibility that they were to the north of the beach. After running a few kilometers along the stream, Yi Feng veered into the forest, preparing to search to the north of the beach. The sun hadn't risen yet, and Yi Feng walked with ease. After all, he had already cleared the path before. After an hour of running, Yi Feng finally saw the coconut grove. His expression changed, and he suddenly crouched down. He saw a group of people walking back and forth in the rocky area of the beach. It was Wang Xiong and the others. Wang Xiong's big hairstyle had lost its momentum, with 2 strands of hair hanging in front of his forehead. The bald head also had stubble growing on it. 2 bodyguards sat on the rocks, discussing something. Among this group of people, only the 2 bodyguards were spirited, the others, including Wang Xiong, were weak and powerless. Not to mention Wang Tao, who was still lying on a stretcher sleeping. Where's Chen Li? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, trying to see further. He suddenly saw a blonde, blue-eyed beauty emerge from behind the rocks. This girl was probably around 175 meters tall, wearing a bikini, Her figure could no longer be described as hot, only explosive. Then, Chenli also followed. It seems that they have a new member on their side again, Yifeng muttered to himself, assessing the situation. He wasn't afraid of the others, only a little wary of the two bodyguards. Thinking of this, Yifeng looked at the blonde beauty again. He had to admit that European and American women had fair skin, excessively fair. And after weeks of sun exposure in the jungle, he had become dark and muscular. The contrast between the two skin tones was stark. Alice, didn't you say that your boyfriend went to seek rescue by building a ship? Why hasn't he come back yet? Wang Xiong couldn't help but ask. As for the three bald men, they all stared at Alice with naked desire in their eyes, as if they were about to burst into flames. Don't worry, he will come back for me, Alice said with a bright smile. Yifeng judged that Alice was probably only 18 or 19 years old, but Westerners tend to look older. At 18 or 19, she looked like she was in her 30s, but her figure was truly outstanding. Among the women in the cave, none could compare to her. At this moment, the bald man couldn't hold back any longer. Brother Xiaodao, let me have a go at her, just once. I've been holding back for days, the bald man pleaded. However, Long Wu shook his head. No, if her boyfriend really finds a rescue plane, he will definitely capture all of us and put us in jail. Let's wait for 2 more days. If the rescue plane still hasn't come, I won't care about these 2 women anymore. Long Wu still had principles. He had been protecting Chenli and Alice these past few days, but they were not his own kin, and if the rescue plane didn't come, he couldn't go against the whole team. He could only give up. However, he could guarantee that he wouldn't touch them. As a former soldier, he had a sense of righteousness. Although he also liked beautiful women, he would never force himself on a woman. Wang Xiong looked at Long Wu and felt anxious. 3 days ago, he could no longer command the 2 bodyguards. If this continued, he would become a mere accessory. No, he had to find another way to establish his own power. With this in mind, Wang Xiong walked towards Long Wu. Xiaodao, wasn't your daughter always wanting to study in Europe? Don't worry, as long as I can go back, I will definitely send her to Europe. I have 2 companies in Germany. Oh, Long Wu nodded lackadaisically and looked into the distance again. Just then, Alice suddenly walked towards the forest, facing Yifeng directly. What are you doing? The bald man suddenly asked. I need to go to the bathroom, any problem? Alice's attitude towards the bald man was cold. Don't even think about running away, I'll be watching you closely, the bald man said, swallowing his saliva. Fuck! Alice cursed and walked towards the forest without hesitation. Yifeng was startled. If this woman saw him, would she scream and attract the others? So, while Alice was about to take off her shorts, he suddenly pounced and covered her mouth. Damn, this woman's body was incredibly hot. As soon as their skin touched, Yifeng felt a bit dizzy. Alice struggled hard for a few times, but the difference in strength was too great, and she couldn't make a sound. Don't scream, I'm a good person. I'm here to save you and the other girl, Chenli. She's my ex-girlfriend. Her mother and I are together, and I want to take her back to reunite with her mother, Yifeng whispered in Alice's ear. Alice was stunned for a moment, then blinked rapidly. Only then did Yifeng slowly release his grip on her mouth. In the next moment, Yifeng felt his pants getting wet. Damn! This foreign girl actually peed on his pants. It wasn't surprising, he had just launched a surprise attack, and she thought she was being attacked by a wild animal, so she got scared and peed. Are you called Yifeng? Alice asked in a low voice. Yes, did Chenli mention me? Yifeng was taken aback. She often mentions you and regrets betraying you. What should we do now? Alice's Chinese was pretty good, but her pronunciation was a bit off. Now, you find an opportunity to bring Chenli to the forest. We'll run directly to my camp. There are bows and arrows, spears, weapons. Wang Tao's group won't dare to provoke us easily, Yifeng said. I understand. Alice immediately pulled up her shorts. She had already finished peeing, soaking Yifeng's pants completely. Yifeng looked at the wet spot on his pants and felt even more excited. Isn't it said that I have indirectly come into contact with this big horse? Hey, Shelley, do you need to go? Alice asked. Go? Didn't I just? Oh right, I need to go. Chenli suddenly realized. The 2 women immediately held hands and walked towards the woods. On the beach, only the bald man was constantly watching the 2 women. Seeing this, Alice stopped him again. Didn't you just go? Why do you need to go again? The bald man asked, his gaze wandering up and down the 2 women. What if there are poisonous snakes in the woods? I can help her drive them away. Alice explained. I don't believe it, so this time, I'm going with you. The bald man said. You? Don't you have a saying in Yanxia that men and women shouldn't be close? With you around, how can Shelley go? Alice angrily said. I don't care, I want to go, hee. If you don't agree, I'll just pee in my pants. The bald man acted like a rascal. Fine, don't regret it, Alice said, pulling Chenli and walking towards the woods. The bald man actually followed them. The 2 women slowly ventured into the coconut grove and quickly went about 10 meters deep. The sunlight here had become dim. Yifeng's eyes gradually turned cold as he picked up a stone. Hurry up and go, let me have a good look, ha ha ha. The bald man's eyes gleamed as he stared at the bodies of the 2 women, his pants already in a sorry state. Suddenly, Alice's mouth twisted, revealing a seductive smile. Then, she placed both hands on her shorts and slowly pulled them down. Gulp! The bald man swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but lean closer. Bang! Yifeng suddenly attacked, smashing the stone hard on his head. The next moment, the bald man didn't even groan, he just fainted on the ground. Run! Yifeng pulled Chenli and ran towards the location of the stream. Although Alice was barefoot, it didn't affect her running. Can you keep up? Yifeng turned around and his eyes widened instantly. He saw that when Alice was running, her bikini was bouncing up and down, almost breaking free. Why did you stop? Run, don't let those bastards see us. Alice gasped for breath. Oh, okay. Yifeng composed himself and continued running towards the stream. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the stream, panting heavily. Alice sat in the water with her buttocks. Sweat dripped down her cheeks, along her snow-white neck, and fell onto her body. Yifeng had the thought of helping her lick away the sweat. Can you check my back? It's itchy, maybe something bit me? Alice turned her back and scratched it. Yifeng was delighted and quickly stood behind Alice. He saw a red swelling at the strap, probably from a bug bite. It's so itchy. Alice continued to scratch, but the next moment, her hand accidentally touched the strap. With a bang, it snapped open. This intense visual impact almost made Yifeng's nose bleed. Faced with this sudden situation, Alice didn't care at all. The thoughts of European women are different. They start dating in high school, and sometimes, to celebrate graduation, they even gather all the boys and girls in the school to run naked on campus. So their minds are very open, not as conservative as Eastern women. Yifeng, can you wash the spot on my back? It's so itchy. Alice said. Okay, right away. Yifeng was overjoyed and quickly helped Alice wash it. It must be said that the skin of European women is not as delicate as that of Eastern women, and it is even a bit rough, but their body temperature is high, and maybe the temperature inside is also high. Chenli, on the other hand, became a bystander and was a bit at a loss. Okay, let's go back to the campsite after we finish washing up. Feng, don't worry, from now on, Chenli, will no longer be two-faced. I will only be devoted to you. Chenli swore to the sky. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but still didn't tell her about her father's death. Let's talk about it when we get back to the campsite. After saying that, Yifeng helped Alice fasten her clothes and pulled Chenli towards the upstream. After running for less than 2 kilometers, Yifeng suddenly let go of Chenli's hand and aimed his spear at the forest. Soon, a little guy with a wobbly head walked out of the forest. It turned out to be a young black bear, about the size of a dog, and looked silly. When the little black bear saw humans, it actually ran over and affectionately rubbed against Alice's legs. Yifeng recognized it. This should be the cub of the big black bear, the so-called cutting off the roots. Alice, kick it away, the meat of this kind of bear is tender. After Yifeng finished speaking, he stepped back. No, don't! But the two women suddenly protected the little black bear. Please don't kill it, it's so cute. Alice hugged the little black bear, and the little black bear stuck out its tongue and licked her white face. Feng, don't kill it. How about we tame it and tie it up at the entrance of the cave? It can also be used as a lookout. Chenli pleaded. Yifeng's eyes flickered for a moment, but finally he put down his spear. Indeed, animals are much more alert than humans. Tying up this little black bear at the cave entrance could serve as a lookout. Be cautious with it, discipline it when necessary, otherwise, when it grows up, no one will be able to control it. Yifeng said. If he told Chenli that Chen Jihua died at the hands of this little black bear's mother, he wondered how she would feel. Keep running. Yifeng drove the little black bear from behind, constantly poking its buttocks with the spear to speed it up. The little black bear was angry but helpless. After some effort, Yifeng finally returned to the campsite. He saw several women gathered together, smashing limestone into powder, while Susan held the lime and sprinkled it around the entrance of the cave. Ah, you're back? Suyan was overjoyed and was about to throw herself into Yifeng's arms, but Susan stood up straight and gave Suyan a warning look. Yes, I'm back, and I brought a foreign friend. Alice, introduce yourself. Yifeng smiled. Hello, everyone, my name is... Ah, it's so cute. Ding Tuanchuan screamed and hugged the little black bear, lifting it up and then lowering it. Alice. The women's interest in the little black bear was clearly greater than their interest in Alice, making her feel awkward. After all, the women were jealous of her hot figure, which naturally created a hint of hostility. My name is Nei Rimiko, nice to meet you. Only Rimiko and Alice shook hands. As for Chenli, it seemed like no one paid attention to her, but Chenli seemed to have a premonition. As soon as she returned to the campsite, her expression became very unnatural. She stumbled into the cave. Soon, Bai Guethan's voice of surprise came from the cave. But after only 5 minutes, Chenli's wailing came from the cave. Dad. Ah, Dad. I don't have a dad anymore. Chenli cried miserably, making the other women feel a bit sad. Put the rest of the limestone in a dry place in the cave. In case it rains, we'll need to continue using it. Yifeng said. Zhang Yan immediately obediently did as she was told. She still limped a bit when walking, and the wound on her thigh had been cleaned several times. In other words, she had nothing under her thin skirt now. Shenli walked out of the cave and found Chen Jiahua's tombstone, covering her mouth and crying nonstop. But no one comforted her, not even Su Yun. Obviously, since the last betrayal, the women in the campsite didn't like her anymore. Only Alice occasionally spoke to her. Now start cutting down trees and put up fences around. Don't use bayonets and daggers, just throw stones at them, Yi Feng gave the order. Understood. Yes, Lord Yi, Ding Tuanchuan half-jokingly replied. From noon until evening, Yi Feng and several women cut down 3 big trees and removed the branches. Ding Tuanchuan was scared by the bugs on the trees and ran into the cave, refusing to come out. This scene made Yi Feng and the women laugh out loud. As night fell, Yi Feng took out the bear meat that was submerged in water and roasted it to eat. However, at this moment, a small black bear came over and rubbed against the bear's skin. This beast might seek revenge when it grows up, Yi Feng warned. No, it's so cute. Ding Tuanchuan held the small black bear tightly. Yi Feng didn't bother to say anything else. He just needed to find an opportunity to get rid of the small black bear, otherwise its size would continue to grow until it became uncontrollable. After a while, Bai Guifan unexpectedly walked out of the cave. Although she was still weak, her complexion had improved. When her daughter came back, she recovered. Mom! Shenli helped Bai Guifan sit by the fire. Yi Feng counted. There were a total of 7 women, and he seemed to have become Wei Xiaobao. It would be nice to be a local emperor on this deserted island if he could build a shelter. Return to civilized society? Forget it. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw the small black bear suddenly stand up and make a cute growling sound. Yi Feng's face changed, and he took a torch from the fire and threw it downstream. In the flickering firelight, faces were exposed in sight. Several guys realized they couldn't ambush and had to walk out openly. Wang Xiong, why are you here again? Yi Feng picked up his bow and arrow. The other women also followed suit, picking up bamboo spears, ready to defend. Why did you take our women away? Hand Alice over. As for Chenli, we don't want her anymore. Wang Xiong held a wooden stick in his hand. Several other men followed behind him. Wang Tao also appeared in the crowd, leaning on a crutch. Alright, let's ask Alice personally if she wants to go with you. Yi Feng looked at Alice. No! Alice grabbed a stone and shook her head firmly. Alice, we caught fish for you to eat for the past 3 days, protected you. Are you so heartless to leave us? Listen, go back to the team, I promise, the 3 bald guys won't touch you. Long Wu spoke for the first time. Xiaodao, you are an honest person, but I lied to you. I don't have a boyfriend at all, let alone ask a boyfriend to build a ship and seek rescue. Alice dropped another bombshell. Ah, Long Wu's eyes twitched, his face turning red. After all, the 7 of them were fooled by a woman. Why? Why did you lie to me? Wang Xiong stepped forward, veins popping on his face. You still have the nerve to question me? If I didn't say that, I would have been humiliated by your subordinates on the first day. I was just trying to save myself, understand? Alice said. Yi Feng nodded secretly. This Alice was very clever, much stronger than Chenli. Wang Xiong hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smiled at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you're quite capable, being surrounded by so many women. But what are your plans next? Building a ship to go home? If that's your plan, I'm afraid it will take several years with just your manpower to build a ship. How about this, let's merge our groups together. We have all men on our side, capable of doing heavy work, building the keel and deck. Your women can weave sails, this way, the speed will be much faster, Wang Tao suggested. No need, you can go back where you came from, or else, do you see the bows and arrows in my hands? Yi Feng issued an eviction order. Wait, what he said makes some sense, Susan suddenly spoke up. She only wanted to go home and didn't care about the grievances between Yi Feng and Wang Xiong. Sister, how can you cooperate with these people? They are bad, Su Yin quickly said. I don't care who is good or bad, as long as we can build a ship to go home, all grievances can be put aside, Susan said. I agree too, Rimiko also raised her hand. Yi Feng's face turned ugly. He looked at the faces of several women, and apart from Su Yin's opposition, the expressions on the other women's faces had already revealed everything. The reason they didn't speak up in agreement was simply because they were waiting for him to give the order. If they really joined forces with these beasts, it was likely that within 3 days, they would all be taken advantage of. After all, these men only had one thing on their minds. Especially the bald trio, they were almost always focused on women's bodies. Ah Feng, although they are bad, what they said makes sense, and we women can't do physical labor, Bai Guifan said to Yi Feng in a conspiratorial tone. Yi Feng didn't say anything, his face looked very unpleasant. It was already difficult enough to become Wei Xiaobao, but now 7 competitors had emerged. How could he be happy about it? Most importantly, he didn't want to go home at all. The deserted island was more comfortable. It seemed that Bai Guifan understood Yi Feng's thoughts, and she whispered in his ear, don't worry. I won't like any of them, as long as you let the others taste your flavor, they will be loyal to you 100%. Of course, if you still disagree, I will stand by your side. After listening to Bai Guifan's words, Yi Feng looked at the others again. Big brother Yi, should we cooperate with them? Ding Tuanchuang asked. Okay. Yi Feng sighed and looked at Wang Xiong and the others again. Your camp should be at least 20 meters away from ours. You stay downstream, we stay upstream, and this stone will be the boundary marker. If you cross the line, I won't be polite. Ah, good, it's decided then. Wang Xiong nodded and led a few people to the downstream location to prepare their own camp. Susan rolled her eyes. How childish. Setting up a boundary marker, just like playing house. Yi Feng had his own plan. Later, he would let Wang Xiong and his group cut wood, build fences, and then enclose the yard. Come, let's have a meeting around the campfire. Yi Feng was about to establish some rules. The women immediately sat around the campfire, while Zhang Yan happened to be squatting opposite, her legs opening and closing. Wang Xiong and his group only have one thing on their minds, so when cooperating with them, try not to speak. If there's anything, tell me and I'll communicate with them, and then, Yi Feng had just said this when he saw Zhang Yan suddenly open her legs a bit. In the light of the fire, Yi Feng's eyes went straight. What happens next? Su Yun asked. Wait, my mind is a bit confused. Yi Feng scratched his fluffy hair. However, Susan followed Yi Feng's gaze and immediately saw Zhang Yan. Humph. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about that. Yi Feng gave a few more instructions and sent the women back to the cave to sleep. He stayed up to keep watch himself. Beasts were easy to guard against, but humans were difficult. Sure enough, in the early morning, the bald man walked to the boundary marker. What are you doing? Yi Feng bent his bow and aimed his arrow. He really wanted to shoot the bald man directly. This guy was the most annoying. Wang Xiong asked me to come and borrow some food. We'll give it back to you when we catch fish tomorrow. The bald man's gaze was somewhat evasive. He had been beaten up by Yi Feng several times and had developed a psychological shadow. Especially the last time, he almost had his head smashed open. Then go hungry and leave quickly. Yi Feng took a step forward. Don't be like this, brother. These women are all top-notch beauties. Don't be fooled by them. They are only obedient to you on this deserted island because they need something from you. But once we go back, you and I will be nobodies, and they won't even look at you, so we should play with every inch of their skin on the deserted island. Anyway, after the rescue team arrives, we will execute all these women. The bald man persuaded. Put. Ouch. The bald man screamed in pain, clutching the bamboo arrow in his thigh. You dare to shoot at me? The bald man was both shocked and fearful. Yi Feng tightly pursed his lips and pulled out another bamboo arrow, but this time, he aimed at the bald man's neck. Can't I leave? The bald man limped away, leaving a few drops of blood on the ground. After the bald man left, Yi Feng sat back next to the bonfire. He had to take drastic measures, otherwise, the 7 men on the bald man's side would never take his strength seriously. Moreover, the bald man's words were very provocative. Even someone like him, who was righteous, was almost swayed. Let me ask you, who wouldn't want to do whatever they wanted with so many beautiful women? Fortunately, the 2 bodyguards on that side weren't too lustful, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect these women. Morning came quickly, but Yi Feng didn't feel sleepy at all. Several women lazily walked out of the cave and went to wash by the waterfall. Yi Feng looked downstream with bloodshot eyes. He saw Wang Xiong and the other 6 men also washing by the stream, their green eyes occasionally scanning upstream. The bald man, who was shot with an arrow yesterday, was still the same, constantly saying something to the 2 bodyguards. The bird calls in the jungle were too dense for Yi Feng to hear clearly, but just by looking at his lewd appearance, he knew he was inciting the 2 bodyguards. After washing up, Long Wu personally walked to the boundary stone. Yi Feng, on our side, will start smashing the bamboo with stones and then trim the bamboo to the right length. On your side, please weave the canvas and peel off the green skin of the bamboo to weave it. Do you know how to do it? Long Wu asked. Yi Feng looked up and down at Long Wu. This person still had a hint of righteousness in his eyes. At least he wasn't staring at the women. I understand weaving. I will teach them. You can start on your side, Yi Feng said. Good. Long Wu nodded respectfully to Yi Feng. At this moment, Wang Tao walked up with a crutch. Little knife, this is not appropriate. We are all doing physical labor on our side, while they are doing handicrafts on their side, so they should provide us with 3 meals a day, otherwise, we will lose out, Wang Tao said loudly. He hated Yi Feng to death and couldn't help but want to cause some trouble, preferably to create conflict between Yi Feng and Long Wu. He also noticed that Long Wu and Yi Feng had some kind of mutual understanding, which prevented the 7 of them from uniting as a force. This waste's voice immediately attracted the others. My son is right, the people on Yi Feng's side are doing easy work, so they should provide us with food. If they don't provide food, we'll disband. Long Wu looked embarrassed and looked at Yi Feng again. How about we do as they say? I can provide for the 6 of you, but not for Wang Tao. Yi Feng crossed his arms. Wang Tao's tail wagged, and Yi Feng knew he wanted to cause trouble. Ha! Why? Yi Feng, are you deliberately targeting me? Wang Tao became furious, imagining a machine gun in his hand, shooting Yi Feng 100 times. The others can do physical labor because their legs aren't injured, but you are a crippled waste, so you can't do physical labor. Since it's teamwork, your side can only count as 6 people, not including you, Yi Feng calmly analyzed. Damn you, Yi Feng, are you deliberately targeting me? Wang Tao's eyes turned red, and he was on the verge of tears. Long Wu glanced at Wang Tao and nodded. You have a point, so please provide food for the 6 of us. Ha! Wang Tao was shocked. Little knife, how can you do this? We are a team of 7 people. Wang Tao felt frustrated and wanted to vomit blood. Yi Feng is right, you really can't do the work. Although the bald guy also got shot in the leg, the bamboo arrow didn't go in too deep, so he's more valuable than you. Long Wu objectively analyzed. Me? But we are a team. Does that mean if someone gets injured, they should be abandoned? Doesn't that mean that one day, if you get injured, we can also abandon you? Wang Tao tried to salvage the situation with Long Wu. Long Wu didn't say anything, he was also in a difficult position. Yi Feng, don't try to divide us, that trick is too childish. The bald guy angrily looked at Yi Feng. Although the arrow wound on his leg wasn't deep, Yi Feng had already done it to him several times. That's right, don't try to divide us. The bald guy's two lackeys also shouted. Anyway, I only provide food for 6 people. If you 3 want to join Wang Tao's side, then give your food to him. Hurry up and start working. If you don't cut down 40 bamboo trees before noon, I won't provide food for you either. Yi Feng couldn't be bothered with them and sat around the campfire with a few women. Long Wu could only take a few people downstream and start smashing the roots of the bamboo trees with stones. This was hard physical labor and it was tough on the hands. After all, the force was mutual. When they used stones to break the bamboo, the stones also wore down their palms. Before long, the hands of the bald guy and his men swelled up. Yi Feng had already cut down 2 bamboo trees, and as an experienced bamboo craftsman, he began teaching the women how to weave canvas. See? Weave it like this, be careful not to cut your palms. Yi Feng sat by the campfire, smiling relaxedly. You're amazing, big brother. Ding Tuanchuan admired Yi Feng. Since meeting Yi Feng, she felt that he was capable of anything, like a god. The women quickly learned, and after considering it, Yi Feng decided to make them a few pairs of gloves, otherwise the sharp bamboo skin would cut their delicate fingers. Soon it was noon, Yi Feng counted the work downstream and threw them 6 small fish. As for Long Wu, Yi Feng gave him an extra piece of cured meat. After all, Long Wu was the strongest there, and Yi Feng wanted to win him over and also divide the power on that side. The bald guy and his 3 men had 3 small fish, while Wang Tao watched eagerly from the side. Don't worry, Wang Tao, I keep my word. Come, the 3 of us will each give him a bite. So, the 3 of them shared some with Wang Tao, and the 4 of them divided and ate the 3 small fish. Time passed slowly, and the speed of the old bamboo craftsman Yi Feng's hands became faster and faster. At this point, a 5 square meter bamboo mat had been woven at the entrance of the cave, which could be used as a sail or a cool mat. Downstream, Long Wu began to punch holes in the bamboo with a dagger. Yi Feng roasted 6 small fish and handed them to Long Wu. As usual, Long Wu also received a small piece of cured meat. The bald guy and his 3 men hadn't eaten enough at noon, so they started gnawing on the 3 small fish. Hey, share some with me, I haven't eaten yet. Wang Tao was shocked. The bald guy paused for a moment and slowly said, you haven't done much work. It's okay to skip a meal, but it's different for us. We've been working hard all day, so go to sleep. Once you fall asleep, you won't be hungry anymore. You can't do this, we are a team. Wang Tao became anxious. Wang Xiong walked over and handed half a small fish to Wang Tao. Son, eat it. However, Wang Tao directly snatched the whole fish and wolfed it down. This useless guy may not be useful, but his size was there, and in just a few bites, he finished off Wang Xiong's fish. Feels good. Wang Tao patted his belly, looking content. Wang Xiong sighed and could only sit on the side with an empty stomach. Suddenly, he smelled the aroma of meat coming from upstream. He saw that Yi Feng was roasting a large piece of meat on the fire, and the crisp laughter of the women could be heard from afar. Wang Xiong looked back at his side. Long Wu and the other bodyguard were already sleeping against the rocks. The bald guy and his 3 men were curled up on the ground, snoring. This is a complete contrast between heaven and hell. Giggle, annoying, you wanna make me laugh to death. Zhang Yan lightly tapped Yi Feng. Just now, Yi Feng told a silly joke that almost made several women laugh until they couldn't breathe. Even Susan couldn't help but turn her head, otherwise she would have burst into laughter too. Ladies, I have also sewn gloves for you. Tomorrow, your hands won't get scratched. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he took out 3 pairs of gloves from behind. They were made from bear skin because the outer skin was too hard and the fingers couldn't move when worn. Great, I want them, I want them. Give them to me, look at my hands. Big brother, give me. The women immediately started fighting over them. Let me distribute them. Today, the fastest knitters were Susan, Bai Guifan, and Rimiko. The others were too slow, so there are no gloves left. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he gave gloves to the 3 diligent women. Although Su Yun worked hard, she had always been a spoiled princess, so her manual dexterity was a bit lacking. Zhang Yan was even worse, her 10 fingers never touched water, and after a whole day, she only knitted less than 20 square centimeters. Ding Tuanchuan was the worst, she could only assist on the side. Big brother, I'll take the night shift tonight, I also want to prove myself. Ding Tuanchuan suddenly said. Alright, take your bow and arrows. Although you can't do anything else, your archery skills have reached at least 30% of mine, so I officially accept you as my named disciple. Ding Tuanchuan, step forward and listen to the decree. I hereby appoint you as the Night Watch Grand Marshal. Yi Feng said seriously. Yes. Ding Tuanchuan puffed up her chest proudly and accepted Yi Feng's compound bow. The other women looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Yifeng felt something warm on his foot. It turned out to be the little black bear licking his foot. Disgusting, go away. Yifeng kicked it away, and the little black bear rolled over. But this guy was tough. It quickly got up and went to lick Alice's foot. We should give this guy a name, right? I've thought of one, let's call it Little Lick Dog. Does anyone object? Yifeng asked. That's too sloppy, I think Little Blackie is good. Call it Little Tuanchuan. Don't use my name randomly, okay? After some debate, the name for the Little Lick Dog was temporarily decided. Finally, it was time to sleep. Yifeng was worried that Ding Tuanchuan was unreliable, so he took the initiative to stay up with her. Inside the cave, the 6 women had already fallen asleep, and there were cat-like snores coming from their bodies. Tuanchuan, I'll take a nap first. You guard the first half of the night. If you feel tired, wake me up. Don't just fall asleep directly, got it? Yifeng said. Don't worry, am I that useless? Ding Tuanchuan said dissatisfiedly. Ha ha ha. Yifeng patted her chubby little head and lay down next to the bonfire to sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when he suddenly sat up. He heard shouting coming from downstream. Damn it, something in the tree is throwing feces at us. I got hit on the head. Yifeng turned his head and saw Ding Tuanchuan sitting with her back to him, holding a spear tightly in her hands, motionless like a mountain. However, with a gentle push, Ding Tuanchuan fell to the ground, still making cat-like snores. Ah! Yifeng sighed, picked up the compound bough next to him, and threw another torch downstream. He saw that Long Wu and the others were all awake, running back and forth at the edge of the bamboo forest, glaring angrily at the sky. Yifeng picked up another torch and threw it fiercely into the sky above the bamboo forest. He saw wild monkeys jumping agilely above the bamboo forest, occasionally throwing something down, causing the bald-headed men to scream. Long Wu grabbed a bamboo spear and his body straightened into a straight line. Proof! After the bamboo spear shot up 10 meters into the air, it was blocked by the dense branches and leaves, and fell weakly to the ground. Yifeng took a deep breath and, using the moon in the sky as a guide, picked up the compound bough. Proof! A wild monkey fell to the ground instantly. Ha! Kill this beast! The 3 bald men were overjoyed and rushed over to whip the wild monkey's corpse. Yifeng bent his bow and aimed at another wild monkey. However, the monkey was clever and hid deep in the bamboo forest. The dense branches not only blocked Yifeng's view but also the bamboo arrows. After a while, Long Wu walked up carrying a spear. Thank you, Yifeng, your archery is good, Long Wu said, throwing the wild monkey's body to him. This is the prey you hit, I'll give it back to you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tao limped over. Little knife, you don't know what it's like to be hungry when you're full. If you don't want it, give it to me. Why give it back to Yifeng? Wang Tao said angrily. Every time Long Wu not only got a fish but also a piece of salted meat, so he wasn't hungry at all, but Wang Tao was different. Yifeng picked up the dead monkey and suddenly had a thought. Wang Tao, if you want to share the food, tomorrow morning, go to the beach alone and bring back at least 5 kilograms of salt. As long as you can do that, I'll guarantee your food in the future, Yifeng said. Sun-drying salt consumes time but doesn't require much skill, even someone like Wang Tao can do it. No way, I'll go alone. What if I get eaten by a wild beast? How about this, let Shenli go with me, Wang Tao said. You useless waste, if you don't want to go, then starve, Yifeng said, about to carry the monkey's body back. Wait, I'll go, is that okay? Wang Tao had long harbored intense hatred, but for the sake of food, he had to submit. Then I'll be waiting for your good news tomorrow, Yifeng said, carrying the wild monkey back to the bonfire and bringing Ding Tuanchuan back to the cave so she could sleep well. After all, she was only 15 years old, and Yifeng didn't expect her to be of much help, as long as she didn't betray him. Long Wu looked deeply at Yifeng and nodded slightly. This boss was extremely demanding of outsiders but incredibly good to his own people. No wonder those women were willing to follow him. The night was illuminated by the moonlight, and the stars were constantly changing. The day soon dawned. Although Yifeng had stayed up for the second half of the night, he didn't feel tired at all. He stood up and looked downstream. Wang Tao had already packed his bags and bid farewell to his father, ready to go to the beach to sun-dry salt. Long Wu began to drill holes in the bamboo. After all the holes were drilled, they could take these semi-finished products to the beach for assembly, and then set sail towards home. But Yifeng didn't care about their progress in shipbuilding. He turned around and saw Li Meizi walking out first. Yifeng, come here for a moment, come on. Her voice was anxious and tempting. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. No way, does she want me to help? So, the two of them sneaked behind the waterfall. 20 minutes later, Yifeng walked out from behind, burping. Li Meizi, it seems like you've been eating well lately, but I want to change the taste. Next time, don't eat salted meat, eat more fruits, Yifeng said seriously. Put. You're annoying, the taste there has nothing to do with what I eat. Li Meizi couldn't help but laugh. The 3 bald men had been busy but witnessed this scene. Damn, upstream was simply heaven, while they lived in hell downstream. They really wanted to join them. Breakfast was ready, and Yifeng handed 6 small fish and a piece of salted meat to the people downstream. The 3 bald men had eaten 2 small fish yesterday, but the oil in the fish couldn't compare to bare meat, so they were still starving. Yi Feng, can you get bigger fish next time? This way, you're just ensuring that we don't starve, but we can't get full, the bald man said. Yeah, you can't be so stingy, Wang Xiong also said. Yi Feng looked at his courtyard and suddenly had a thought. Okay, but you must help me with some extra tasks. As long as you do them well, I'll give you an extra piece of salted meat for each meal, Yi Feng said. What kind of tasks? The bald man asked quickly. Simple, help me cut down some thick trees, at least as thick as a thigh. Strip off the branches and leaves, sharpen the bottom, and make them look like wooden stakes. I need them to build a fence, Yi Feng explained. Building a fence was real physical work, and although Yi Feng could do it himself, it would definitely take a lot of time. Having these free laborers would be a great advantage. Besides, salted meat and fish were easily obtainable for Yi Feng, and as for salt, he could ask Wang Tao to collect it from the beach and filter it with wood ash. Essentially, he didn't have to do much but could make these strong men serve him, just like a free lunch. The bald man and his companions didn't say anything, but exchanged glances. By the way, the salted meat I make is delicious. If you don't believe me, ask Long Wu, Yi Feng smiled. Long Wu nodded. After discussing among themselves, the bald man and his two companions finally nodded slightly. Alright, let's start now. The three of us will build bamboo rafts in the morning and help you cut down trees in the afternoon. We hope you keep your promise, the bald man said. What about me? I'm joining too, Wang Xiong and another bodyguard also stepped forward. Because all five of them only had a small fish, they urgently needed food to replenish their energy. Alright, although it's a bit of a challenge to feed all five of you, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Yi Feng shrugged, pretending to be in a difficult situation. Speaking of Long Wu, it seemed that he was the only one who knew how to catch fish, and even he struggled with it. Although there were many fish in the creek, they were very agile when it came to catching them. Yi Feng, on the other hand, knew the habits of fish. Suddenly, Long Wu looked at the compound bow in Yi Feng's hand. Can I take a look? Long Wu asked. Last night, he witnessed the power of this compound bow firsthand. With one arrow, it shot more than 30 meters and brought down a wild monkey. Although he could also make bows and arrows, he could only make simple ones that were not as powerful as Yi Feng's. Moreover, he was skilled in hot weapons, but when it came to cold weapons, he was far inferior to Yi Feng. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed over the compound bow, while his hand unconsciously touched the dagger at his waist. Not bad, well made, you can tell it was made with care. Long Wu returned the compound bow to Yi Feng. I can teach you if you have time. That's great, I'll go to work now. Long Wu went downstream, and when Yi Feng turned around, he saw several women busy at work. With the gloves, Susan's weaving speed had increased, followed closely by Remy. The skills of the others were average. Just as he was about to sit down, a scream came from downstream. The bald man's companion was holding his head, blood streaming down. At the same time, the sound of wild monkeys chattering came from above the bamboo forest. Damn, these beasts are here again? Yi Feng bent his bow and aimed at the sky. Although these wild monkeys were small in size, they were agile in the jungle and could even throw objects from high above. If they hit someone's head, it could be fatal. This is not good, Yi Feng, help us, the bald man shouted, holding his head. Long Wu and the other bodyguard threw bamboo spears into the sky, but they fell weakly after flying a dozen meters. Yi Feng took a deep breath and shot 3 bamboo arrows. Thud! 2 wild monkeys were shot down, but the third arrow was deflected by the dense branches and leaves. Damn, if we let these beasts throw objects from above, it will be a big problem. Yi Feng's heart sank slightly. Li Chang, don't die, the bald man cried while holding his injured companion. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment, then crossed the boundary. He saw that the guy's head was bleeding profusely and it looked like he wouldn't make it. These beasts were actually throwing stones, although these stones only weighed 1 or 2 caddies. When dropped from a height of 20 meters, they could easily take someone's life. Yi Feng looked at the environment at the entrance of the cave again. Fortunately, there were no tall trees at the entrance, otherwise they would have been in trouble. Li Chang is in bad shape, the bald man shouted. Bring him over to my side, Yi Feng said decisively. He didn't have any sympathy, but he didn't want to lose a strong laborer. He wanted to see if he could save him. The bald man quickly carried Li Chang towards the boundary stone. Especially Wang Xiong, he actually stepped over the boundary stone with 1 foot. Yi Feng didn't hesitate and swung his dagger fiercely. Ouch! Why did you cut me? Wang Xiong covered his bloody arm and glared at Yi Feng angrily. Only Li Chang can come over. Don't think about taking advantage of the situation. Go downstream honestly. After saying that, Yi Feng lifted the unconscious Li Chang. His strength was getting stronger and stronger, and he lifted Li Chang, who weighed more than 130 caddies, with 1 hand. Everyone, continue downstream, I will try to save him. Yi Feng carried Li Chang on his shoulder and said coldly, he is my brother, can I accompany him? The bald man asked. What do you think? Yi Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. So, the others had no choice but to go downstream honestly. 2 wild monkeys were shot dead and wouldn't bother them for the time being. But these animals hold grudges, and they would probably come back soon. Yi Feng placed Li Chang next to the bonfire and looked at his head. There was a dent on it, and it was probably impossible to save him, but he still wanted to try. Stew some meat soup with the helmet for him to drink. Whether he can survive or not depends on his luck, Yifeng said. Some of the women were hesitant, but they still obeyed Yifeng's orders. Time passed slowly, and soon it was noon. Li Cheng still had a faint breath, but he remained unconscious. Ha, Yifeng, look, we cut down 5 logs. The bald man and the other 3 each carried a log and walked to the boundary stone. Insert the logs into the soil, then use stones to smash them hard to make the stakes more secure, Yifeng said. Understood. The 4 guys immediately started pounding the stakes. Yifeng stood with his hands behind his back, directing them. Dig deeper, at least bury half of the log in the soil, otherwise it won't be able to withstand the impact of large wild beasts. Put in more effort, haven't you eaten? Alright, thank you for, this is the food you deserve. Yifeng took 4 fish and 4 pieces of salted meat and handed them over. The 4 bald men were exhausted, but when they saw the food, smiles appeared on their faces. After returning downstream, the 4 of them started eating. It's so delicious. I feel like this salted meat is the most delicious food I've ever eaten in my life. The bald man couldn't bear to eat the salted meat in one bite, so he nibbled on it bit by bit. Yes, it's truly a delicacy. Wang Xiong also exclaimed. He had eaten many delicacies, but this salted meat had a unique flavor. Yifeng smirked and returned to his own camp. 5 wooden stakes were just 1% of the completion of the wall. It would probably take hundreds of wooden stakes to completely enclose the entrance of the cave. Night fell. Li Cheng was still unconscious, but Wang Tao came back. He held a spear in his left hand and carried more than 10 bamboo tubes on his back. Yifeng, I'm back. Wang Tao walked to the boundary stone and placed the bamboo tubes on the ground. Yifeng opened one and saw that it contained white substance, weighing about 2 kilograms. I haven't eaten for a day. Please give me something to eat, Wang Tao said anxiously. He had set off in the morning and only returned in the evening. He had eaten some grass on the ground along the way, but he had no food in his stomach. Yifeng hesitated for a moment and picked the smallest fish to throw over. Here, eat it. Yifeng pointed at the small fish and said, Ha! I worked so hard for a whole day and brought back salt for you, and you give me such a small fish? Wang Tao held the small fish, his eyes turning red. I said, you need to catch at least 5 kilograms, but look at this, it's barely 2 kilograms. I only gave you this small fish out of humanitarian spirit, otherwise you wouldn't even have anything to eat, Yifeng said without hesitation. He knew Wang Tao well. This useless guy would only think of causing trouble once he was full. You can't do this, look at me, I'm so thin. What good does it do for you if I starve to death? Wang Tao trembled with anger. If you're not going to eat it, then give it back to me, Yifeng said as he reached out to take the small fish. No, I'll eat it. Wang Tao reluctantly took the fish and went downstream. Remazy, filter these white substances into salt using wood ash. Yifeng called out. Understood. Remazy busied herself. Yifeng sat by the fire, stretching lazily with a contented expression on his face. This kind of life was great. It felt like he hadn't done anything and yet he gained so much labor. No, he couldn't let these guys catch on. Yifeng suddenly sat up straight and slowly walked downstream. Baldy, starting tomorrow, I only need 2 people to help me build the fence. The other 2 should help with making bamboo rafts. After all, going home is the top priority, Yifeng said with difficulty. Then, will the people making the bamboo rafts get extra salted meat? Wang Xiong suddenly asked. Sorry, making bamboo rafts is not my personal task, so there's only 1 small fish, no salted meat. Only the people helping me build the fence will get salted meat, and recently my supply of salted meat has been tight, so I can only hire 2 people. I don't have the ability to hire the other 2, Yifeng said. In fact, he had plenty of salted meat, but he had to make the 4 people fight amongst themselves. Otherwise, once these 4 guys caught on, they would definitely go on strike together. Whatever. Wang Xiong was the first to react. As a former capitalist, he sensed Yifeng's intentions. The other few people also turned their heads angrily. You 4 can discuss it amongst yourselves. I can only hire 2 people. I'm leaving. After speaking, Yifeng returned upstream. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. Yifeng quickly led the women into a cave to take shelter. Meanwhile, the bald men downstream could only shiver in the rain. It was already cold at night, and being soaked made it worse. Helplessly, the 6 grown men had to huddle together for warmth, occasionally sneezing. The cave had been splashed with lime water, so there were fewer mosquitoes. The women easily killed the remaining mosquitoes together. Then, they stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the miserable men downstream. For a moment, they felt a sense of superiority and couldn't help but move closer to Yifeng. It was fortunate that they had bet on the right person and followed Yifeng, a wilderness survival expert. If they had followed Wang Tao and his group, who knows how miserable they would be now. An hour later, the rain stopped, but the temperature at night was very low. It took a long time for Longwu to start a fire, and he found some wet firewood to put on it. The 6 men stripped off their clothes and huddled around the fire downstream. Hey, that guy just moved, Remazy suddenly said. Yifeng quickly walked over. He saw Li Cheng open his eyes and slowly sit up. The sight of the plump and slender women in the cave made Li Chang's eyes gradually turn red, but in the next moment, he suddenly touched his pants. What's going on? Normally, when I see you guys, I would. But now, why? Why don't I feel anything? Li Chang was shocked and hurriedly rushed out of the cave, confirming it and then despairing. What's going on? What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Li Chang's voice was filled with a sob. What's wrong with him? Ri Maisie looked puzzled. At this moment, Alice suddenly spoke up. The injury on his head must have affected his pituitary gland. It's not working anymore. Yi Feng immediately looked at Alice with admiration. This seahorse knew quite a lot. Ah, you mean to say he became a eunuch? Chen Li said. You could say that. He's no longer capable, but he still has those thoughts, and that's what tortures him the most, Alice said, making a cross on her chest. Oh, that's good news, Yi Feng thought to himself. In the camp now, there were a total of 7 women, including him, the only man. To be honest, Yi Feng felt a lot of pressure. If they encountered any danger, besides him, these women had no fighting ability. But if Li Chang was there, it would be different. He could at least be of some help. So, Yi Feng put on a fatherly smile, walked over, and patted Li Chang's shoulder. This guy was short and strong, good at physical labor. Li Chang, don't be too sad. From now on, you can follow me. I will find a way to help you treat your illness. I come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. With some time, I'm sure I can cure you, Yi Feng said sincerely. Really? Fengge, then I'll rely on you from now on. Li Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, as long as I have free time, I will treat you properly. But in the meantime, you have to listen to me. If you obey, not only can you live in the cave with several women, but I can also guarantee your food, Yi Feng said. Women? Li Chang turned his head to look at the 7 women, then looked at his own pants, letting out a helpless sigh. Alright, Fengge, I'll listen to you from now on. You must cure me. Li Chang could only listen to Yi Feng. Hey, someone, roast a piece of salted meat for brother Li Chang. From now on, he's one of us, Yi Feng said. Soon, Li Chang started chewing on the salted meat, but Yi Feng remained vigilant, afraid that he might recover. In the future, the herbs collected for Li Chang would have to be used in the opposite way. Otherwise, once this guy recovered, the women would be in trouble. The night passed without incident, and the next day arrived quickly. Baldy saw Li Chang at first glance. Ah, Xiao Chang, you finally recovered? Come over here, Baldy beckoned. However, Li Chang looked at Yi Feng and took a step back instead. I'm now Feng Ji's little brother. Don't call me Xiao Chang anymore, got it? Li Chang made it clear, betraying Baldy without hesitation. You? Baldy squinted his eyes. Yi Feng also spoke up. Baldy, from now on, you should call him Changgu, because from now on, the distribution of your food will be handled by Li Chang. If you don't please him, he might spit in your food. You? Baldy angrily waved his hand and went downstream in frustration. Wang Tao hesitated for a while, then carried the bamboo tube and prepared to go to the beach to dry salt. He had made up his mind to complete the 5 kilograms of salt this time, or else he would go hungry again. After reaching the downstream area, he chewed on some tender grass, feeling less hungry. Yi Feng was working as a bamboo craftsman upstream. As for the downstream position, only Long Wu was busy, while the other 4 sat on the side, discussing something angrily. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the 4 of them picked up their bamboo spears and ran aggressively towards the boundary stone. Yi Feng, don't go too far. Today, the 4 of us have agreed that if you try to get rid of 2 of us, we will go on strike together, Wang Xiong said. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that these 4 guys were going to get tough. As you wish. From now on, I will only provide food for Long Wu. As for the 4 of you, I'm sorry, but I won't even spare a small fish for you, Yi Feng said calmly. You? Damn it, there are 4 of us men. Let's fight him, Wang Xiong said, leading the other 3 to cross the boundary stone. Everyone, come help. Yi Feng shouted coldly and fought against the bodyguard. The bodyguard was originally no match for Yi Feng, and now, after several days of hunger and physical labor, he was being suppressed and beaten by Yi Feng. On the other side, 7 women plus Li Chang beat Wang Xiong and his 2 companions Black and Blue. The battle quickly ended, and Yi Feng looked at the bodyguard lying on the ground and sneered. Gentlemen, you better go back. I haven't gone all out yet. Helplessly, Wang Xiong and his companions had no choice but to return and sit down. Downstream of the creek, a tiger weighing nearly half a ton was slowly moving forward, causing chaos wherever it passed. A wild monkey on a 10-meter high branch let out sharp screams, alerting other animals. Its voice seemed to anger the jungle tiger. The tiger leaped and jumped directly onto the tree, balancing its body with a gently swinging steel tail. The wild monkey was scared and wanted to jump off the tree to escape. However, the tiger's climbing ability was very strong. It pounced and accurately caught the wild monkey in midair. With a gentle tear of its 2 tiger claws, the wild monkey was instantly torn into 2 pieces. After killing the monkey, the jungle tiger continued its patrol upstream. In fact, its territory was in the lowermost lake because there was a big black bear upstream. When the black bear was alive, it would mark its territory by urinating every 2 days. But since it died, the smell of urine became weaker and weaker. Last night's heavy rain washed away all the foul odor in the urine. The tiger smelled the faint scent of the black bear's urine and roughly concluded that the black bear had met with an accident or had left its territory. Therefore, it couldn't resist any longer and entered the black bear's territory today. Although the jungle tiger couldn't defeat the black bear, its deterrent power was even greater than that of the black bear for some small animals. Because the tiger could swim, climb trees, and run on land at a speed that surpassed 90% of its prey, it was almost invincible on land, sea, and air. Xiongge, don't worry. We would rather starve to death than help him repair the wall. He wants to suppress us with capital, no way. The bald man said. Yeah, as long as we unite, Yifeng won't be able to exploit us. Wang Xiong also nodded. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach started singing the empty city strategy. How about this? Today, my Dahai and I will go help Yifeng work, at least to ensure that we won't starve to death. Tomorrow, you and your little brothers can go help Yifeng work. This way, we'll be hungry one day and full the next, at least no one will die. Wang Xiong suddenly proposed another idea. Don't give me this bullshit. I don't know what you're thinking, old man. You want to eliminate the two of us and make us unemployed. The bald man finally stopped pretending. Hee, don't you think the same? Wang Xiong also stood up. In no time, the four of them ran and argued in front of Yifeng's boundary stone. Yifeng, I, Wang Xiong, am willing to help you with logging. Wang Xiong shouted first. Yifeng, me and my little brother are also willing to work for you. The bald man also shouted. Yifeng was eating grilled fish and slowly walked to the boundary stone. All four of you want to work for me? Yifeng spat out a fishbone and asked slowly. Yes, my little brother and I are young and strong, much stronger than Wang Xiong, the old man. The bald man said, showing off his muscles. Wang Xiong didn't want to fall behind either. Although I'm not as strong as him, I have rich experience and know how to use my strength wisely. Get the hell out of here. Why strength? Aren't you just trying to slack off? Who the fuck are you cursing at? The two guys immediately started arguing and almost blew up Yifeng's head. Enough! Here's the deal. The four of you will have a trial period of 1 day. Let's see who can cut the most wood and do the best work. But I must make it clear that there will be no food supply during the trial period. Yifeng said. Okay, I'll go. The bald man rushed into the forest with his little brother. Let's go, Dahai. We'll go too. Wang Xiong didn't want to fall behind. Yifeng shrugged and returned to the bonfire. Soon it was noon, and seeing the four guys working so hard, Yifeng gave each of them a small fish. Although it wasn't enough to fill their stomachs, it was enough to keep them from starving to death. As for Long Wu, Yifeng kept the same conditions and supplied him with a fish and a piece of salted meat. After all, Long Wu had indirectly helped him once, and he was grateful for that. Oh, those wild monkeys are back again. The four bald men ran out of the woods, holding their heads, and then there was a noisy sound in the sky. Yifeng's good mood was instantly ruined. He immediately picked up his compound bow and aimed at the wild monkeys in the sky. This time he saw clearly that the leader was a huge monkey king. As long as he shot and killed this monkey king, the other monkeys would scatter and wouldn't disturb his peaceful life again. Just as Yifeng aimed at the monkey king, suddenly, squeak, caw caw. The monkey king looked down at the downstream position and actually fled into the depths of the jungle, far away from the stream. Yifeng felt a little uneasy and quickly stood on top of the boundary stone, looking downstream. The bird calls in the jungle seemed to have disappeared, and it became quiet for a moment. Long Wu was at the downstream, also standing on a rock and looking downstream. The next moment, he threw away the tool in his hand and ran towards Yifeng in a panic. What's wrong? Yifeng asked cautiously. Tiger, tiger, Long Wu shouted. Ha! Yifeng took a few steps back, a hint of fear flashing across his face. Although he was strong now, he wasn't arrogant enough to fight a tiger head-on. You see, a tiger's muscle mass accounts for 70% of its body, while the strongest human muscle man, Bruce Lee, only has about 15% of his body's muscle mass, and a tiger's bone density is 7 times that of a human's. And tigers are natural kings in the jungle, able to move agilely through the dense forest. Quick, into the cave and close the door. Just as Yifeng finished speaking, the 7 women in Li Cheng had already hidden in the cave, trembling as they looked downstream. At this time, Long Wu and the remaining 4 people also rushed to the entrance of the cave. Yifeng hesitated for a moment. These people still had some value to use, so he let them all in and then inserted the wooden door. The banks of the stream became quiet, with only a warning bird on a branch emitting urgent screams. The next moment, Yifeng's eyes widened. Downstream, a tiger with yellow and black stripes leisurely walked up. Its size was almost as big as a calf, weighing at least half a ton. Everyone, don't make a sound. This tiger's belly is bulging. It should have just eaten. Yifeng said, slowly backing away. The others also reacted and retreated towards the deepest part of the cave. The tiger had already reached the side of the bonfire and sniffed the bare skin drying on the branches. Roar! A low roar sounded as the tiger suddenly lifted its leg and urinated under the bare skin. Then its amber-colored eyes looked towards the entrance of the cave. Yifeng slowly raised his spear, swallowed his saliva, and his hands trembled slightly. The tiger finally reached the entrance of the cave, suddenly stood up, and fiercely slapped the wooden door. The entire wooden door shook, and one of the mortise and tenon joints loosened. Ding Tuanchuan tightly covered her mouth. Move further inside, Yifeng whispered. However, the cave was only 10 meters deep, but there were more than a dozen people crowded inside, and they couldn't move back any further. The tiger seemed to smell the scent of humans, and it suddenly took a few steps back and pounced on the wooden door. Creak! The wooden door was made of tree trunks as thick as arms, and the tiger's strength was not as great as a bear's, so it didn't shake. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression gradually relaxed. Damn, it's a good thing we built this door, otherwise we would all be dead. The bald man, seeing that there was no danger, immediately walked to the front. Give me the spear. He took the spear from Bai Guifan, and suddenly stabbed it through the crack in the door towards the jungle tiger. Ow! The jungle tiger let out a painful howl, and one of its claws scratched the wooden door. Deep claw marks, 5 centimeters deep, appeared on the hardwood. Ah, you beast, can't come in, can you? Let me poke it again, the bald man said, poking at the door crack again. Stop poking, just scare it away. Yifeng stopped him. He could tell that the tiger was full and didn't want to attack humans. It was just here to mark its territory. Yifeng, you're too timid. Anyway, the tiger can't come in. Give me your compound bow, I'll shoot it dead with one arrow, the bald man said calmly. However, at this moment, the tiger suddenly looked up. This cave was actually a vertical crack, with a wooden door over 3 meters high, only blocking the wider part below, but above, there was a gap about half a meter wide. Roar! In the next moment, the tiger lightly leaped, agile like a cat, and jumped directly above the wooden door. Damn it! The bald man was scared and quickly squeezed into the crowd. You caused this trouble, go and stop the tiger. Yifeng pushed the bald man to the door. The tiger was large in size, but it seemed to have the ability to shrink its bones. It squeezed through the half-meter-wide crack in the rock and landed in the cave with a thud. Ah! 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 Ding Tuanchuan was the first to scream, and the piercing sound echoed in the cave. What should we do? Damn it! Let's fight it together. The crowd kept pushing inside. As soon as the tiger jumped into the cave, it walked towards the bald man with big strides. Damn it, let me squeeze inside. The bald man desperately squeezed inside, but a huge tiger paw landed on his shoulder. Ah! In the next moment, the tiger paw lightly swiped down, and the flesh on the bald man's right arm, like cooked meat, was peeled off along with the skin, revealing the red bone inside. We can't go on like this, let's fight it. Yifeng picked up a spear with a spiked blade and fiercely stabbed the tiger. Long Wu reacted second, and he thrust his bamboo spear forward. Roar! The tiger lightly swiped its paw, and Yifeng's spear slipped from his hand, while he himself was knocked sideways. Long Wu's bamboo spear did hit the tiger, but it didn't even break its skin. At this moment, Susan seized the opportunity. She took out a dagger and pulled her body back. In the next moment, the dagger flew out and directly stuck into the tiger's face. Roar! The tiger was completely enraged. It leaped into the crowd and slapped its paw downwards. Bai Guifan was directly slapped and fell to the ground. Mom! Shenli wanted to pull Bai Guifan, but the tiger bit her shoulder. In the next moment, a large amount of blood spurted out. Let's fight it! Yifeng had now circled to the entrance of the cave, but he didn't run away. Instead, he picked up a broken spear and stabbed the tiger's buttocks. Plunge! He successfully stabbed it, but the tiger's steel tail swept across his cheek, causing him to spin around and fall to the ground. Long Wu picked up the dagger from the ground and suddenly jumped onto the tiger's back, fiercely stabbing it. Roar! Roar! The tiger roared furiously, trying to shake Long Wu off its back, but Long Wu grabbed its fur with one hand and kept stabbing with the other. Yifeng knew he couldn't miss this opportunity, so he quickly rushed over and grabbed the tiger's tail, while his other hand held the broken spear, thrusting it in and out forcefully. Roar! Ah! The tiger's voice finally turned into a cry of pain. It suddenly flipped over, throwing Long Wu off its back. Opening its mouth, it bit into Long Wu's buttocks. Ah! 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 Long Wu was covered in blood, screaming in agony. Several women had already huddled in the deepest part of the cave, but Susan bravely stepped forward and picked up the compound bow from the ground. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Finally, 1 arrow pierced the tiger's eye. The tiger let out a painful cry, and suddenly burst with immense strength, jumping directly above the wooden door and fleeing downstream. After the tiger left, Yifeng finally covered his face. It seemed swollen, and his palm was also cut by the bamboo spear that slipped from his hand earlier, causing it to bleed. The most miserable one is Chenli. Her shoulder collapsed and blood kept flowing. Bai Guifan was hit in the chest and fell into a coma. As for the bald man, he completely passed out, blood kept flowing, and his entire right arm was exposed to the bone, beyond saving. Come, take them outside the cave, Yifeng said unclearly. Several women took 5 minutes to recover and then carried the 3 injured people outside, with Long Wu standing behind them, his buttocks bitten and using a bamboo spear as a crutch. Suyin covered her mouth and couldn't bear to look at the wounds of the 3. Ding Tuanchuan, on the other hand, did not flinch and stared directly at the bloody scene. Water, give me water. Chen Li was the first to regain consciousness and weakly shouted. Okay. Yifeng quickly brought a helmet of water and placed it by Chen Li's mouth. Chen Li took a sip and then spit it out. Ah Feng, where is my mother? Chen Li's eyes regained a glimmer of light, but Yifeng's heart sank. She just passed out. She will wake up soon. Yifeng placed Chen Li's head on his thigh and helped her push her hair back. Ah Feng, I'm sorry, can you forgive me? Chen Li weakly said. You haven't done anything wrong to me. In a civilized society, gold-digging women can live a more comfortable life. If I were a woman, I would also choose a wealthy boyfriend. It's human nature. Yifeng realized something and comforted Chen Li softly. Thank you, Ah Feng, you are a good person. Can you take care of my mother for me? Chen Li said slowly, blood overflowing from her mouth. The others stood around, their expressions gloomy, and Su Yun sobbed quietly. It's something I should do. Even if you didn't ask, I would take care of Aunt Bai, Yifeng said gently. Chen Li smiled slightly, then suddenly widened her eyes. Ah Feng, is it dark? Why can't I see? Ah Feng, I can't see. Am I blind? Chen Li's voice trembled with tears. Yifeng sighed heavily and hugged Chen Li tightly. At noon, Chen Li died. At the moment she took her last breath, the unconscious Bai Guifeng twitched a few times. He's not doing well either. Li Cheng sat next to the bald man and pointed to his pale face. Give him some water to drink, Yifeng said, then looked at Long Wu. Long Wu couldn't sit, so he lay on the ground to rest. Xiaodao, it seems that the entrance of this cave is not safe either. The tiger's jumping ability is too strong. Even if I fence off the entrance, it can still jump in and bite people. So, I plan to wait for you to recover and hunt down that tiger together. Take advantage of its illness to kill it, Yifeng said. Long Wu's eyelids fought, and he reluctantly nodded, then fell into a deep sleep. Yifeng was also injured, but he dared not rest. Instead, he personally carried wood and prepared to fill the gap above the wooden door. Since the tiger could jump in, the leopard could also jump in, so he wanted to be prepared. He lifted a 100-pound piece of wood and struggled towards the door. At this moment, a hand took the wood. It was Susan. Yifeng, you're injured. Let me do it. You go rest and recover, Susan said, then suddenly smiled at Yifeng. In the next moment, Yifeng felt that the light around him dimmed, and only the smile remained eternally in his mind. In his impression, Susan always had a stern face, but this smile was like melting ice, blooming flowers, incredibly dazzling. Susan took the wood and went to work. When the tiger jumped in just now, everyone was shrinking inside. Only Yifeng was the first to take action. Her fondness for Yifeng skyrocketed. Yifeng simply sat down and leaned against a rock. Rico hesitated for a moment, then suddenly hugged the upper body of Yifeng, placing her head on his soft, snow-white thigh. Then, in front of everyone, she started feeding Yifeng. The other few men immediately turned red-eyed and looked at Yifeng with jealousy. Su Yun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't say anything. She also understood the knowledge of physiology. After a woman gives birth, she becomes swollen. While Yifeng was helping Li Meizi, he could also absorb nutrients. Yifeng greedily ate while his gaze fell on Su San. Su San had already climbed up above the wooden door, trying to wedge the wood into the stone crack. Looking up from below, her legs were tightly stretched, and her tight safety pants outlined her mysterious figure. What's wrong with you? Li Meizi looked at Yifeng's pants. Yifeng was startled and quickly pulled down the tattered hem of his clothes, but it was obviously still conspicuous. After all, the pants were big and ugly, and couldn't be covered by clothes. Zhang Yan was sensible. She suddenly sat next to Yifeng and blocked the embarrassment with her body. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Ding Tuanchuan were carrying wood towards Su San. Li Chang, you also go help, Yifeng suddenly said. Li Chang was just sitting on the ground being lazy, so he had no choice but to go help. At this time, Wang Xiong stood up. Dahai, and that Ma Dong, now, the three of us men are uninjured, while Yifeng and Long Wu are injured. This is a good opportunity to seize power. Dahai, you go kill Yifeng, Ma Dong will deal with the traitor Long Wu. Any objections? When Wang Xiong said this, Yifeng was shocked and could only sit up with great effort. Wang Xiong, you old bastard, Yifeng was injured just now to save us. How can you kick a man when he's down? Zhang Yan was the first to curse. Wang Xiong narrowed his eyes and slapped Zhang Yan in the face. Bitch! I spend 300,000 yuan a month to keep you, and you dare to question me. Dahai, what do you think? There are no laws here anyway. As long as we break free from moral constraints, we can do whatever we want. Do you also want to spend the night in a cave? Wang Xiong said. Yuan Dahai nodded and approached Yifeng step by step with a bamboo spear. On the other side, Ma Dong also walked towards Long Wu, who had already passed out. Wang Xiong laughed, holding a bamboo spear to intimidate the women. You scoundrel, don't you dare touch my brother Yi. Suddenly, Ding Tuanchuan rushed over and grabbed and hit Yuan Dahai. Get lost. Yuan Dahai slapped Ding Tuanchuan and knocked her down. Although Yifeng was already injured, he still didn't dare to underestimate his opponent and approached Yifeng cautiously. Yifeng felt his vision blur a bit because of the injury on his face, but even if he was injured, he should have no problem dealing with Yuan Dahai. What about the three of you? Have you forgotten about me? Just then, Susan's cold voice sounded from behind. Just a bunch of women. Let me try. He, little girl, I'll be the first to play with you. I like your restrained face. Wang Shun laughed, and he approached Susan like an eagle catching a chick. In the next moment, Susan kicked him in the crotch. Wang Shun didn't even make a sound and fell directly to the ground, his body still twitching. Yuan Dahai was shocked and turned his spear towards Susan. Susan quickly picked up her compound bow, bent it, aimed at Yuan Dahai's chest. Beauty, put down the toy bow in your hand, otherwise, I'll risk getting shot by you and still kill you. Yuan Dahai threatened. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his head become heavy, and he fell to the ground, completely limp. Yifeng threw the stone in his hand and clapped. This is all you've got? You dare to rebel against me? At this time, Ma Dong had already aimed his spear at Long Wu, but he was killing someone for the first time and couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing that the situation here was settled, Ma Dong decisively dropped the spear and knelt down with his hands raised. Yifeng, how should we deal with these three people? Su San asked. Li Meizi, bring the dagger over. Yifeng took the dagger and dragged Yuan Dahai to the side of the stream, placing the dagger horizontally on his neck. Plop! The dagger slashed, and fresh blood sprayed into the creek, while Yuan Dahai's body convulsed desperately. It was unknown how long it took, but Yuan Dahai finally stopped moving. Ah! Several women's faces turned pale with fear. In their eyes, there was no longer the usual admiration for Yifeng, only terror. However, Susan remained expressionless and nodded slightly at Yifeng. Yifeng's hand trembled slightly. This was the first time he had killed someone in his life. His heart was pounding fast, and his mouth was dry, but he couldn't stop. He grabbed Wang Shun's collar and dragged him towards the edge of the creek. No, Yifeng, spare me. I still have value. I can help you build a fence, help you hunt. I'll give you 1 billion when we get back. Puff! Wang Shun's voice abruptly stopped as his neck was slashed, and his blood sprayed into the creek. Yifeng kicked the body into the creek, making sure they floated downstream to avoid attracting carnivorous animals. Now it was Ma Dong's turn. Ma Dong was startled and suddenly fled downstream. Susan calmly picked up her compound bow. Puff! The aim was a bit off, only hitting Ma Dong's side. When she was about to shoot again, Ma Dong suddenly jumped into the creek, letting the swift current carry him downstream. Forget it, he's alone. He won't survive long in the jungle, Yifeng said indifferently. After speaking, Yifeng wanted to embrace Li Meizi, but she retreated a few steps in fear, her eyes evasive. Yifeng's heart sank, and he looked at Su Yun and the other women. Sure enough, these women dared not meet his gaze. Yifeng. It seemed like he had lost something. Li Chang, go check if Baldy is dead, Yifeng said. Yes, Feng Ji, I'll go right away. Li Chang nodded repeatedly, his face filled with fear and terror. When the tiger injured someone earlier, he was scared but not terrified. But when Yifeng killed someone, it was different. It was like slaughtering livestock, bleeding them with a knife. This horrifying scene reminded him of slaughtering pigs in the countryside. It was just like Yi the butcher. Yifeng leaned against a rock, his eyes slowly narrowing. Susan took the other women to patch up the gaps in the shelter. It was unknown how long Yi had slept when Yifeng was awakened by a piercing scream. He opened his eyes and saw Bai Guifan pouncing on Chen Li's body, her back convulsing, but no sound came out. Yifeng glanced at the sky. Night had fallen. Feng Ji, you're awake? Li Chang cautiously stood at a distance, his face wearing a smile. What about Baldy? Yifeng asked. He's already dead. Sister Susan threw his body into the creek. It should have washed downstream, Li Chang said. Good, he's better off dead, suffering less. Yifeng stood up, feeling his strength returning, although his face was still swollen. It would probably take 2 days for the swelling to go down. The tiger's tail was as hard as a steel whip. He felt his teeth on the left side loosen. Something's wrong. Aunt Bai fainted again, Suyin shouted from the side. Yifeng walked over, carried Bai Guifan into the cave, and then dug a hole next to Chen Jiahua's grave. They wrapped Chen Li's body in the bamboo mat they had prepared and covered her face with a leaf. Get ready to fill the hole. Yifeng's voice sounded desolate. After all, he had been with Chen Li for a year, and she suddenly died. He felt a little sad, but more than that, he felt a sense of melancholy. After burying Chen Li, Bai Guifan woke up again. This time she didn't cry but stood silently in front of the 2 graves, her eyes empty. Su Yun, go and comfort Aunt Bai, say something nice to her, don't let her go crazy, Yifeng said. The others sat around the campfire, only Susan sat next to Yifeng, while the other women kept their distance from him. They couldn't accept the fact that Yifeng was a murderer. Don't look at me like that, let me explain to you. Maybe from today onwards, we will have to live on this deserted island. Yifeng said seriously. Impossible, we will go back in a few days. Naireshi Yoshiko was the first to object, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Haven't you all noticed? Look at this moss, it's obviously a plant from the frigid zone. And look at this one, it's obviously a plant from the temperate zone. This is not a deserted island, it might be a place where humans cannot set foot. Also, the spotted hyenas live on the African savanna, but suddenly they appear in the tropical rainforest. Lastly, haven't you all noticed? The temperature on this deserted island is too abnormal, It's 40 degrees during the day, but only 10 degrees, or even 7 or 8 degrees at night. Yifeng expressed all the thoughts he had suppressed for many days. No, you're talking nonsense. We will definitely be able to go back. Ding Tuanchuang covered his ears. No! Alice shook her head, her eyes filled with panic. Su Yun, on the other hand, trembled all over, then helped by Guifan to the side of the bonfire. What Offling said is very likely true. On the day we arrived at the cave, I went downstream to catch fish, but I saw a strange snake. I can guarantee that there is no such snake in the world. This snake looks like a python, but it has a rooster's comb on its head. After hearing Su Yun's words, even Susan's face turned ugly. However, the next moment, she laughed lightly. Alright, you two have finished telling your jokes, but it's not funny at all, and don't tell them anymore in the future. Susan said and went back to the cave alone. Yifeng looked towards the downstream position and suddenly asked, It's so late, hasn't Wang Tao brought back the salt yet? On the beach, there were 2 bonfires burning at the moment, and more than a dozen men and women were sitting together, discussing something loudly. General Ma, don't worry, I can guarantee that your wife is still alive. Wang Tao was talking to a middle-aged man. That's good. Ma Siquang touched his waist. He had a powerful handgun on his waist, although there were only 2 magazines, a total of 14 bullets. But these bullets had strong penetration power, even an elephant could be taken down. I am also a partner with your father. If you say that Yifeng really bullied you, I will kill him. This is a deserted island, there are no legal restrictions, and these people are all under my command, they won't betray me. Ma Siquang said calmly. As a big shot of his level, not to mention on a deserted island, even if he returned to civilized society, killing someone would be a piece of cake for him, and he wouldn't reveal any flaws. Thank you, General Ma. As long as you are willing to help me, it will be enough. When it's dawn, I will lead the way for you. Wang Tao said excitedly, combing his dirty and messy hair into a middle parting. At night, a bonfire was lit at the entrance of the cave, but Yifeng wrapped himself in thick bear fur and hid with Susan in a banyan tree downstream. From this position, they could see the entrance of the cave from a distance. Beside the bonfire, Long Wu and Li Cheng were sitting. The other women had all gone to sleep in the cave. This was a decision made by Yifeng. The tiger had suffered a loss, so it would definitely come back. Therefore, until Long Wu's injuries healed, they had to arrange 2 sentries, one visible and one hidden. Once a fierce tiger attacked, Yifeng could continuously shoot arrows from the banyan tree. In his hands, he had a new bow and arrow, a compound bow that required strong arm strength to draw. As for the bowstring, it was made from 100-year-old vines. Even a tiger couldn't withstand a single arrow. The only trouble was the arrowheads. Yifeng now had a bayonet and a dagger, but no arrowheads, so he used hard green stones to grind out 3 arrowheads. You should rest for a while, I'll wake you up when I'm tired, Yifeng said to Susan. Okay. Susan was wearing safety pants, with a tight-fitting undershirt on top. As for the outer clothes and jeans, she had already washed them and hung them up to dry. The tight-fitting clothes accentuated her figure, making her look extremely attractive. Yifeng swallowed his saliva and put Susan's head in his arms. This way, he could ensure that she wouldn't fall off the tree after falling asleep. Susan felt Yifeng's body temperature and her eyes moved twice, but she didn't open them. Can't you sleep? Yifeng asked. In the dim moonlight, Susan's face blushed for the first time, because, in Yifeng's pants, it made her feel like she was resting on a soft bone. I need to go down the tree to relieve myself, Susan said, and she prepared to climb down towards the tree. However, the next moment, there was a squeaking sound in the forest. Susan quickly stopped and continued to sit on the banyan tree. The dense leaves completely blocked their bodies. In just a moment, the squeaking sound was very close to them. Is it wild monkeys? Yifeng looked at the figure swinging back and forth on the branches. A hint of doubt flashed across his face. Monkeys are not nocturnal animals, so why would they be active at night? But after a while, he understood. Several monkeys were suddenly hit by something and fell directly from the tree, and then their pitiful screams echoed on the ground. The other monkeys were scared and didn't care to run on the tree. Instead, they all jumped to the ground and quickly ran towards the other side of the stream. Faint breaking sounds came from below, and the slower monkeys were hit by something and fell to the ground, twitching. What is chasing them? Yifeng asked. Susan shook her head. The position where the 2 of them were hiding could only see the 2 banks of the stream, not the ground of the dense forest. Roar! A low roar sounded. Yifeng was shocked and quickly picked up his compound bow. However, the next moment, Yifeng was stunned again. This was indeed the tiger that appeared during the day, but at this moment, the tiger was also panicking and fleeing. It quickly rushed into the stream. What is it? Even the tiger is fleeing? Yifeng swallowed his saliva and opened his eyes wide, trying to see the ground clearly. He saw the tiger shaking its body, as if trying to shake something off. It had just stepped into the stream when its huge body fell into the water, and then it began to convulse violently. Yifeng felt that all kinds of insect chirping and bird calls disappeared. Even the hooting of the owl was gone. A sense of foreboding surged up. The next moment, one black shadow after another emerged from the forest. These shadows were very dark, about 1 meter tall, but each black shadow held a long stick in their hands. The sticks were half as tall as their bodies. At this moment, one of the black shadows suddenly looked up and glanced at the tree. Yifeng felt a buzzing in his head. This thing was completely black, but its eyes emitted a green light. Soon, these dozen or so black shadows rushed to the front of the tiger. They threw away the sticks in their hands, extended their claws, and began to scratch the tiger's body. In just a few strokes, the tough fur of the tiger was cut open, and its internal organs spilled out, emitting a strong smell of blood that wafted far away. Yifeng covered his mouth, otherwise he would vomit. Because these dozen or so black shadows were stuffing the tiger's internal organs into their mouths indiscriminately, they ate very roughly and urgently. What on earth were these things? Yifeng could guarantee that he had never seen such creatures before. Judging from their size, they looked like monkeys, but their eyes were green, and they could even use tools. The scariest thing was their claws, which were extremely sharp and could easily cut through tough tiger skin. Susan, do you recognize these creatures? Yifeng turned his head and asked. But he saw Susan pale and shaking her head, one hand covering her thigh. What's wrong with you? Yifeng asked again. I'm really uncomfortable holding my urine, Susan said with difficulty. Yifeng looked at the black shadows below again. These things were still eating the tiger meat, and he didn't know how long it would take. Hold on a little longer, they should leave after they're full, Yifeng whispered in Susan's ear, afraid of disturbing the strange creatures below. Susan could only nod, but her face looked very unpleasant. Actually, as soon as she climbed up the tree with Yifeng, she needed to pee, but she was too embarrassed to tell Yifeng. When she couldn't hold it anymore, she encountered those dark figures under the tree. Yifeng looked upstream again. They were about 30 meters away, and these dark figures didn't seem to be heading upstream. That's good, otherwise their slender bodies could easily slip through the cracks in the wooden door. Just 10 minutes later, these dozen or so dark figures completely devoured the huge tiger. Only the tiger's head, bones, and skin were left. They're done eating, just hold on a little longer, Yifeng pointed downwards. Susan didn't respond to Yifeng. She felt her bladder was completely full, just a little movement and it would overflow on its own. Just as she was eagerly looking at the dark figures under the tree, a despairing scene unfolded before her eyes. She saw that these dozen or so dark figures didn't leave, but instead started. Mostly in pairs, occasionally there would be 3 dark figures together, making Susan blush. Yifeng, I can't wait anymore, I need to climb down the tree to relieve myself now, Susan said, preparing to climb down towards the tree. No! Yifeng stopped Susan, there are still so many monsters down there. If it's really impossible, just stay in the tree, I won't peek. After hearing Yifeng's words, Susan stopped. But there's nowhere to squat in the tree, I'm afraid I'll fall down, Susan said. She couldn't hold it any longer, as if she would come out on her own in the next moment. Susan, if you trust me, take off your safety pants, then I'll hold you from behind, just like when we were kids and your father held you to pee. Look, is that okay? Yifeng asked, his pants already looking extremely ugly. Although he tried not to think about such things, Susan's figure was too great, he couldn't control himself. What did you say? Susan was about to get angry, but suddenly widened her eyes. Just now, it seemed like she couldn't hold it anymore and peed a little in her pants. Fine, but you're not allowed to peek, keep your eyes closed, Susan said in a deflated tone. Don't worry, I promise to keep my eyes closed, Yifeng swore to the sky. Below, the group of dark figures hadn't left yet, completely unaware of the conversation between the man and woman 20 meters high in the banyan tree. Alright, you face me from behind, Susan said, her face instantly turning red. In the dim moonlight, Yifeng was almost stunned. I have to hold you in my arms, you have to hold onto my legs in time, otherwise I'll fall down, Susan said softly, trying to use a reserved tone, but her voice was trembling. The dark figures below were still there, not leaving. Finally, he felt a warmth in his arms, and Susan sat in his embrace. Yifeng quickly grabbed her round thighs. I'm going to take off my safety pants now, are you really closing your eyes? Susan tilted her head slightly, her hair brushing against Yifeng's chin, a feminine fragrance wafting over. I'm sure, hurry up, Yifeng said. Okay. Susan couldn't hold it any longer, she was about to pee in her pants. Phew! Finally comfortable, 1 minute later, Susan was about to pull up her safety pants, but in the next moment, both she and Yifeng were startled. They saw dozens of pairs of green eyes below, looking towards the sky, as if searching for something. We're in trouble, they must have heard something. Yifeng quickly maintained a still position. The two of them nervously pressed against each other, anxiously watching below. After about 3 minutes, the green lights below gradually disappeared, and those monsters withdrew their gaze. They used their sharp claws to cut off the tiger's head and walked towards the other side of the creek. But Yifeng and Susan still didn't dare to move. They had to wait for them to completely disappear before making any movements. 1 minute later, the forest on the opposite bank echoed with the wailing of hyenas. Phew! Oh! The two of them simultaneously exhaled a breath of hot air. You get away from me, you scoundrel! Susan quickly got up. Yifeng also felt a panic in his heart and let go of her. Finally, the two awkwardly separated. But for some reason, Yifeng was very unwilling, and Susan had the same thought. Although she had never slept with a man before, she knew what Yifeng was about to do. If Yifeng had really forced himself on her just now, would she have given in? In those movies, when men and women do that thing, even though the women are screaming no, she could hear that their screams were filled with pleasure. But immediately, she shook her head. Susan, you are dedicated to protecting Su-yun. How can you have such thoughts? The most important thing now is to return to civilization, not to think about the affairs between men and women. Susan, do you know how the company is talking about you? Yifeng couldn't help but ask. What are they saying about me? Susan asked back. They say that your teeth are long and you bite people. Yifeng confronted her. Are you looking to die? Shut up, or do you want me to kick you off the tree? Don't be like this, I was just joking to ease the tension. Do you think this joke is appropriate for me? Alright, I apologize, I won't dare next time. Yifeng awkwardly looked away, but his pants were really ugly. Susan was like a tigress, and it would be difficult to deal with her in the short term. It would be better if it dawned soon. After dawn, take Zhang Yan downstream, maybe the problem with the pants can be solved. Yifeng could tell that no matter what he did to Zhang Yan, she would agree. As for Bai Guifan, she was a bit mentally unstable now, so forget it. It seemed like a long time had passed, and finally, it was dawn. Yifeng and Susan slid down from the tree. They saw the bodies of 5 or 6 wild monkeys lying on the bank of the stream. Their bodies were stiff and emitted a strange smell. This smell was indescribable, not the smell of decay or feces, but it was very unpleasant. This tiger skin is not bad. We can take it back and make it into clothes. Otherwise, there are thorns everywhere in the jungle, which can easily scratch the skin. Yifeng said. Susan nodded and pulled the tiger skin out of the water. What is this? Susan plucked a 30-centimeter thorn from the tiger skin, and it emitted a fragrant smell. Yifeng also plucked the same thorn from the wild monkey. He smelled the fragrance on it, which was very pleasant. I know, the tiger and these wild monkeys were killed by these thorns. But one thorn is not enough to kill such a big animal like a tiger, right? Thinking of this, Yifeng immediately threw away the thorn. Quick, throw it away. It must be highly poisonous. Otherwise, such a thin thorn wouldn't be able to kill a tiger. Susan was also startled and threw the thorn far away. Let's go back home. We should temporarily leave the tiger's skin, in case this poison can be transmitted through the skin. The two immediately returned to the camp. It was now morning, and Long Wu was pale, leaning on his spear, while Li Chang was already lying on the ground, sound asleep. You're back? Long Wu greeted them. Yeah, I'm going to wake up the women in the cave. You two go get some sleep. Yifeng said and went back to the cave. But as soon as he went back, Yifeng's eyes widened. He saw Zhang Yan with her legs crossed, her pants pulled up, and her bare body exposed to his gaze. Oh! Yifeng felt his whole body relax. Wake up! Wake up! Yifeng shouted. Zhang Yan was the first to wake up. She looked at her skirt and then at Yifeng. But in the next moment, a hint of charm flashed in her eyes, and she threw a seductive glance at Yifeng. Yifeng quickly fled from the cave. Although Bai Guifan had woken up, she was walking back and forth at the entrance of the cave, muttering something in her mouth. It seemed that she had already lost her mind. A group of people sat around the campfire. Zhang Yan, Wang Tao is probably involved in some accident and may not be able to come back. So later, we will go to the seaside to dry salt. We need to make enough salted fish and salted meat. Only after we have enough food reserves can we focus on building a shelter, Yifeng said seriously. Zhang Yan glanced at Yifeng's pants and covered her mouth with a gentle laugh. Yes, Lord Ji, I will listen to you. Su-yun, Feng, if you want to go ahead. What can we do in the camp? Su-yun asked. You guys, fix the door again, seal all the gaps with wood, and don't leave any openings. As for building the walls, we'll talk about it after we have enough food reserves. Yifeng said. He had already figured out that they couldn't always rely on fish for food. After all, although fish were nutritious, they couldn't compare to land animals. He wanted to find an opportunity to go to the lake and hunt wild boars or wild water buffalo. Just one successful hunt would provide enough food for the people in the camp for several days. Otherwise, they would waste 2 hours every day fishing, and the construction of the shelter would be intermittent. After dinner, Yifeng set off with Zhang Yan. Feng, be careful on the way, don't have any accidents. Fengge, we'll wait for you to come back home here. Brother Yi, have a safe journey. Yifeng, can these little ones speak? The two of them started walking slowly downstream, and Zhang Yan was still obedient in front. But once they were out of sight of the others, she became restless. Little brother Feng, is the wound on my leg healed? Zhang Yan's voice was sweet and soft, full of seduction. Let's go to the beach. I'll take a look at it slowly there. Yifeng was also a little impatient. After all, the fire in his lower abdomen had not been extinguished, and now it was ignited by Zhang Yan's teasing. Zhang Yan glanced at Yifeng's pants and covered her mouth, giggling foolishly. Little brother Feng, let's wash ourselves before we enter the forest later, you understand, right? Zhang Yan smiled. Okay, I understand, Yifeng nodded. By now, they had walked 4 kilometers downstream, and after another kilometer, they would enter the forest. Just then, Yifeng's face changed. Zhang Yan, do you feel that it suddenly became quiet around us? Yi Feng said. Quiet. Zhang Yan had just said 2 words when suddenly, a large group of animals rushed up from downstream. There were deer, water buffalo, wild boars, and even crocodiles fleeing. The fastest runner was a leopard, which jumped in front of Yi Feng in just a few steps. Yi Feng was startled and immediately raised his spear. But in the next moment, the leopard actually passed by the 2 of them and continued running upstream. Boom! The ground shook, and a large number of animals swept past the 2 of them, but they didn't target them. Their goal was to escape. From the downstream bend, there came the sound of the bellowing of wild buffalo. Quick! Climb up the tree! Yi Feng realized something and swiftly lifted Zhang Yan's light body, pushing her onto a banyan tree. He himself climbed up in just a few steps. The 2 of them hid their figures among the dense leaves. Finally, all the animals ran upstream, and a dozen or so black figures appeared by the side of the small stream behind them. In the sunlight, Yi Feng finally saw what they looked like. They did indeed look like monkeys, but their eyes emitted a fierce and resentful light. They walked upright like humans, each holding a stick in their hands. Just then, one of the monsters put the stick in its mouth and blew gently towards the upstream position. A spike shot out from the stick and accurately hit the buttocks of a wild buffalo. The buffalo jumped up as if it had been branded with a hot iron, leaping more than 2 meters high in place. It unwillingly ran dozens of meters upstream before crashing to the ground, its hind legs twitching. This isn't a stick, it's a blowgun? Yi Feng finally understood. No wonder even the jungle tigers would flee at the sight of them. Originally, they used blowpipes, and the blow needles inside were poisonous. What are these things? They look like monkeys, but not entirely. Zhang Yan pressed her soft body tightly against Yi Feng. Yi Feng pursed his lips and didn't speak, but carefully observed this group of strange monkeys through the dense branches. Their fur was as black as ink, their palms were like humans, but their nails shimmered with a dark glow, sharp as can be. No wonder they could easily tear open tiger skin. It seemed like they were a completely new species. Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked at their tails. The tails were about 1 meter long, almost the same height as them. The most terrifying thing was that at the tip of the tail, there was a horn-like structure that looked equally sharp. Don't speak, wait for them to leave, Yi Feng whispered. Zhang Yan nodded, her body almost melting in Yi Feng's embrace. The group of strange monkeys were tasting buffalo meat under the tree. During the day, their eating habits were even more ferocious. They almost swallowed the meat whole, only stopping when their bellies were full. After finishing the buffalo meat, these dozen or so black monsters began to mate under the tree. Yi Feng suddenly had a terrible headache. Did these creatures only do this after they were full? Don't they have any other thoughts? Just at this moment, Yi Feng heard faint voices coming from the forest. Wang Tao, we've been walking for so long, why haven't we seen the creek yet? Don't worry, General Ma, the creek is just ahead. You must help me kill that scum Yi Feng. The voices gradually approached. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. He saw Wang Tao, this useless person, was the first to reach the edge of the creek and voluntarily helped clear the weeds in front. Then, a middle-aged man walked out. Following that, footsteps could be heard from behind, about 10 or so men and women, all appearing at the edge of the creek. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The strange monkeys stopped and looked at Wang Tao and the others with ferocious eyes. These monkeys here look quite special. Could they be a new species? Ma Siskon looked at this group of monkeys with curiosity. His several bodyguards, however, stood guard in front of him with vigilance. In the next moment, one of the strange monkeys picked up a blowpipe. What is it doing? Be careful. Put. A blow needle hit one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard quickly removed the blow needle. What is this? He had just said 2 words when his face suddenly changed, and he fell to the ground, rolling desperately. Not good. This blow needle is poisonous. General Ma, quickly retreat downstream. Another bodyguard said, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit in the face and chest by a needle. He didn't even groan, just fell to the ground convulsing. The other 5 bodyguards couldn't hold back anymore and took out their pistols at the same time. Yi Feng quickly covered Zhang Yan's ears. Bang 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 bang. Several of the strange monkeys in front were instantly blown apart, but there was no red liquid flowing out, only a small amount of green liquid. The most terrifying thing was one of the strange monkeys. Its arm was broken, but it still charged forward fearlessly. Yi Feng was in the tree. He smelled the incredibly foul odor of the green liquid and almost vomited. Zhang Yan couldn't hold back anymore and vomited on Yi Feng's pants. Not good, these guys are very agile. Retreat! Gunshots continued, and a bullet flew past Yi Feng's eyes. He endured the nausea and looked down. Although the marksmanship of the bodyguards was good, the agility of the strange monkeys was even better. Sometimes they used the blowpipes as poles, jumping 3 or 4 meters high in midair. While in midair, they put the blowpipes in their mouths and blew forward. With such accuracy, they killed 2 more humans. To be able to shoot with such accuracy while jumping at high speeds, even special forces would have to call them boss. Run! Several bodyguards ran while shooting, fleeing downstream. Only 4 or 5 human bodies and 7 or 8 strange monkey bodies were left behind. Now is the time. Quickly get down from the tree. Yi Feng finished speaking and helped Zhang Yan down from the banyan tree. There's a handgun. Yi Feng was overjoyed and picked up a handgun that was filled with bullets, a total of 7 rounds. Zhang Yan also picked up a handgun. The bullets in here are full. Quick, let's check the others. However, there was only one bodyguard left, and he had already emptied his bullets earlier. As for the last two bodies, they were two middle-aged men who didn't have any guns on them. Well, having two guns is not bad. Yifeng suddenly looked at the body of the strange monkey. He picked up a spear and poked at the body of the strange monkey. The body was as dry and hard as dead wood, without any softness. The stomach of one of the strange monkeys had been blown open, revealing a large amount of beef, tiger meat, and various unknown meats. Let's go to the seaside. Yifeng pulled Zhang Yan and plunged into the forest. After running for who knows how long, the two finally reached the sea. Breathing in the salty sea breeze, Yifeng wasted no time and immediately started drying the seawater. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, played with the handgun, her face full of excitement. Be careful not to accidentally fire it. Yifeng said cautiously. Don't worry, I've played with guns before. As long as I don't release the safety, it'll be fine. Zhang Yan said, pointing the gun at Yifeng. Every hair on Yifeng's body stood up. Damn it! He angrily walked over, snatched the handgun, and pressed Zhang Yan against his chest, slapping her buttocks hard. Dare you point a gun at me? Yifeng said angrily. Ouch, you hit me so hard, use more force. Zhang Yan said coquettishly. Yifeng. Slap 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 slap. After a while, Zhang Yan started wriggling her body and restlessly reached out towards Yifeng. Little brother Yifeng, didn't you say that it would be fine once we reached the beach? I've never seen you in such an ugly pair of pants. Can I take a look inside? Zhang Yan looked at Yifeng with seductive eyes. Not good, I forgot to wash it just now. Yifeng said awkwardly. The fire in his lower abdomen was ignited by this vixen again. What are you afraid of? Can't we wash it here? Zhang Yan grabbed Yifeng's pants, as if she was about to take them off. Wash it with seawater? Isn't that a bad idea? Yifeng knew that seawater was dirtier than urine. After washing it, he might even get a skin infection or something. Do you think seawater is dirty? How about I help you wash it? Zhang Yan said, suddenly exerting force with her hand. In the next moment, Yifeng was completely exposed. Oh my god! Zhang Yan pulled up his pants with one hand and covered her red lips with the other, her eyes filled with shock. In the next moment, she reluctantly helped Yifeng put his pants back on. It's too scary, I'm still a bit weak now, don't kill me, Zhang Yan asked. He had to endure with Susan last night, and now he had to endure with Zhang Yan. He wasn't a monk. Seeing that Yifeng was unhappy, Zhang Yan reached out her hand and said, Can I help you with this? Forget it. Yifeng shook his head. Then, can I assist you in another way? Zhang Yan hinted. Is that really a good idea? Yifeng was somewhat tempted. Just stop hesitating, come, let's go behind the reef. Zhang Yan pulled Yifeng and rushed behind the reef. Next, Zhang Yan showcased her skills. Yifeng didn't hold back and let Zhang Yan do as she pleased. It had to be said that Zhang Yan's skills were quite impressive. After a long time, the two walked out of the reef area blushing and with a racing heart. When we go back, let's find another opportunity. Once I've recovered, I'll definitely give it to you. But there's a problem. What if you can't control yourself? I don't want to get pregnant. Zhang Yan said hesitantly. Don't worry, I have strong self-control. Yifeng laughed. After drying the salt, Yifeng looked across the shallow sea. Since eating a few white fruits, his vision had improved. He saw many oysters clinging to the opposite rock wall. There are oysters, there are oysters. Yifeng was overjoyed and waded towards the opposite side. Oysters? I want to go too. Zhang Yan also followed behind. After walking 200 meters, the two finally arrived at the location of the rock wall, densely packed with ugly oysters. Yifeng picked a large oyster, bigger than a fist. Quick, use the dagger to pry it open, Zhang Yan urged. Pluck. It opened. This oyster is so plump and tender, so white that it makes one's mouth water just by looking at it. Oysters are known as a fuel station for men and a beauty salon for women, loved by both genders. Especially for Yifeng, he used to eat grilled oysters frequently in the city, and after eating oysters, his body felt as strong as iron, full of energy. These fresh oysters can be eaten raw, Yifeng said, handing the open oyster to Zhang Yan. Swoosh! Zhang Yan sucked it in with one mouthful, and the milky juice flowed down her lips. It's so delicious, Zhang Yan exclaimed happily. Yifeng also pried open a larger oyster to eat raw. It was indeed plump, juicy, and had a salty freshness that stimulated the taste buds. He guaranteed that in the city, one could never eat oysters as delicious as these. The two of them continued to eat 7 or 8 oysters in a row, but they couldn't eat anymore. Yifeng took off his clothes, tied the cuffs together, and filled them with more than 20 large oysters, ready to bring them back home to the women in the cave. As for Li Chang, he wouldn't be given any to eat, so as not to restore his male function. But Longwu was fine. After all, Longwu was still a decent person, otherwise he would have played with Alice and Shenli a long time ago. Let's hurry back, oysters won't taste good once they die, Zhang Yan laughed. Her skin seemed to have gained a layer of radiance. Yifeng was about to agree when suddenly his expression changed. He remembered that oysters should grow at the brackish water boundary, but here it was all seawater. Could it be? Wait for me here, I'll climb over this rock wall and take a look, Yifeng said, bare-chested, like a skilled rock climber, and quickly climbed over the rock wall. There was a dense forest on the rock wall, and as soon as Yifeng climbed up, the seabirds above all flew into the sky and screeched at him. He didn't care about getting dirty and went straight into the dense forest. There was a lot of bird droppings here, and at the same time, there were many bird eggs. After walking about 600 or 700 meters, Yifeng suddenly heard a loud rushing sound of water. He pushed aside the branches and looked down, his eyes widened. He saw an inland river, about tens of kilometers wide, flowing from the depths of the deserted island into the sea. The two different colored waters were distinct but merging with each other. At the same time, on the cliff under his feet, there were even more plump and delicious oysters. Such a big river? Yifeng widened his eyes. Could this be a support for a continent? Not a deserted island. If he followed this inland river upstream, would he find a human city? The thought made his face darken, and he looked at the river again. There was a lot of garbage in the water, such as branches, driftwood, and a small number of animal carcasses. He had to look far into the distance to see the opposite bank of the river, but from what he could see, there were no signs of a civilized society like plastic bags. It could be seen that there were no cities or towns upstream of the river. If it were a civilized continent, such a wide river in the junction with the sea would have long been home to super cities. For example, City S, City N, and City T are all located at the junction of the sea and the inland river. So it seems that this is truly an ignored deserted island, or even a giant island. After all, with such a large drainage capacity, ordinary small islands couldn't achieve it. Yifeng now had a 90% certainty that this was a place that humans had not yet discovered, and as for why satellites hadn't found it, it might be related to some magnetic fields or things that science couldn't solve. Whatever, let's go home first. There are still so many women waiting for me in the cave, Yifeng said with a carefree smile, turning around and diving back into the forest. When he was about to go down, Yifeng stole 2 bird eggs, causing the seabirds in the sky to screech desperately. What's all the noise about? Have 2 more children. Put the eggs in your pocket and quickly go down to the shallow sea area. Yifeng carried the oysters and dried sea salt, with Zhang Yan leading the way. After walking for a while, Yifeng suddenly stopped. He heard human voices ahead. Boss Ma, aren't you going to find your wife? Wang Tao's voice. What are you looking for? Didn't you see that monster lingering by the creek? We'll go upstream after the monster leaves, and we'll also take care of Yifeng. Soon, a group of people emerged from the front. Yifeng and Zhang Yan had already hidden among the broad-leafed plants. There were still 8 men and 5 women left on Ma Sikon's side. Among the 5 women, there were 2 white women, 1 very beautiful black woman, and 2 Asians. Overall, their looks were not bad. After all, they were women who could be brought along by the boat king at any time. How could their figures and looks be lacking? If they didn't have any redeeming qualities in terms of their figures and looks, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the boat king? Finally, the group of people passed by the location of the broadleaf plants and quickly disappeared from sight. Let's go home. Yifeng's face darkened. He really wanted to use his gun to take care of these guys just now, but bullets were too precious, and Ma Sikon's bodyguards were definitely better at shooting than him. Who knows who would win? Most importantly, he needed to save the bullets to deal with large carnivorous animals. There couldn't be any waste. Finally, they arrived by the creek. Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment, then took off her clothes and skirt, completely immersing her body in the water. Yifeng, don't soak, let's hurry up. Yifeng urged. What's the rush? I just sweated a lot earlier, why don't you come and soak too? Zhang Yan said, then suddenly lifted a slender leg from the water and beckoned to Yifeng. This leg seemed to have a magical power, as it directly pulled Yifeng into the creek. The 2 of them embraced in the creek. Ah, no! Zhang Yan screamed miserably. Yifeng's face turned red with urgency. Damn! He cursed fiercely, but Zhang Yan leaned closer. What's the rush? When I recover, I'll definitely take good care of you. Zhang Yan said seductively. That's right. Yifeng unwillingly touched Zhang Yan up and down. His rough palms left marks on her delicate skin. Let's go home. After putting on their clothes, the 2 of them ran towards upstream. Yifeng felt like the bird calls nearby had become sparse, and they didn't encounter any large carnivorous animals. Finally, they arrived at the campsite. Longwu had already woken up and was carrying a piece of wood to plant in the soil, wanting to build a yard. Once the yard was built, the women could freely move around inside. Wu Gu! Yifeng admired a man for the first time. You're back? Longwu smiled innocently, revealing his white teeth. Yeah, if your injury hasn't healed, don't do heavy work. Let others do it. Ah Feng, you're back? Big brother Yi, you're back. We encountered a monster just now, it was so scary. A group of women crowded around, wanting to get close to Yifeng. Yifeng helped Alice remove the leaves from her head and suddenly asked, Where's Li Chang? Li Chang went behind the waterfall, it's been 2 hours and he hasn't come out yet. Susan said. Yifeng nodded. Li Chang was unpredictable. Hopefully, he wouldn't cause trouble. So, he picked up a spear and walked towards the back of the waterfall. The sound of the rushing water drowned out Yifeng's footsteps. As soon as he reached the back of the waterfall, Yifeng put down the spear. He saw Li Chang sitting on the ground, muttering to himself, I haven't gotten married yet, how did I become a eunuch? Can I have a child after I get married? Li Chang's voice was filled with anxiety and helplessness, making people feel sorry for him. Xiao Chang, you've been here for 2 hours, and this is what you're doing? Yi Feng asked. Li Chang turned around, emitting an aura of despair, devoid of any vitality. Fengge, I'm no longer a man. Woo woo woo. A real man doesn't shed tears easily, but it doesn't mean he's not heartbroken. Yi Feng patted his shoulder and said, actually, being a woman is not bad. Ah, no, I want to be a man. I want to be a man. Li Chang cried out loudly. Yi Feng, Fengge, can you help me? That day, when I saw Raimai and you, I felt a heat in my lower abdomen. If you and them, with me by the side, maybe I can recover. Li Chang suddenly grabbed Yi Feng's arm, his eyes filled with a hint of crazed eagerness. He used to have reactions just by watching movies, but there were no phones on this deserted island, so he could only watch Yi Feng's live broadcasts. Pervert! Yi Feng slapped him backhandedly and pulled Li Chang out. Fengge, please help me, even if it's secretly. I need a strong visual impact to recover. I don't believe you don't want it. All the women here, each one is attractive. Look at Bai Guifan, she's ripe. And Susan, so fit. And that's Su Yun, with a good temperament. Raimai is not bad either, especially now, it's a special time. I can just watch from the side. Li Chang pleaded. Smack! Yi Feng slapped him again. Because of this bastard, Yi Feng was getting a bit excited. Everyone, come and eat oysters. Yi Feng pulled Li Chang out and brought out the oysters. The women immediately smiled with joy, each of them receiving 1 oyster. This is like a beauty salon for women. I want to eat 1 more. I want to eat 2. After distributing the oysters, Yi Feng looked at Li Chang and said, Li Chang, you don't have any. Ha! Li Chang looked unwilling. Yi Feng had his own plan. Li Chang was so perverted, if he recovered after eating oysters, all the women in the cave would be in trouble. It was better to let him continue being a eunuch. After eating the oysters, Yi Feng let Long Wu rest while he started chopping wood, preparing to enclose the entire cave entrance and a part of the stream. The women could then move around in the courtyard, and when they got tired, they could bathe in the courtyard without having to face the dangerous outside world. Men should let women feel safe. After that, he could become the emperor of this place. Thinking about the future life of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, Yi Feng was full of enthusiasm. At this moment, thunder roared and lightning flashed in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. Everyone took shelter in the cave, but Yi Feng didn't stop. Working in the rain was actually more refreshing. The torrential rain washed over Yi Feng's strong body as he carried a nearly 300-pound log and struggled to walk uphill. His strong chest rose and fell, covered in earthworms. He worked barefoot, which allowed his 5 toes to have a better grip on the muddy ground, making his steps more stable. At the cave entrance, Susan looked at Yi Feng in the pouring rain with deep eyes. Seeing Yi Feng working so hard, she felt a twinge of heartache. After all, everything Yi Feng did was for their safety. The downpour turned into a drizzle, and the drizzle turned into a light rain. It had been raining continuously for a whole day without any signs of stopping. Yi Feng built a wall around the courtyard, about 10 meters high, and was exhausted, panting heavily. He could only sit down in the cave. Hey Feng, take off your pants and wear this bear skin. Suyin held a bear skin in her hands, her face filled with concern. Hey Feng, you're exhausted today. Let me hold you while we sleep tonight. Raimai also stepped forward. Everyone had a soft spot in their hearts. Yi Feng had worked in the pouring rain for half a day for their safety, and anyone would feel sorry for him. Take off your pants quickly, we won't peek. Be careful not to catch a cold. Susan said, turning her head away. Yi Feng nodded and went deeper into the cave with the bear skin. In no time, he transformed into a native, wearing only a piece of bear skin around his lower body. Long Wu was quite principled. He laid a layer of straw at the entrance of the cave and did not sleep with the women. Li Chang was also pulled over by him, and the 2 men could huddle together for warmth at night. As for Yi Feng, he actually wanted to squeeze with the men, but he was stopped by the women. In the middle of the night, the rain continued to pour, and the temperature dropped to 2 or 3 degrees. Yi Feng was awakened by the cold in the middle of the night. The women were squeezed together in a pile, and various fragrances filled the air. After hesitating for a moment, he embraced Su Yun and Ding Tuanchuan. These 2 girls were the youngest, most delicate, and most prone to catching colds. Once they caught a cold, it could be fatal on this deserted island. Ding Tuanchuan's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and Su Yun also hugged Yi Feng's neck. When Yi Feng turned his head, he saw Li Chang also snuggling into Long Wu's arms, and their posture was somewhat special. The day quickly dawned, and Yi Feng looked through the cave at the continuous rainy sky, his expression somewhat grim. He didn't expect it to become the rainy season, and they hadn't stored enough food yet. Does this mean they will have to hunt in the rain in the future? Moreover, during the rainy season, animals would not come to the creek to drink water, and the prey near the creek would continue to decrease. No, we can't stay huddled in the cave. We must find a way to store food. Thinking of this, Yi Feng stood up and looked at the salted meat hanging at the entrance of the cave. There were probably less than 50 caddies left. 10 people could finish 15 caddies in a day, and it would be gone in 3 days. The trout in the creek had all disappeared. After all, their mission was to lay eggs and then die collectively. The 7 women were still sleeping soundly, and Yifeng didn't wake them up. Instead, he sat at the entrance of the cave and looked outside. It seemed that staying here for a long time wouldn't work either. If that's the case, they should change their camp, such as the huge inland river. It would be a good choice to build a boat that could accommodate 10 people and store enough food on the boat. From then on, they could treat the boat as a mobile home. When there was danger, they could escape, and when there was no danger, they could tie the boat to the shore and sing and dance on the deck, engage in collective activities, and so on. Before long, everyone woke up one after another. It's so cold today. Ding Tuanchuan curled up into a ball. Yifeng also felt that it was only about 10 degrees now, and they were all wearing thin clothes. Let's make a fire in the cave and cut some bamboo to let the smoke out, Longwu said. He was also freezing, trembling all over. After all, his injury hadn't healed yet. Okay, I'll go cut the bamboo, Yifeng said, took off the bare skin, and rushed into the cold rain in his underwear. It took them a whole day to finally make the smoke exhaust pipe. The women could finally wear thin clothes in the cave because the smoke was gone, but the temperature remained in the cave. Thank you, Feng, Su Sen suddenly spoke up. Thank you, Brother Yifeng. Brother Feng. Everyone in the cave called Yifeng brother, including Long Wu and Li Chang. But Yifeng also called Long Wu Wu Gu. It didn't matter, everyone had their own way of addressing each other. Thank you all for calling me brother. Now let's plan again. It's time to hunt water buffalo, crocodiles, and other animals, and skin them to make some leather clothes and pants for you. It should be autumn now, and it won't be possible to survive in thin clothes in winter, Yifeng said seriously. Well, the rain has stopped. I'll go with you. We can make jerky out of crocodile meat and water buffalo meat for storage, Longwu said. No, there are only 2 men here. We always need to leave 1 man behind to guard the home. Otherwise, if there are only women in the cave, we won't be able to resist danger, Yifeng replied. Brother Feng, I'm also a man, Li Chang said discontentedly. I'm sorry, I formed a habitual way of thinking, Yifeng quickly apologized. Put. Ding Tuanchuan chuckled, but it was met with an angry glare from Li Chang. She quickly covered her mouth and her big eyes darted around. On the beach, Ma Xikong and a group of people hid under a reef, but the wind and rain often blew raindrops onto them. Achoo! Wang Tao sneezed, and immediately his nose started running. The others were not much better off. Oh, Lena has a fever, an anxious white woman said. Ma Xikong immediately walked over to Lena and placed his hand on her forehead. What should we do? Several women looked at Ma Xikong. What can I do? It depends on her own immune system. If she can't handle it, we'll have to abandon her. After all, everyone is struggling to survive now, Ma Xikong said coldly. Lena, who was half-conscious, heard this and a hint of despair flashed across her face. She coughed violently twice. Ma Xikong was startled and quickly stepped back. Is this cold contagious? If it's really bad, put her in the woods, away from us, Ma Xikong said again. But, Lena is a physics PhD. She's been with you for 3 years. Is it really okay to just abandon her? The white woman questioned. In my company, I have thousands of executives who have been with me for over 10 years. Do I have to take care of every single one of them? Besides, is a physics PhD really that impressive? My company doesn't lack highly educated talents like her, Ma Xikong said, then signaled to his 2 bodyguards. They were his last bodyguards, even though their guns were out of bullets, they were strong and loyal. Wait, Mr. Ma, since it's like this, the 5 of us sisters will leave together. We can't abandon Lena, the white woman said. No, you 4 stay here obediently. You'll be my bed warmers at night, and someone needs to warm my feet, Ma Xikong said. Then the 2 bodyguards stopped the 4 women. Anna, stop begging him. I'll go on my own. You have to live well. Lena's face burned red as she forced herself to sit up and disappeared miserably into the rain. Yifeng had a handgun at his waist and was desperately chopping down trees downstream with a stone axe. There were indeed many trees upstream, but it was difficult to find suitable materials. They had to be the right thickness, straight, and have hardwood. So Yifeng had already gone 4 kilometers downstream. There were many old trees here with dense wood and suitable thickness. As for other trees, most of them were tropical evergreen trees. Because they grew too fast, their wood was very brittle and not suitable for making fences. Boom! An old tree fell in the rain. Yifeng picked up the stone axe and cleared all the branches and leaves. However, this old tree was over 10 meters long and, although it was only as thick as a thigh, it weighed nearly 500 caddies. Yifeng squatted down, took a deep breath, and his muscles bulged as he lifted the old tree onto his shoulders. Let's go home. He exhaled heavily and struggled to walk upstream. The sides of the stream had turned into mud, sinking a foot with every step. But this was good, it made his footing more stable. Ha! Yifeng narrowed his eyes, dropped the log on the ground, and quickly ran into the bamboo forest. There, he saw a white woman lying motionless. Even though she had fainted, she still had a serene aura. She wore a large pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face, looking dignified and intellectual like a university professor. Yifeng glanced at the wood behind him, then at the white woman. Never mind, I'll come back for the wood later. Let's take this woman back to the cave first. It would be a shame if she died. After muttering to himself, he lifted the white woman horizontally, using his body to shield her from the continuous drizzle as much as possible. Along the way, Yifeng also picked a few plants with fever-reducing properties. Whether they could save her or not would depend on fate. Although Lena was in a state of unconsciousness, she could still feel a strong man carrying her and running in the rain. At that moment, a tear actually rolled down her cheek, but it was quickly washed away by the rain. They finally arrived at the cave, and Yifeng rushed in with Lena in his arms. Boil these herbs over low heat, 5 bowls of water to make 1 bowl, then let it cool down and feed it to her. Yifeng said, "Okay, I'll do it." Rimiko got busy, seeming to be very interested in traditional Chinese medicine. "Goodbye, there's still a piece of wood downstream that I haven't brought back." After saying that, Yifeng disappeared into the drizzle again. Suyin leaned against the door, watching Yifeng disappear in the direction, with a hint of worry on her face. She had started to feel anxious, fearing that Yifeng wouldn't come back. Although Longwu looked good, he didn't have much initiative. But whatever Yifeng asked him to do, he did it well, with strong execution. The cave was warm, and the women stripped Lena naked and covered her with bare fur. Rimiko finally finished brewing the herbal medicine and placed Lena in her soft embrace, slowly feeding it to her. After waiting for another 2 hours, Lena woke up. Although still weak, she felt that her body was slowly recovering. "I'll make some meat soup for her." Susan took her helmet and went to work. "Where am I?" Lena asked. "You're awake. That's great, foreign sister. This is our leader Yifeng's camp. You looked really scary just now, like you were dead. Yifeng braved the rain to carry you back and even picked some fever-reducing herbs for you." Next, the women explained the situation to Lena and described Yifeng as an upright and capable warrior. "His name is Yifeng? That's great. I still have 4 sisters with Ma Xikong. Ma Xikong is simply despicable. He makes us women warm his feet at night, using us as footrests. In the civilized society, I used to think he was a successful businessman and a gentle person. I didn't expect that after being stranded on this deserted island, his true nature would be revealed. Can you help me bring my 4 sisters here?" Lena asked. Rimiko's body trembled when she heard this, her face filled with complex emotions. "We don't have the authority to promise you that. We'll have to wait for our leader to come back," Longwu said in a dull voice. "Lena." At this moment, Li Cheng's eyes lit up. "Miss, can I take a look at your body? It might stimulate my body." "Go to hell." Susan slapped him to the ground. Yifeng's legs trembled as he carried the hundreds of pounds of logs upstream. He had to take breaks every now and then. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to do it all at once, but he needed to preserve some energy to deal with sudden dangers. Plus, he had just slipped and cut his knee downstream. At this moment, he truly felt how difficult it was for his ancestors millions of years ago. They had to survive, deal with wild beasts, and reproduce. Bang! A gunshot came from downstream. Yifeng was shocked and quickly threw the logs aside, vigilantly looking downstream. Sure enough, it was Wang Tao and his gang, and the one who fired the gun was Ma Xikong. "Damn, I have a gun too." Yifeng hid behind a rock and fired 2 shots at Ma Xikong. Unfortunately, his marksmanship was terrible, and both shots missed and went into the sky. After all, it was his first time using a firearm, and he didn't know its performance. When firing, he needed to aim slightly downward, otherwise the bullets would drift upward. As a result, Yifeng only had 5 bullets left. "Not good, that kid has a gun too." Ma Xikong was shocked and quickly hid behind the crowd. "Yifeng, you're done for. We have more people on our side, and I know where your camp is," Wang Tao shouted from the bamboo forest. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and aimed his gun at the bamboo forest. However, he was worried about wasting another bullet. "Wang Tao, you bastard, I should have killed you long ago," Yifeng cursed angrily from behind a rock. "That was your foolishness. He, now you're in the light, and we're in the dark. Unless you give up that cave, we will definitely kill you," Wang Tao said cunningly. This made Yifeng's face change. Wang Tao and his group were like stray dogs, without a fixed camp. But he had a fixed cave. They could come and bite him at any time, which would be a big problem. Unless he could kill all of them or make them run out of bullets. Thinking of this, Yifeng picked up a stone and, imitating a scene from a movie, threw it to the side, hoping to make Ma Xikong shoot. However, Ma Xikong wasn't stupid and didn't shoot. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then took off his shorts and used a tree branch to reach towards the stone. Still, no shots were fired. "Damn thief!" Yifeng sighed. He couldn't waste time here. He had to go back to the camp and inform the women. Otherwise, Ma Xikong and his group could bypass him and directly attack the camp. Although Longwu and Susan had combat abilities, they would still suffer a great loss in an unexpected situation. Thinking of this, Yifeng suddenly started running in a zigzag pattern upstream. He went left for a while, then right. Bang! Just as Yifeng was happily running, something suddenly bit his back. "Damn! Did I get shot?" Yifeng only felt a pain in his back, but he didn't fall down. Instead, he increased his speed and continued running upstream. After running for 2 kilometers, Yifeng felt the wound on his back become painful and swollen again, and his vitality slowly draining away. He sat down on the ground, panting, and touched his back with his hand. It was all red. The loss of blood made his physical strength decline rapidly. Yifeng gritted his teeth and used his fingers to pick out a piece of bark, plugging it into the wound to stop the bleeding. However, with that plug, he almost fainted from the pain. Ha! 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 Yifeng opened his mouth wide and continued running towards the top. The hot breath he exhaled became colder and colder. Bang! Another gunshot sounded from behind, grazing Yifeng's arm and leaving a blood groove. He didn't expect Ma Xikong's marksmanship to be so accurate. He could only grit his teeth and continue running upstream. Run! Run! Yifeng vaguely saw the camp. Long Wu, Susan! Yifeng shouted. Everyone rushed out of the cave. Ah! You're bleeding? Suyan was the first to run over and helped Yifeng into the cave. I don't have time to bleed. Long Wu, Wang Tao's men have appeared downstream. Among them, there's a sharpshooter. Now, I want you to go downstream and find a tree to act as a hidden sentry. When those people come, focus on killing the one with the handgun, Yifeng said anxiously. Okay. Long Wu took the handgun and rushed into the rain. Susan looked at the handgun on her body. Yifeng only had 2 handguns, and he gave the other one to Susan. I'll ambush behind the waterfall. If anyone approaches the cave, I'll kill them mercilessly, Susan said without waiting for Yifeng's instructions, and she also rushed into the rain. Tuan Tuan, take the compound bow and keep an eye on the entrance of the cave. When the enemy gets close, shoot directly without mercy. Yifeng sat on the bare skin, and Lena, who was beside him, had already opened her eyes and was curiously observing Yifeng. Brother Feng, as a man, I can also do some work. Tell me, what should I do? Li Cheng asked, holding a spear. Yifeng had just said this when everything went black in front of his eyes, and he fainted. He didn't know how long had passed when a gunshot woke him up. He opened his eyes and looked downstream. The sky was completely dark, with only a few stars in the sky. Judging from the sound of the gunshots, it was Long Wu who fired. Damn! Yifeng tried to get up, but felt a sharp pain in his back. However, a strange force was healing his wounds. Ah! Finally awake? Rico exclaimed, holding Yifeng's head in her arms. The other women also gathered around, as if they had found their backbone. When I passed out, did any of you help me remove the bullet? Yifeng asked. No, we didn't have any tools, Suyan replied. Alright, where's Li Cheng? Why isn't he in the cave? Yifeng asked again. Li Cheng took another compound bow and went downstream. He said he's a man and wanted to do something for the team, Suyan said. Yifeng felt relieved. It seemed that saving Li Cheng was the right decision. Tuan Tuan, give me the compound bow. I'll go downstream and take a look. No, you're too injured. What if something happens? Ding Tuan Tuan shook her head vigorously. Give it to me. Yifeng snatched the compound bow and walked downstream under the starlight. As soon as he arrived, he saw Li Cheng hiding behind a rock with a bow and arrow. He turned around and wiped the rain off his face. Feng good, you're too strong. You've already recovered? Li Cheng exclaimed in shock. Yifeng nodded and both he and Li Cheng ambushed behind the rock. Where's Wu Ge? Yifeng asked. There. Li Cheng pointed to a banyan tree by the creek. Dragon Wu was waving from it. Well done. What about those bad guys? Wu Ge shot at them, and then they ran downstream, but they probably didn't go far, Li Cheng said. Good, great job. You stay here and keep watch. After saying that, Yifeng returned to the cave. Although he felt that the pain in his wounds had subsided, the bullet inside his flesh made it uncomfortable to move. Your name is Yifeng, did you save me? Lena suddenly walked over. Although she still seemed a bit weak, she was mostly recovered. Yes, I didn't expect you to survive. You have a strong immune system, Yifeng smiled. I'm Lena, from Germany. Thank you for saving me, Lena said, extending her hand towards Yifeng. Not bad. Yifeng nodded and suddenly his expression changed. He remembered finding a notebook on the corpse, written in German. If Lena was German, she would definitely recognize the German language. Lena, take a look at this. Help me read what's written on it, Yifeng said, opening his luggage and handing her the notebook. Lena quickly took the notebook and started reading aloud in German. But halfway through, her face turned pale. What's wrong? Yifeng was taken aback. Lena didn't answer, but continued flipping through the notebook. Her expression became increasingly grim as she flipped through the pages. No, it's impossible. It can't be like this. Is this notebook a forgery? Lena's fingers loosened, and the notebook fell to the ground. What's going on? Yifeng grabbed Lena's shoulder. Me? Lena suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted. Hey, it seems she's not fully recovered yet. There must be something terrifying written in this notebook. Take care of her and wait for her to wake up, Yifeng sighed. That night, Yifeng didn't dare to sleep. He sat at the entrance of the cave, supporting his body. The sky soon brightened, but the drizzle continued. Li Cheng came back. After he returned, he ate a piece of roasted meat and then wrapped another piece in leaves to take downstream for Long Wu. After waiting for a while, Susan also returned, looking exhausted. Sister, have something to eat. Suyan handed her a piece of roasted meat. After Susan finished eating, she sat in the cave to rest for a while before going behind the waterfall. Yifeng felt sorry for her, but there was nothing he could do. In extraordinary times, everyone had to contribute. Noon arrived, and Yifeng lay on the bare skin. Behind him, Susan sharpened her knife. Susan, you must be gentle. Be more gentle, thank you. Yifeng bit a stick and his eyes were full of fear. Susan tightly pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She roasted the dagger over the fire a few times, considering it as disinfection. Taking out the bullet was more painful than being shot. In the past, many soldiers didn't die from being shot, but from the pain of taking out the bullet. Alice suddenly walked over, her white thighs facing Yifeng. Yifeng, do you want to see me? I can show you. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes widened. At least he overcame half of his fear of taking out the bullet. Alright. Yifeng carefully looked at Alice's legs. Alice leaned against the stone wall, posing in a seductive manner, directly in front of Yifeng's eyes. All the blood in Yifeng's body rushed downwards, and his eyes turned red. Behind him, Susan didn't hesitate and cut open Yifeng's wound. Wow! Ah! Yifeng was just surprised for a moment, then suddenly screamed in pain. Then, he felt Susan's fingers reaching into his wound. Large beads of sweat dripped down from Yifeng's forehead. A phone, I can show you too. Suyin couldn't care about being reserved anymore and suddenly unbuttoned her clothes. Yifeng felt that the pain seemed to lessen. Brother Feng, do you want to see this? Ding Tuanchuan walked over, shaking her chubby face in front of Yifeng. She was indeed cute, bringing peace to Yifeng's heart. Several women showed their talents and helped relieve Yifeng's pain. At this moment, Yifeng felt someone lying next to him. It was Lena. Lena looked deeply at Yifeng and suddenly leaned in with her mouth. She skillfully teased Yifeng's taste buds, causing a large amount of dopamine to be released. Pop! It sounded like uncorking a bottle of red wine. Susan pulled out a bullet from Yifeng's wound. The bullet was deformed and covered in blood. Quick, help him stop the bleeding, Susan said. Rico chewed the Chinese medicine that Yifeng had prepared in advance, spat it onto the wound, and then took off her shorts from the wooden door to tie Yifeng's waist. Pop! At the same time, Lena separated from Yifeng. Yifeng's lips turned pale, and he lay on the bare skin. Yifeng, you're too weak, you need to drink something pure. Rico placed Yifeng's head on her thigh. The next moment, Yifeng peacefully fell asleep while drinking the supplement. This time, he slept until the afternoon, feeling that the wound on his back no longer hurt and was particularly itchy. That strange power was miraculous, with excellent healing abilities. 2 kilometers downstream, Wang Tao and the others were hiding under a big tree to avoid the rain, but they were still drenched. As for the fire, it couldn't be started at all because there was no shelter. I'm so hungry. Ma Sikong touched his stomach. The hungrier he got, the colder he felt. He felt that his body temperature had dropped several degrees. It was almost evening, and the temperature would only get lower. General Ma, how about we make peace with Yifeng? You have the world's top shipbuilders and naval engineers here. They must also want to build a ship to go home. We can use the engineers' identities to live in Yifeng's cave and find an opportunity to kill them all, Wang Tao suggested. Everyone else looked up, showing some interest. After all, they could endure for a few days outside, but could they endure for a week? After a week, everyone would catch a cold and tragically die on this deserted island. But they have guns. Who is willing to negotiate with them? Ma Sikong had just finished speaking when everyone's gaze focused on Wang Tao. No, I have a grudge with Yifeng. I'm afraid I'll be shot before I even show my face. If it's not possible, send a woman to negotiate. Yifeng is very lustful and won't kill a woman. Wang Tao looked at Anna again. At the entrance of the cave, Yifeng leaned against Rico's embrace, enjoying the light rain outside. Several other women were gathered around the bonfire, occasionally bursting into laughter. They didn't say anything out loud, but they all agreed in their hearts that it was a pleasure to serve Yifeng. Yifeng was determined to protect this hard-earned life. Once his injuries healed, he would build a courtyard. But Yifeng had another idea in mind, to build a medium-sized boat with a deck, cabins, and storage space. This way, he would have a mobile shelter. Ah Feng, I need your help, Rimiko suddenly whispered. What do you need? Yifeng asked. I know my husband is downstream, and he hurt you. I deeply apologize for that. But do you know? I no longer have a child, so I can't meet him. After losing the child, he won't value me anymore. So, I want to ask for your help to get pregnant. After 2 years, I will return with our child to inherit the Ma family's fortune. Rimiko suddenly revealed a shocking plan to Yifeng. You? Can it really be done like this? Yifeng was stunned. The other women in the cave didn't hear their conversation. Why not? Do you think I would like a 40-year-old man? The reason I married him was because of his family's wealth. The little boat king is worth billions. Once I succeed, I will have a worry-free life, and of course, our child. Are you willing to help me conceive? Rimiko asked. But the Ma family is such a big clan, they will surely do some blood tests or DNA tests. You won't be able to hide it, Yifeng said. No, I have a way. I forgot to tell you, I also have a master's degree in genetics, Rimiko said. A master's degree in genetics? Impressive, Yifeng gave a thumbs up. Honestly, he was quite tempted. Ah Feng, don't hesitate anymore. I study genetics and know how to activate the chi and blood in your body, giving you an unprecedented experience. What do you say? Rimiko said, a hint of charm in her eyes. Although it's a bit unethical, Ma Xikong shot me, so I definitely want revenge. Let's do it. Once I'm healed, we'll start right away, Yifeng said seriously. Hee hee. Rimiko chuckled, covering her mouth. Just then, Li Chang's voice came from downstream. Feng Ge, come and see. There's a woman looking for us to negotiate. Her name is Anna. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately stood up. And inside the cave, Lena also stood up. What are you doing? Yifeng turned around and asked. Anna is my best friend. I'll go with you, Lena said. So, the two of them walked to Li Chang's position and peeked downstream. They saw a woman standing in the bamboo forest. Feng Ge is here. Speak if you have something to say, Li Chang shouted. Mr. Yifeng, our boss sent me to negotiate. We have ship engineers, and you have a camp. We want to rest in your camp and, at the same time, help you return to civilization. Please respond quickly. We can't afford to make a fire. We're hungry and cold, and his voice was weak. I'm sorry, I have no plans to go home recently. You should go back, Yifeng said contentedly. He thought Ma Xikong was doing well, but it turned out they were all in a sorry state. He would use this little rain to torment them half to death and then slowly reap the benefits. Anna, it's me, Lena. Lena suddenly stood up and waved at Anna. Ah, you're still alive? Anna was overjoyed and wanted to run towards them, but she remembered the person downstream pointing a gun at her back. Anna, come to me quickly. I have food and a place to stay. Yifeng is very kind and takes good care of people, Lena shouted. Anna smiled faintly. As long as her sister was doing well, it was enough. Unfortunately, she was the unlucky one and had to continue following Ma Xikong. Sorry, there's a gun pointed at me from behind, Anna said. Yifeng and the other two immediately pulled their heads back. Damn it, Ma Xikong, you're not sincere at all. I think we should just forget about it, Yifeng said, preparing to leave with the other two. At this moment, a man's voice came from the bamboo forest. Our boss Ma said he's very sincere. I believe you also want to take our boat back home, right? Cooperation is beneficial for everyone. One of the bodyguards relayed the message. Ma Xikong was afraid of death and didn't dare to reveal his location. You're right, but I won't let you into the cave. You'll all freeze to death. Oh, and you can't make a fire, right? That means you won't be able to roast meat. In less than a week, you'll all starve to death, Yifeng said coldly from behind a rock. Yifeng, please don't go too far. How about this, you provide us with a meal first, and after we finish eating, we can continue negotiating. Ma Xikong's voice finally came through, but that guy was very cunning, hiding behind a huge rock with others guarding him on both sides. Provide a meal? Me? Yifeng was about to indulge himself when suddenly his expression changed, as if he had thought of something. Ma Xikong, how big of a ship can you build? Yifeng asked. Under the conditions of this deserted island, we can build a ship with a maximum displacement of 20 tons, but it requires everyone's cooperation. The person who answered was not Ma Xikong, but another man, probably an engineer. How long would it take? Yifeng asked again. With axes and saws, and everyone working together, it would take about 5 months, but there's nothing on this deserted island, so it would probably take 2 to 3 years. Yifeng was immediately intrigued. He did want to build a ship, but not to go home. He wanted to sail the ship into the inland river and then go upstream, enjoying life with a few women on board. I can provide food for you, but you can't enter the cave. That's the biggest concession I can make. After all, I'm also afraid with so many of you entering the cave, Yifeng said. What? Not entering the cave? Do you want us to continue getting soaked in the rain? Wang Tao became furious. He was hungry and cold and couldn't hold on any longer. Ma Xikong's eyes twitched, his anger reaching its peak. In the civilized society before, it was always others begging him to negotiate. He never expected that after arriving on this deserted island, he would be suppressed by Yifeng. Your name is Yifeng, right? I admire you. When we go back, I'll make you the general manager of my branch company with an annual salary of 5 million. How about that? Ma Xikong asked loudly. Yifeng sneered. Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Ma, but I'm just a simple person. I'm afraid I'm not qualified for such a high position. Don't bother with this. Do you accept this condition or not? I'll provide cooked food for you, but entering the cave is out of the question. And eating my food comes at a price. I'll secretly observe your progress every day. If you're slacking off, I'm sorry, but I'll immediately stop your food supply and let you freeze and starve to death, Yifeng said bluntly. There was a moment of silence downstream. Obviously, the group was discussing. Yifeng, please provide us with a hot meal first. After we finish eating, we can discuss further, Ma Xikong said. Either agree now, or I'll flip the table right now. You only have 2 choices, Yifeng said coldly. These guys were too cunning. He couldn't let them into the cave, and the supply of hot food was also limited. He wanted to keep them in a state of not starving to death, because when humans are full, 70% of their energy is transferred to the brain, and these people would definitely cause trouble. There was another moment of silence downstream. Fine, I agree, Ma Xikong said in a deep voice. Yi Feng could sense the anger in his tone. Ah, that's right. Wait a moment, I'll prepare a meal for you guys. After eating, you can rest in the rain overnight and start building the ship tomorrow. Don't try to deceive me, an outsider. Once I catch you slacking off, I won't cooperate with you anymore, Yi Feng said, leading Lena back to the cave. Prepare some grilled meat, not too much. With a command, several women busied themselves. Yi Feng wrapped the hot grilled meat in leaves and slowly walked downstream. Li Chang, take the grilled meat over there. Ah, brother Feng, what if they shoot at me? They won't, a full stomach makes a clear mind. Alright, Li Chang finally delivered the food and quickly ran back. Oh my god, you scared me. Li Chang patted his chest, unexpectedly making a feminine gesture. He seemed to realize it too and quickly changed to a hands-on-hips pose, trying to appear more manly. However, it made him even more feminine. Yi Feng felt a chill in his heart. You stay here, I'm going home first. Back in the cave, Yi Feng ate from Remisi's grain store and slowly fell asleep. His body was already strong, and with the white fruit, he could endure the pain of extracting bullets. Yi Feng didn't sleep well, half awake and half asleep, but he managed to hold on until dawn. Li Chang returned, looking exhausted and sneezing. Li Chang, rest. It's my turn to stand guard, Yi Feng said, forcing himself to stand up. I'll go. Ding Tuanchuang picked up the compound bow. Forget it. Yi Feng sighed. He didn't trust Ding Tuanchuang at all. I'll go. Alice took the compound bow and disappeared into the drizzle. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment, then followed into the rain. When they reached the downstream position, there was no movement from Ma Xikong's group. Yi Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Ma Xikong, aren't you supposed to be building the ship? Get to work, or there won't be anything to eat for breakfast. After hearing Yi Feng's words, a bald man and a middle-aged man finally appeared. They each held a wooden stick and drew the shape of a ship on the ground. Yi Feng nodded and suddenly said, Ma Xikong, have your two bodyguards bring back some game. I'll take care of the barbecue for you, but I'll take half as tax. What the F***ck? Damn it! Ma Xikong's roar came from downstream. Ma Xikong, looking through the leaves, stared upstream, rain continuously washing his eyes. Yi Feng provided cooked food on his side, while also building a ship and helping with hunting. As a boss for so many years, he had never been so disadvantaged, feeling frustrated. Once I find an opportunity, I'll chop Yi Feng into minced meat. Ma Xikong gritted his teeth. Behind him, the four women exchanged glances, their longing gazes directed upstream. They wished they could enter Yi Feng's camp, so they could enjoy the warmth of the cave and eat hot grilled meat like Lena. Ha! Where are you 4B** cheese looking? Are you thinking of escaping to Yi Feng's camp? Ma Xikong angrily said. Although he was selfish, he was very clever and could see through people's thoughts. No, General Ma, why would you think that? Anna was startled. Humph, don't play these tricks with me. Whoever dares to run away, I'll shoot her dead. After speaking, Ma Xikong patted the handgun on his waist. General Ma, should we go hunting? One of the bodyguards asked. Ma Xikong's attitude improved when facing the bodyguards. Xiaofan, please go hunting. Lao Yang will stay by my side to protect me. After returning, I won't mistreat both of you, Ma Xikong said politely. Although he was cruel, he understood the situation clearly. His subordinates had not betrayed him yet because he had two loyal bodyguards and a pistol in his arms. Yes, General Ma, the bodyguard named Xiaofan entered the jungle, holding a bamboo spear in his hand. Yi Feng waited in the cave for a long time, only to see Li Chang running back with the body of a small water buffalo, accompanied by Ma Xikong's bodyguards. Great! Quick, help out! A group of people rushed out of the cave, placed the small water buffalo in the rain to bleed, and Susan personally dissected it. As for the bodyguards, they glanced deeply at the cave and reluctantly walked downstream. Susan's knife skills were good, slowly peeling off the cowhide. This time, Suyan didn't vomit, but gathered the courage to watch the scene of dissecting the cow. After all, people can progress, and she was no exception. The little lapdog ran to the side of the corpse, licking the bloodstains on the ground. Yi Feng frowned. This little lapdog grew too fast. When he first encountered it, it was like a cat, but now it looked like a dog. Soon it was noon, and Yi Feng went to the downstream location again. He saw several men holding wood and bamboo, laying out the outline of a boat on the ground, and then started pounding according to this outline. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction and went back to prepare hot food for them. After a week of continuous rain, at the downstream location, several engineers were silently building the keel. The dragon spine was made of a giant wood that was 15 meters long and over 1 meter in diameter. There were densely packed small holes on it for easy installation of the dragon ribs. Once the dragon ribs were installed, the foundation of the ship would be laid. The next step was some detailed work, using the keel as the base to slowly build the bottom cabin, the ship's side, the deck, the middle cabin, the upper cabin, as well as the mast and sails. The women over there were not idle either, weaving canvas with bamboo skin. At this moment, a bald man suddenly fell to the ground without any warning. Something's wrong, General Ma, Engineer Cheng fainted. The group of engineers shouted. Yi Feng saw everything from behind the stone, but he didn't move. Soon, two bodyguards carried the bald man downstream. Yifeng, our chief engineer on this site fainted. Can you let us into the cave now? Otherwise, if he dies, who will build the ship? Ma Xikong shouted from downstream. Yifeng and Li Chang exchanged glances. You can, but all the people on your side have to take off their clothes, raise their hands, and walk out, including you, Yifeng replied loudly. Yi, don't go too far. If we don't have weapons, won't we become your slaves? If you insist on doing this, we will all rush towards your side. Can you guarantee that you can kill all of us? Ma Xikong roared angrily. You can try, Yifeng raised his pistol. On the nearby banyan tree, Longmu also released the safety. Alright, Yifeng, I'll take a step back. You can take Engineer Chang into the cave, at least let him recover. Ma Xikong quickly calmed down. That works too. You can send 2 women to carry him over, Yifeng said. Don't think I don't know your little tricks. Are you trying to steal from me? Ma Xikong's voice fell, and a bodyguard carried the bald man and walked towards the upstream. Yifeng sighed. He originally wanted to win over the 2 women, but Ma's surname was not easily fooled. It seemed that these rich people were cunning. Feng Ji, General Ma sent me to bring the person, the bodyguard said solemnly. In any case, Yifeng was the boss here, so the bodyguard called him Ge, brother. I said Xiufan, you. Go back. Yifeng originally wanted to recruit him, but he was afraid of inviting trouble, so he ultimately didn't persuade this bodyguard. Next, Yifeng carried the bald man into the cave. Clean him up and make him some stew to drink, Yifeng said. So, several women busied themselves. At the downstream location, Wang Tao was also driven out to cut wood. Yifeng hesitated for a moment and picked up the bow and arrow in the cave. Everyone come over and learn archery. Each person must shoot 100 arrows before they can rest today, he said. After speaking, he bent the bow, placed the arrow, and with a loud bang, an arrow was shot into a large tree outside the cave. Several women also realized the danger on the deserted island and came over to practice archery. At night, Baldy woke up. Is this heaven? Baldy looked at the beautiful women around him, feeling the warmth of the cave and the soft bedding. If we can't build a boat in half a year, this will become hell, Yifeng said coldly. The engineer sat up, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. It's useless. There are no nails here, so we can't build a boat. The reason we were building a boat before was mainly to get your food. Aren't you using mortise and tenon structure? Yifeng's heart sank. Does that mean he has been wasting his time for the past 8 or 9 days? The mortise and tenon structure is fine for making furniture and small wooden houses, but you have to understand that this is a boat over 10 meters long. It needs to go out to sea. If a storm comes and there are no nails to secure it, it will fall apart. Even without the waves, just the weight of the deck, mast, and cabin will cause the mortise to deform. Baldy shook his head. Yifeng fell silent. He originally thought he wouldn't have to do such time-consuming and laborious tasks, but now it seems he can't escape. Are you saying that as long as we have nails, we can build a boat? Yifeng asked. Not necessarily. It would be best to have axes, saws, and drills, otherwise the progress will be too slow, Baldy said. The women exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness and despair flashing across their faces. If they really can't build a boat, they will have to live as natives on the deserted island. But they still have family members in civilized society. Yifeng looked at the women's expressions and slowly said, I have a way to smelt iron. Rest for 2 days, and after you've rested well, continue working and make the parts. Give me the nails. You can smelt iron? Are you planning to melt this dagger and pistol? Baldy asked in return. No, you rest. I'm going to work, Yifeng said, taking the tools and heading to the edge of the stream. He selected some red clay, sniffed it at the tip of his nose, and put the suitable ones into his helmet, discarding the unsuitable ones. It wasn't until around 10 o'clock at night that Yifeng returned, and there were hundreds of pounds of red clay piled up in the cave. Often, what are you doing with this clay? Aren't you looking for iron? Susan asked. She now called Yifeng Afeng. There are a lot of iron bacteria in this kind of clay. Hey, just watch, Yifeng said confidently. Ding Tuanchuan quickly gathered around. She now admired Yifeng greatly. In her perception, Yifeng seemed to be capable of anything. At the edge of the river, Ma Dong crawled out of a huge cave, his eyes filled with strong killing intent. On his shoulders, he carried 2 old-fashioned rifles, along with a rusty axe, and 3 pistols were inserted into his waist. He also had a tan-colored bag on his back, making a jingling sound as he walked. Yifeng, and that bitch Susan, it's a pity to see you here. I actually found so many weapons. This time, I'm going to kill all of you, Ma Dong laughed heartily. Just then, at the edge of the river, a group of water buffalo were rolling in the water. Ma Dong was first startled, then he touched the rifle behind him. Let's use you as a sacrifice for my gun first. After speaking, Ma Dong pushed a bullet into the chamber and pulled it back. Bang! 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 This rifle had strong penetrating power and easily killed 5 or 6 water buffalo. The other water buffalo ran towards the center of the river. Time for dinner. Ma Dong sat next to the water buffalo, placed the rifle in a convenient position, and started eating a rare steak. In the drizzle, he couldn't start a fire either. Yifeng was busy all night and finally picked up a piece of iron the size of a finger from a pile of charcoal. Wow, you're amazing, brother Yi. Ding Tuanchuan jumped up and down, keeping watch while accompanying Yi Feng in iron smelting. Amazing? What can we do with such a small amount of iron? Yi Feng felt a bit discouraged. After staying up all night, he only managed to smelt such a small amount of iron, barely enough to make a dozen iron nails. But a boat that is over 10 meters long would require at least tens of thousands of iron nails. If he calculated it this way, wouldn't he have to spend tens of thousands of nights just to make enough iron nails for one boat? 10,000 days is equivalent to 20 or 30 years. Just enough iron nails for one boat in 20 or 30 years? Yi Feng cleverly gave up on this idea. At this moment, the others also woke up one after another, and Susan walked over. She and Long Wu took turns guarding during the day and night. After breakfast, she was going to replace Long Wu. Ah Feng, having this much iron is not bad. If you work hard for another month, you can forge an axe, which will make it easier for us to chop wood. Susan said, then went to switch with Long Wu. Wu go, after eating, get a good sleep. You've worked hard these past few days. Yi Feng said. Okay. Long Wu nodded and picked up the meat to eat. Yi Feng sat next to the bald man again. After a day of contact, he knew that this person's name was Cheng Li Bin, a highly educated chief engineer who also served as a professor at a university. Mr. Cheng, can we make the boat smaller? Yi Feng asked. We can, but a smaller boat won't be able to go out to sea. If a wave comes, it will capsize the boat, Cheng Li Bin said. Yi Feng felt relieved, as he didn't plan to go out to sea. He just wanted to bring the boat into an inland river. It's okay, let's make it smaller then. I don't mind. Yi Feng smiled. Just then, there was a sudden bang from downstream. Everyone's faces changed, and they all stood at the entrance of the cave. Is it Ma Xikong shooting? Yi Feng asked. Long Wu shook his head. No, the sound of a handgun isn't so muffled. It sounds more like the old-fashioned bolt-action rifles from a long time ago. Those rifles pursued penetration power, so their power is actually greater than modern rifles. He had been a soldier and had some knowledge of firearms. Yi Feng turned to Cheng Li Bin. Does Long Wu have a rifle? No, he only has a handgun, but he has plenty of bullets, Cheng Li Bin replied. Just then, there was another gunshot from behind. Oh my god, quickly, run up. It was Wang Tao's voice. Yi Feng's face changed, and he took out his handgun directly. He saw a large group of people rushing towards the entrance of the cave, with Li Cheng at the forefront. He didn't guard the downstream, but instead led the way in running away. Behind him were Wang Tao, Ma Xikong, and 4 other women. The 4 women were 1 white, 1 black, and 2 yellow. One of the yellow-skinned girls had blood coming from her arm. Yi Feng quickly closed the wooden door and hid at the entrance of the cave. Ma Xikong, are you trying to come here to die? Yi Feng shouted. No, there's a tough character downstream. His gun has great power. It can penetrate through trees and hit us directly. Ma Xikong's voice trembled. Who is it? Yi Feng asked in return. The enemy of the enemy is a friend, so if that tough character is Ma Xikong's enemy, he could try to win him over. It seems to be Ma Dong, one of the 2 lackeys following the bald guy. Wang Tao hid behind the black beauty, cautiously looking at the cave, afraid that Yi Feng would shoot him. It's him? Yi Feng's face turned ugly. Bang! Another gunshot. A piece of wood was directly shattered, and wood chips flew everywhere. Oh my god, run! Everyone scattered and fled. Some ran into the forest, some ran to the other side of the stream, and some hid behind the waterfall. Yi Feng looked into the distance, but couldn't see anything. Bang! Another bullet came, hitting the wooden door and directly making a hole in it. If a few more shots came, the wooden door wouldn't hold up. Quick, hide on both sides. Yi Feng called out. The women quickly hid, fear evident on their faces. Bang! Another shot. That piece of wood was completely shattered. Ah, Yi Feng, you scum. Today, I've come for revenge. I will kill all of you. Women in the cave, except for Susan, come to my side. I, Ma Dong, will favor you in the future. Don't follow that waste, Yi Feng. Ma Li's voice echoed from downstream. Yi Feng frowned and looked downstream again. He finally saw Ma Dong, who was standing on a rock, aiming his rifle at the cave. However, the rock was too far from the cave, at least 300 meters away. A rifle can shoot that far, but a handgun cannot. Even if it can reach 300 meters, due to the length of the barrel, the bullet would fly into the sky. Ah, Yi Feng, I know you have a gun. My rifle can shoot 400 to 500 meters, but what about your handgun? At most, 200 meters. I've got you. Women in the cave, listen up. Take off all your clothes and walk towards me with your hands raised. Otherwise, I will guard here for 3 days and nights and kill each one of you. Ma Dong arrogantly shouted. Bang! A bullet shot from above and accurately hit Ma Dong's shoulder. Ah! Ma Dong's right arm became immobile instantly. He was shocked and endured the pain. He switched the gun to his left hand and prepared to shoot at the tree. However, an agile figure leaped down from above and tackled him to the ground. Is it you, you bastard? Let go of me, let go of me. Ah! Ma Dong's roar echoed on both sides of the creek. Half an hour later, Ma Dong, who was tied up, was brought to the cave. In front of Yi Feng, there were various handguns, rifles, old-fashioned grenades, an axe, 3 bayonets, and a military dagger. Yifeng first tried the dagger. It was definitely made of good steel, not inferior to Susan's own dagger. This should be left by the Germans. They were indeed the number one power at that time. 80 years ago, their metallurgical technology was more advanced than ours now, Yifeng sighed. He was from Wuxuan and often played with knives, so he could tell the quality of steel. Ma Dong's shoulder had stopped bleeding, but his eyes were filled with hostility. Tell me, where did you find these things? Yifeng asked coldly. Fuck off, Ma Dong cursed and turned his head away. He thought he was the returning king this time, but just as he fired a few shots, he was ambushed by that bitch Susan. He was very unwilling. You won't talk? Yifeng put a dagger into the fire and slowly heated it until it turned red. Ma Dong's eye twitched and he clenched his teeth. Yifeng, don't go too far. If you want to torture me, I would rather die than talk. Ma Dong stubbornly replied with fear. Yifeng ignored him and continued to heat the dagger, waving it in front of Ma Dong's eyes. Sometimes, intimidation was more effective than direct torture. Please, I'll talk. But I don't know how to explain it. There's a big river over there. I can only guide you. There are no billboards or place names. Ma Dong cried. Yifeng thought about it and realized that Ma Dong couldn't die for now. After finding weapons, he would deal with him. Make some meat soup to nourish him and take off his clothes to dry them, Yifeng said. Li Cheng nodded, squatted in front of Ma Dong, and helped him take off his clothes. Dong, you used to follow brother who went starved for 3 days without 9 meals. Now, following brother Feng is not bad. We have food every day and can live in a warm cave. You made the right choice. Otherwise, as brothers, I wouldn't be able to help you, Li Cheng said, taking Ma Dong's clothes to dry. After drinking the meat soup, Ma Dong fell into a deep sleep. After all, he had been shot and lost a lot of blood. However, Susan pulled Yifeng aside. Feng, are you planning to kill Ma Dong after using him? What else? Yifeng sharpened his nails with a sharp dagger. We need to build a ship, but we don't have enough people. Although Ma Dong has lost a hand, we can still make use of him and let him help with some tasks within his capabilities. This way, we can go home earlier, Susan said. Yifeng's expression changed and he nodded. Originally, I wanted to kill him, but since Susan's sister pleaded for him, I'll give you face. Give me face? Susan looked at Yifeng suspiciously, feeling like this guy was secretly happy. Downstream, the sound of logging could be heard again. Ma Siquang and the others obediently went back to work. And this time, this cowardly guy also personally joined the battle and didn't hide behind the rocks. Just now, when they escaped to the entrance of the cave, Yifeng had the opportunity to kill him, but he didn't. So he judged that he had some value to be used. It's getting dark now. Tomorrow, you and I will take Ma Dong to find firearms and iron tools. If we can find the engineering battalion's warehouse, it would be great. There will definitely be iron nails and various tools for building fortifications inside, Yifeng said with a relaxed smile. Let Longwu stay at home and guard. We can rest assured, Susan said solemnly. Susan's sister, let me give you an example. If we really can't return to civilized society, would you be willing to be my companion? Yifeng suddenly asked. What did you say? Forget I said anything. Yifeng's heart tightened. Susan's gaze was too sharp, and there was a strong killing intent. It seemed a bit difficult to handle, but it didn't matter. He would eventually get her. Okay, but there's one condition. If you don't satisfy me 20 times in one night, I'll castrate you, Susan said coldly. Yifeng quickly protected his pants. Nothing happened that night, and the next day arrived quickly. Yifeng and Susan got up and were about to wake up Ma Dong, but they found that he had a high fever and a large swelling on his shoulder where he was shot. Wake up! Yifeng patted Ma Dong's face, but Ma Dong remained motionless, hanging on the cross in a deep coma. Is he going to die? Yifeng's face turned ugly. Help him remove the bullet. The lead bullet is poisonous. If it stays in his body, he will remain unconscious, Susan said, untying the rope for Ma Dong and then heating a dagger over the fire. Li Cheng hesitated for a moment and placed Ma Dong's head on his thigh. Brother, you must hold on, don't die. Susan started, slowly cutting with the dagger. A large amount of pus and blood flowed out, filling the cave with a strange smell. Ma Dong's body twitched a few times, and suddenly his legs kicked. Not good. Yifeng quickly pinched his acupuncture point, but it was useless. Ma Dong twitched a few more times and kicked his legs again. Brother! Li Cheng shook Ma Dong's head. Damn it, he couldn't have died at a worse time. Yifeng sighed, but at least he had a certain clue. Ma Dong had mentioned that he found the firearms by the river. Assuming Ma Dong's speed, he shouldn't have taken long to find the firearms. So the hiding place for the guns should be downstream of the river, where they were last time. Using that as the center, they could search within a 5-kilometer radius and definitely find a large number of firearms and weapons. The most important thing was to find the engineering battalion's toolbox so they could build a large ship. Li Cheng, carry your brother out. Let his body be washed away by the current, Yifeng said. Susan, let's go as planned. At least we know that he found the firearms by the river, Yifeng said. Do you know where the river is? Susan asked in confusion. Yifeng had never told the others about the river. After all, on this deserted island, people's hearts could change, including these women in the cave. Don't worry,